with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we're going to go into roll call and then public comment. So, what's your name? Come on up. You can adjust that. What's your name, honey?
My name's Ruby.
Ruby?
Yeah.
Well, nice to meet you, Ruby. Guess what? You're going to start to lead us in the pledge, and then I'm going to have you girls follow her. Are you ready? Okay. Pledge allegiance to You did it. Good job. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it over to you for roll call, and then I'm going to have you speak in public comment first. All right, because I know you've got to get to school.
No?
No?
Out of school.
You're out of school already?
Yeah.
Oh, is it the university?
Friday.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, Friday, right? Okay. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we are calling roll for the Wednesday, June 11th, 2025 Reno City Council meeting. Vice Mayor Taylor is absent at this time. Councilmember Jewer,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Ebert,
Here.
Councilmember Reese,
Here.
Councilmember Anderson, Mayor Sheeby.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it right back to you to kick us off for public comment.
Madam Mayor, our first item today is public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://renownCL:/COU/06-11. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I did sort of skip a step. I'm going to refer to the one and only Carl Hall. We are supposed to take proclamations first. Can I take a public comment and then go back to proclamations? What would work
Yeah,
best?
go ahead and-
What's best for you?
Do the proclamations first.
Okay. All right, so we will stick to the agenda. Just give us, we have a couple of accolades and special people here that we want to recognize. And then you could just sit right there, and then we'll have you come up in public comment. All right? So this morning, we have two very special proclamations. Someone that probably needs no introduction. Right? I think everyone in this town knows who you are. And if they haven't, they've certainly enjoyed the wonderful food trucks that you bring to our city. And we just love them. And so the one and only Steve Schroeder. Good morning.
Good morning,
So we have a
Council.
special proclamation in your honor. And usually we have someone that reads it, but would you like to read it for us?
Sure.
Okay, I would love it. So the only thing is when you get to the part where it says I, you can put in your name. Okay, because we'll all know that you don't have long hair.
Yeah, I'm not the mayor. Well, the mayor of Ottawa.
You certainly can be. All right, take it away, Steve.
Great, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here this morning, an honor to do this. This is a first full circle moment. Real quick, it was January 2012, some ordinance language that was possible draft went out to the very few food trucks we had in this community. The language was very prohibitive for the operation of food trucks. In order to have an event, we needed food trucks to do a great job in our community. I was friends with Mayor Bob Kischel. I called him and I said, hey, we need some help. How can we make this work, and what's your recommendation? He said, call Dwight Dortch, Councilmember Dortch. our kids went to St. Albert's together, and we knew each other, although I didn't play softball that much. But he said, hey, I'm going to sign Michael Chomp and Alex Woodley, and you're going to rewrite it with them. 1 month later, it was February 2012, we came back to council with the proposed language. 5-0, it passed, and we started Food Truck Friday. We started the food truck industry. You started the food truck industry in our community, and I thank you for that.
Well, you have done a phenomenal job. Look how big it is.
It is. I remember year 2, the fashion truck was one
Yeah,
of our
the
vendors.
fashion truck.
Yep, so thank you.
That's right. We go way back.
Yes, and Councilmember Martinez was there on Friday night to cut some ribbon with his family and kick off Food Truck Friday, so thank you very much.
Yeah, and you know, I just want to make one comment. You know who would be very, very proud was Mr. Guy Clifton.
Oh.
He was a big fan of yours, so,
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
Yes. I miss that guy.
yeah.
Whereas in 2012, Steve Schroeder founded Food Truck Friday at Idlewild Park as a local community event to bring families and neighbors together in a welcoming outdoor environment centered around food, community spirit, and local entrepreneurship. And whereas what began with 6 local food trucks has grown into an event that supports more than 150 registered and operating food trucks in northern Nevada. And whereas Food Truck Friday is the largest weekly food truck event in Nevada and was named one of the top 5 weekly food truck gatherings in the nation, right here in Reno, by the Travel Channel. And whereas it is a free and open to the public and now welcomes over 100,000 guests at 31 food truck events during the summer and has expanded to North Valleys and South Reno, in addition to Idlewild Park. Whereas Food Truck Friday has enriched the quality of life in Reno and provided a space where families, friends, and visitors come together to celebrate food, culture, and connection. Now therefore, I, Steve Schroeder, founder of Food Truck Friday, do declare June 11th, 2025, Food Truck Friday.
Aw, congratulations.
I'm honored.
And you did it perfectly. You're hired. I love it. Well, let's get a quick picture.
Great.
So can you
Thank
open
you.
up the proclamation, so we want to celebrate you. Congratulations.
Congrats. Good to see you again.
That doesn't mean you can speed. It doesn't mean you get to.
Well, my board right now, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Bring it to you.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Suck it in. There you go. All right, thanks, Steve. Thank you so much, thank you.
Yay, the next one is so cool.
Okay. The next recognition, you guys also don't need a lot of introduction. I think everyone knows who you are. You are doing some incredible work in our community, and so we are excited to have you here. Do we have, I don't know, so this is a donation to your organization. I believe it's through, no? Yes, Walmart. There you are. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you so much through the Conference of Mayors. This was awarded to us, you know, at the United States Conference of Mayors, and we're so grateful for your partnership and everything you do in cities across America. So you want to kick this off and tell us why you're here?
Yeah, thank you. Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Kevin Loskatoff. I'm a Director of Public Affairs and Government Relations at Walmart. Just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. U.S. Conference of Mayors allowed us the opportunity to partner with them to highlight cities and mayors that are going above and beyond. And Reno last year was awarded the top Climate Protection Award by the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which is really amazing in that it is an award that is given by your peers. So it's a distinct, very cool thing. Through that, the city identified Green Vibe as an organization to receive the contribution, the grant amount to support the community. And in working with them, what I've continued to learn is that our local stores work with them on a regular basis to help this community. So couldn't be more excited about, one, Reno receiving this award, to an organization that our store and associates are already partnering with on a continual basis. So very cool, and appreciate you having us here today.
Oh,
Thank
well,
you.
thank you so much. We really appreciate your partnership. You guys have done tremendous work, like I said, across cities and helped us support local organizations like these young men over here. So, speech. Come on over.
Hey.
Come on over. We'd love to
Yeah,
hear
bring
from
the
you
whole
guys.
Green Vibe team
Yeah,
up.
we would love to hear from you. And I think everyone knows who you are, but in case they don't, will you please talk a little bit about your mission and why this is so important to you?
Absolutely. And first and foremost, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's a privilege and honor to be here. Green Vibe officially kicked off in Reno in 2020, and we're focused on inspiring a lifestyle beneficial to the planet and to each one of our successes here. And we're committed to environmental stewardship and leadership here in the community. In the past 5 years, we have conducted, Sinjin, do you have the number on
54.
the cleanups? 54 community cleanups. We've removed over 100,000 pounds of trash from our watershed, and it's a privilege to do so. We are always humbled by the outturn of the community, or the turnout of the community, to come out to support us and make this happen. So it is an honor to stand here and to be recognized by, yourself, Madam Mayor, and the members of the council here. It is really cool. So thank you so much.
Well, actually, the honor is all ours. Honestly, you guys are doing so much great work. It is remarkable. I've seen some of your videos, and they're fun and exciting, and I think it makes the community want to be part of something bigger. And so I just want to commend you guys, because you guys are the ones doing the work. Quite honestly, it is the community that does a lot of the work in this city. It really is. We just set policy up here, but it's all of you guys making it happen. Each and every single one of you, from Donna being our senior advocate to you guys. There's so many hard workers in this community that love this community. And the best part is you're keeping it clean and saving our environment. It's so critical. So congratulations. Let's take a picture, but tell us how much it's for. How much is this donation?
This donation is for $30,000, a very meaningful contribution to our organization.
That's fantastic. What are you gonna do with the money? Go to Disneyland? No, I'm just kidding. What are you gonna do?
We're going to utilize the funds to get our team members to build out our youth development program, or our youth mentorship program. So very recently, this last year, we partnered with the youth parole program, and we're working with at-risk youth to provide job placement assistance, mentorship, while at the same time picking up and cleaning up our river. So that is how we're going to utilize these funds going
Oh my
forward.
gosh, that's
And
incredible.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, before we do the photo, I just want to mention that Miguel and I first became aware of Green Vibe with work they've done at the flood project, the Truckee River Flood Project. They've taken on some very challenging spaces on the river and some areas where a lot of trash gathers, people tend to gather. There's encampments that get set up, and they have shown that they have an ability to do a very broad range of things. So it's not just dealing with trash, but it's also tree modification. In other words, getting rid of some of the invasive species. It is working with people to even get them services and jobs. I mean, it seems to be kind of soup to nuts in terms of how they're approaching their task. It's not just a cleanup we have some phenomenal people that help us clean up and plant trees already, but integrating it into like human services is very rare, and it's very hard. And so we had recommended that you potentially partner with the city on some of the stuff we're doing in our Clean and Safe program, and those kind of things. So there's some more opportunities to kind of grow your organization. So thanks for today.
Councilman
Stuart,
Reese.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, thank you to all of you for being here. What a joy that we are actually finally at this day. I want to say thank you specifically, of course, Andrew, to you, but also to Sinjin and my dear friend, Zach Smith. Thank you so much. I know it's an emotional day because of how much of yourselves that you've all put into this project. And so thank you for letting us be a part of it. Madam Mayor, it's been almost a year and a half ago, or nearly a year, since you came to me that one day and said, hey, we got to call Green Vibe Worlds and tell them about this. And it took us a while to get here because governments move very slowly. Walmart's been super gracious, but it also takes time to work through their process. But in that year, I think you all have grown even more resilient. You've grown the organization. You've conducted so many cleanups, and the amount of trash that you've removed and sort of the positive momentum of your movement. It is broader than just saying, hey, we go out and do cleanups, right? You actually are living out your own beliefs in our community, and you're growing a local, really fully integrated organization. I'm super thankful to you, Madam Mayor, for making this happen for this great local organization. I'm thankful to Councilmember Martinez, who also has an agenda item to give you a little bit more money there, and we'll work on getting some more in the next fiscal year, though, too. Councilmember Martinez has given you $2,000 out of his council's discretionary funds, and I hope that will be approved on this agenda. But again, really thrilled and proud. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, for your commitment to this work and to these good folks. A great day. Thank you all so very much.
All right, well, thank you so much. I would love to have you guys come up so we can take a picture, because I definitely got to give it to Amy and highlight you guys at our next meeting with all the mayors to show that it went to such a worthy group of individuals. But I thank you for the accolades, but it's really Walmart. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. We really, really appreciate everything that you do, everything. So come on up, let's all get
If I may, just one real quickly. I
Yes.
would like to give a humongous shout out to our community. It is the volunteers over the past 5 years that have followed us into the trenches as to why we have been able to accomplish so much. So this is not
Literally,
just us.
literally followed you into the trenches.
Literally,
I've
we have been
watched.
in some of the
I've watched.
harshest places in our city to accomplish what we have. So I just
Well,
want to
we're
a
very
big
proud.
thank you to our volunteers.
Very proud. All right. Yeah, let's,
Check is here.
we're gonna come down so we can get a. All right. All right. Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you. We're going to head into public comment, but we do have a very, very special guest. Her name is Autumn Carr, and she is mayor for the day. You'll do a much better job. The first thing I'm going to do is give you all my emails, all the hate mail. No, I'm just, but thank you so much for being here. I heard you have a passion for local government and the community, and so I want to say thank you to Councilwoman Ebert for bringing her, I hope, I did tell Councilwoman Ebert, I hope we don't scare you away too much today. So I'm going to ask everyone to be kind to our future mayor right here. Just say a few words about, you know, things that you're passionate about, or introduce yourself. I mean, not to put you on the spot, but we would love to hear a little bit about you.
So yeah, my name's Autumn. I feel like I'm very passionate about school and just helping as many people as I can in different ways. I've been working for about 2 years at Roller Kingdom.
Oh, good for you. Are you a good roller skater?
Yeah.
Yeah, she is. Okay, that's good, because I think that's kind of a requirement there, right?
And I did some volunteering at, I think it's Rave, yeah. I enjoyed that, but I just didn't have enough time for it. I do sports at my school, and I maintain very good grades. I'm in all honors.
I love this.
And yeah, I just really enjoy helping people as much as I can, and yeah.
All right.
So why did you want to be mayor for a day?
I think it's a great opportunity to hear like what the people around me want for their city and to see my ideas that could maybe help them.
That's fantastic. So we'd love to have you on the Youth City Council, because you would be amazing. But you're going to make an amazing future senator, right? Okay, well, Autumn, we're excited you're here. I'm also glad when I said what's your passions, you didn't mention boys, so that's a good thing. Mom, you're doing this right.
Dad, she's got
Dad?
an amazing
Dad?
dad.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
and
Dad,
Dad.
is her biggest cheerleader. Yeah, he's awesome and huge supporter, and he's probably watching right now. He's very excited for her to be here today, and
Oh, good.
yeah, she's just really interested in how to engage with the city and how to engage with the community. And she's been asking me about it, and I was like, well, we actually, you can come on in and see. So here she is, you know.
Yeah, well, that's great. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Yeah, thank
So we're
you.
excited you're here.
Yeah.
Um,
I told her you were a skater too, but on the ice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little different, but
Yeah,
similar.
yeah.
Very similar. Okay, don't worry about that. So the first thing is, we're going to go into public comment, and we have future mayors here, such as yourself, that are going to come up and talk about a little bit about sort of the cookie challenge that we're going to be kicking off. So why don't you come back up and let's talk about the initiative that you're doing.
My name is Ann Nelson. I'm the CEO of the local Girl Scout Council, Girl Scouts of the Sierra Nevada. We're very involved and engaged with the community as we raise girls of courage, confidence, and character, as you can see behind me. I'm not going to say much other than to say thank you so much for all the community support of Girl Scouts as they support our community. I think you had a troop of girls before you not long ago who were working on one of their community projects. So you've seen the types of things that our girls do. I'd like to introduce you to 4 additional young women and let one of them tell you what's going on today.
Okay, great.
My name's Ruby.
And what grade are you going into, Ruby?
4th grade.
Good job.
My name's Jesselyn. I'm going into 9th grade. My name's Olivia. I'm going into 11th grade.
Good job. Okay, great.
My name's Faith, and I am now going to start college. Right, so my name is Faith McCrae. I am with Troop 1306. We have 4,000 cases of cookies, and we are challenging the community to purchase to support Girl Scouts of the Sierra Nevada. Today, we are launching the Great Girl Scout Buyout, and we challenge Mayor Shivi to be a cookie hero and purchase cases of cookies, not boxes.
Okay. Yay. Because how many cookies do I get how many cookies is that?
You get 120 cookies.
120 packages.
No, I was gonna say, no,
Boxes, not
it's a lot
cases.
more
My
than
bad.
that.
My bad.
20 packages.
Packages.
I
of
love my
my
cookies,
bad.
so I know it's a lot more than that. And the good news is that I will share them with all of council and all the community. We'll bring them in here so people can enjoy your cookies. But the goal is that you're challenging other people in the community to beat how many cookies I've bought, correct?
Yep, that is
Okay.
correct.
All right, well, thank you. And by the way, we are supporting your Rainbow Bridge, which is amazing. We're super excited about that. So I will reach out to anyone that's in this audience. Mr. Lorton, you could buy 12 boxes or cases. He's gonna match mine. So now he's got to figure out someone that's gonna match his. So think about that, Mr. Lorton. Who's gonna match yours? Okay? He's got someone in mind, I know it. So this is what a good community is. They're supporting you and they're happy to do so. So is there anything else you want to say?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, we're excited and thank you to Mr. Lorton. Right? He's
thank you,
like,
Mr.
oh,
Lorton.
you just strong-armed me, Hillary.
Madam Mayor, if there
Even
are
though we
other-
have our differences, we
If there
put
are
those aside for the community. Right? It's a
Madam
good
Mayor.
cause, that's right. Okay, go ahead.
If there are other people that want to contact you to buy cases of cookies, how will they do that?
Great question.
You can go to our website at gssn.org/cookie buyout, and all the
Ooh.
information is there.
Okay. And we'll
Could you
make
say
sure.
it one more time?
gssn.org/cookie buyout, all one word.
Okay, all one word. That's a long one. But we will make sure anyone that asks through our office, we will give them your contact and then probably Robin Kruger's contact, whatever we can do to help. So thank you, girls.
Thank you so much. We very much appreciate the support of the community and of you, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you so much. So you just sold 24 cases, so there you go. Good job. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Madam Mayor, our first public commenter today is Earl Turner, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Tyler Colton.
Am I allowed to start? Yeah, so my name's Earl Turner. On the 27th of May, I was held against my will in the parking garage at the gallery. I'm a 100% disabled combat veteran who carried bodies in Afghanistan. I've done chest compressions on children. And less than a week ago, I had to put my lips on a dead man's body to try and bring him back to life, one of my friends who lived next to me. A week prior to that, my best friend, a 92-year-old lady, died. I had to find her on the floor, clear out her entire apartment. It's been the worst last 2 weeks of my life since being in Afghanistan. I get a break once. My daughter wanted to go get pizza down at Paisanos. So I go down and I park at the gallery because I just found out, as a 100% disabled veteran with the plates, I don't have to pay all these little coins in the meters or any city-owned facility. And they didn't know anything about it. They refused to let me leave. They said they were calling the police on me. I said, do it, because I can just, a 5-second look online and you'll find the information. You're violating my rights. At that point, the camel straw has broken, and I wasn't going to back down. I had to remain my composure because my 11-year-old daughter was in the car. I recorded it. My phone was dying. I've got it. It was in pieces. Then I get an email. I write a demand letter because I want change. I demand to be compensated for this. You've set me back years on my PTSD and my problems. I want 45 days within that time frame, people trained that deal with enforcement. And then within 6 months, I want posted signage so this never happens to another veteran. I'm the only one. How many other veterans? There's 36,000 veterans, let alone in Washoe County. How many other ones has this happened to? I didn't go. I sat down for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm insulted by the fact that any of you would even say that statement and stand there for justice for all. You don't honor me. You don't honor the veterans of this state. I received an email from Mark Hughes. We are in receipt of your claim regarding your treatment in the parking gallery. The parking gallery is managed and contracted. We have contacted the contractor to contact you and address your concerns. I don't know if it's willful ignorance or lack of education. You can't do that. You can't blame a contractor. If there's a big party and you have a bunch of teenagers in your house, they're doing cocaine, 16, 15-year-olds, cocaine, marijuana, drinking. Boom, the cops bust in. Who's liable for that? The person that owns the house, the adult in the house, not the 15-year-old that was doing cocaine. They'll get their charges, but the adult was responsible. You guys are the adult in the room, and you failed. I'd like to give this so that way you actually have exact references to how you are not allowed to skirt your responsibilities as city officials. I'm not dropping this. I'm going to mail more and raise the level, and I will never drop this. I will take this to my deathbed, and let's make this very clear. I'm not homicidal, nor am I suicidal, so don't send anyone to come try and check on me or visit me. I'm very pointed and I'm very direct right now. I'm disgusted. I had to hold my composure in front of my daughter. She looks at me like I'm a hero. Now I look like a clown and that this city doesn't even take care of its veterans. I don't know why I got sent to Afghanistan. Sure doesn't feel like it. He has my contact information. He has the videos of what happened.
Okay, can you just make sure our clerk has it so I can
I'll write it
access
on
it?
this map.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Tyler Colton, followed by Stephen White.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on renting a place to stay and what seniors go through. When you start getting old and think that you can no longer take care of your place, then you might want to sell your house and then start renting a place. If you rent a small apartment, keeping it clean wouldn't be very hard, and life would be a lot easier if you didn't have to mow your yard. And if you rent the place, if it needs a repair, it might be the owner that hires a repairman to take care of it there. It makes life much easier when you don't have to take care of anything in your apartment that needs such a repair. This gives you a lot more time to just sit down and relax, instead of going to all the trouble of, say, swinging a hammer or an axe. But when you're older and find yourself in such a situation, the first thing you may think about is your history of inflation. When I was 21 and bought my first house, I paid a lot less for the place than I now pay for rent each year in my small rented place. Now I pay about 16 times as much for my monthly rent as I paid monthly back then for my house payment. Those payments were the same every month until I finally paid it off. But now my rent keeps going up and it will never finally be paid off. My rent used to be a lot less than my monthly Social Security, but now my rent is a lot more than my Social Security. For seniors, their cost of living goes up more than their income does. It just keeps going up, kind of like their age does. But at least there is a good thing, such as senior affordable housing, that's available for a lot of seniors who need such affordable housing. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back because I've still got a lot more to say.
That's fantastic. What do you think, Autumn?
I think that was actually very beautiful, Terry. Thank you.
Good job, Terry. Where are we at?
Oh, this is chapter 10, and just so you know, I've only got 36 more chapters to go.
Go. Thanks. Good job.
Tyler Colton, followed by Stephen White, followed by John Villetto.
Tyler. Hi. How are you?
Nice seeing you all. I know you got a hard job, and I appreciate all the hard work because you know I pay attention to what's going on. So for the record, my name's Tyler Colton. So later on, I'll probably be back again. C2 Live Entertainment is coming before you guys. So do you remember Midtown and downtown, and we'd go to Del Mar Station and the 1099 Club and Zephyr Bar, and we'd go through Midtown in our 24-hour commercial mixed-use zones, right? And we'd have a good time, and we got to party and dance. And
You didn't go to the Del Mar.
I went to 1099.
Eddie went to the Del Mar. Am I right?
Maybe. I would come back and visit. So we would go out and we'd watch the sun come up, and that was such a really kind of fun thing we get in this state because we're a 24-hour city, and we get those commercial use zones, midtown, and entertainment zones, right? So I want to tell you about another city. So there's another city where you get a privilege license, and that privilege license lets you serve in those 24-hour zones alcohol, and you can have drinks for 24 hours, but you can't dance. You can't have any trivia. So if you want to do that in that city, you have to pay another fee to get what's called a cabaret license. And you get that cabaret license. And then in that bar, you get to dance and you can play trivia. But you know what? You can only do that until 11 p.m. by law in that city. So by 11 p.m., we got to stop dancing. No trivia. We got to stop that. But hey, there's another thing called a conditional use permit. You can get that, and you can pay another fee to get that, and it is conditional. And you can dance maybe until midnight if the body before you says, we like you, we think you're a good tenant. Maybe you can go till 2. Maybe they're gonna let you go till 24 hours a day, and you can dance if you pay that next fee. And guess where that's, and you think, right, it sounds like Footloose, but we're not talking about Footloose, this fictional city. What I'm talking about is Reno. That city is Reno. It's not legal to dance in Reno. You have to pay when you get your license to be a bar owner, an establishment owner. You have to pay to have the privilege to dance, to get a cabaret license. You have to pay to go past 11 o'clock to dance or have trivia in the city now. And it isn't granted. So what is coming before you guys, and the question later is, are we a city within the 24-hour entertainment zones, 24 hours? Are we now a city that the council has said to other people, we're only going to go till 3 a.m.? The decision is what's going to come before you. What type of city are we going to be? Are we going to end at 3 o'clock? And how does that look moving forward for this city? And that is the decision that will come before you later this afternoon and the coming months.
All right.
So thank you. Let's try dancing.
Oh, I like that. You're going to dance for us? Come on. We better get one, right? I love it.
Stephen
By the way, I
White.
went to Del Mar too, so, right?
By the way, I went to Del
I'm just
Mar,
as
too.
old as Eddie. We both went there.
Good
All
morning,
right,
Mayor.
Stephen
Good to
White.
see you again.
How are you? Good to see
Good morning,
you.
Mayor.
This is
Future
your
mayor.
future artist.
And council members.
Do you like
Let me
art?
start out by
Yeah.
thanking
This is-
Councilman Martinez, the city manager, for meeting with me the other day. I think we had a pretty productive meeting, I hope. And also thank you to Councilwoman Ebert for speaking with me on the phone a while back about all these things. Mayor, I haven't had a chance to thank you for voting no on those sculptures the city's getting ready to buy. Taking $375,000 out of your community and spending it on a sculpture from New York and another one from Seattle. As you know, 2% of your annual budget has to be spent on the arts. One of the suggestions I gave to the city manager and Councilman Martinez is that money could be spent on sculptural panels in the parks that facilitate art in the park. We all know now that by state law, the city is required to create areas in the park for artists to be able to sell their artwork without a fee. I personally am a senior citizen. I'm 78 years old. I'm hearing impaired, and I have a bad heart. Haven't told you that before. But one of the things that law also requires is that you provide access to handicapped, physically challenged people. And this is the reason why you need to put sculptural panels up in the various parks around your city that allow people like me to come down and hang our paintings on an existing panel. I haven't got the ability to put up a display of my artwork anymore. You know, just not possible. And one of the things, there's no reason why these panels can't be sculptural, like Silhouette of the Mountains, for instance. Years ago, we gave Councilwoman Dewar architectural designs of sculptural umbrellas, pretty colorful sculptural umbrellas that on the pole had panels that swung out, 4 panels. Gave you 8 sides to display paintings on. They'd be beautiful in your parks. And they'd also provide shade for people that do paintings and drawings and photography that can't display in the sun. So I want you to stop and think about this. I'll tell you what, I'll be honest with you, as an artist in this community, I'm outraged by the fact that this city council is getting ready to spend $375,000 of the taxpayers' money on a couple of sculptures out of New York and Seattle. And I'd also like to call to your attention, Councilman Reese, you mentioned during that conversation back then about how you believe that artists from outside the area ought to be able to have their artwork here. Well, I want you to all do a little research. You have a whole park full of sculptures down there. You got the butterfly sculpture, you got the whale sculpture, you got the believe sculpture. I want to know how many of those sculptures actually came from Reno or Nevada artists, because I don't believe any of them did. You need to do something about that. God bless you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, folks. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so
By
much,
the way,
my
that's a
friend.
picture of art in the park. That's in your park.
It looks great.
We did that 10 years ago.
Love it.
Thank you, folks.
John Valletto, followed by Pablo Nava-Duran, followed by Annie Turner.
Good morning. My name is John Valletto. I moved to this town, city, about 11 years ago. I was in Frisco doing the horses, and the horses went cold, so I came out here to do sports. I had the time of my life. This is a great city. The police department was wonderful. I lived downtown by the casino, so gambling was convenient. I had a great time. But, we were partying too much. I lost a number of friends, and I decided to get sober after about 6.5 years of partying downtown. And when I got sober, I had to find new housing. I didn't want to live in that neighborhood as a sober person. And I had a horrible time finding affordable sober housing. I lived in nightmare situations for like 4 years, horrible situations. And one day I did an internet search on Google, Reno affordable housing. And the Marvel Way apartment community by Meadowwood Mall came up. So I looked them up. I went out there, I applied, and they accepted me, and I moved into Marvel Way. And one of the best things I ever did in my life. That's where I met Frank DeCesar. Frank DeCesar is a retired Atlantis casino executive who has done a host of projects over the years for this community. He first started the Empowerment Center for Men, which is a center that helps rehab men coming out of prison to get them settled, get them to work, and keep them clean. Then they opened the Empowerment Center for Women, and that's an even bigger program that's helped thousands of women over the years. After he opened those two centers, they didn't have a place for the graduates to live that was acceptable. So he started the Marvel Way apartment community where I live today. He just completed phase two. Phase two brings the total to close to 100 units of housing, many 2 bedrooms, a lot of women and kids there. It's a wonderful place. It has made my life so much better and many other people's lives better. Frank is building a new empowerment center for women on Marvel Road right across the street. We just had a groundbreaking the other day. And then he's going to do phase 3 of the Marvel Way apartment community next year. Frank is a tireless advocate for Christ. He works every day from 5:30 in the morning, taking women to Sunrise AA meetings. Then he works with the contractors all day. Then he does plumbing, landscaping, and carpentry. Very often, 6 or 7 o'clock at night when it's still hot, he's doing landscaping with guys half his age. I just wanted to thank Frank for everything he's done for our community, and me in particular. And I'd like to urge the city to maybe pass a proclamation commending Frank for his many years of service and the people that he's helped. Thank you all.
Thank you, John. Congratulations on your sobriety. Very hard, very hard. I commend you.
Thank you. I got a 5-year chip 2 weeks ago.
That's awesome. That is fantastic. The good news is that I know some of his programs have come in for a special allocation that we are receiving from the opioid manufacturers for when we took them to task. And so I look forward to working with Frankie, and I think he's going to be really excited to know that he is going to get some funds to help him expand and do the good work he's doing. So I look forward to meeting him, and I hope that he knows that you came and told him that you're a big fan. So I can't wait to share that with him.
Thank you, Ms. Chief.
He doesn't know it yet, but so you can give him the good news when you see him.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, John.
Pablo Nava-Duran, followed by Annie Turner, followed by Donna Clontz.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing good. Good, doing good. And then future mayor over there.
Yeah.
So, hello guys. My name is Paul Natuan. I live in Ward 3, especially on Near Ward area. So I want to talk about Ward 3, basically on Central Reno area, because I'm coming from a rezoning of a new Vaughn Middle School. You know, I'm very excited to have my community to go to a new school. You know, go to a new school.
Yeah.
And then I realized that the population of Central Reno, the kids are be declining because we have declining birth rate, less kids. So my biggest question is, other than Von Wooster, woman declining, my biggest concern other than that is the population of Ward 3 that we live in, because we have declining, because in Ward 3, there's a declining population going on, especially in Central Reno area, and the rest of them were growing, like Midtown, Near Road, and then Donner Spring area. So my big concern is, if we don't fix have new apartments, build new apartment complex, improving the neighborhood in Central Reno area, that it's gonna be a huge problem for Miguel Martinez in the Ward 3 for a redistricting map. That means less power for his Hispanic majority this ward. That means we can have an East Huffick area on Ward 3 and West Trailer area on Ward 3. Unless it's something, unless we need to transformation this neighborhood, transformation action for this neighborhood to be a growing hub for the city. It's just like the Midtown Reno 20 years ago, it used to be a run down area. Now it's a growing area, so we need to, and I'm planning to join a neighborhood advisory committee on Ward 3. I'm gonna try to help in Central Reno area, and we wanna make sure this neighborhood need to be rebuilt and refoundations. So let's keep Ward 3 in East Reno area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Pablo.
Annie Turner, followed by Donna Clance.
Good morning.
Hi, good
Hi,
morning.
good morning.
From Southwest Airlines, am I right? No. Yes, where are you from?
No.
No, where are you?
Reno Air.
Reno Air.
Reno Air back in the day, yes.
Our
yes.
favorite airline.
Little airline that
Can we
could.
bring them back?
Yes, please do. Well, what a delight to be in the presence of a smart young lady
Yeah.
and Girl Scouts, and I was a Girl Scout myself, so good morning, everybody.
Love that.
Yes, so my name's Annie Turner, and I want to state first off that I am not here on behalf of the Airport Authority. I am here as a citizen and resident of Northern Nevada since 1981, minus a few years that I spent earning my degree at UC Davis. I started my career with the little airline that could, Reno Air, and earned my way to managing public and investor relations and community engagement before American Airlines took over. Our hometown airline, I saw firsthand its demise as leadership at the board level was anything but. I've grown my career in Reno and have had the privilege of working with ethical business leaders and outstanding corporate citizens over the years. Brian Colpin hired me 7 years ago at the Airport Authority. It was my dream job to return to aviation. And as Vice President of Marketing and Public Affairs at the time, Brian held the key. What I came to realize was it was a key to a toxic and a hostile work environment. This isn't about politics, personality conflicts, or even a difference of opinion. This is about values, the ones we claim to uphold in this community, and the ones this board is entrusted to represent. We are talking about behavior that is entirely incompatible with public leadership. I'm a professional woman of integrity. I raised 2 children in Northern Nevada, one a graduate of West Point and the other from Notre Dame. I taught them to see the good in everyone and believe if you do the right thing, it will come back in spades. Despite my trepidation of retaliation, I could not, in good conscience, let this public comment opportunity go by as I feel it's the right thing to advise you that selecting Brian for the airport board would be a disastrous choice. I urge you to consider what this appointment to the Airport Authority Board says to the public, to our children, our neighbors, and to the people who have been silenced or dismissed for far too long. This community deserves better. Thank you.
All right, Annie, thank you so much. And I think you're joined by Lindsay Anderson from Government Affairs, correct? From the Reno Tahoe Airport, correct? Yes, okay. All right. I just figured you were both here together. Thanks so much for being here. Okay.
Donna
Go ahead,
Clance,
Madam
followed
Clerk.
by Rich Salvador, followed by Eddie Lorton.
Morning,
Good
Madam Mayor
morning.
and Council. My name's Donna Clance. I have a handout for everybody today about the activities that are going on in our community right now that AARP is sponsoring, including a cool walk that we got to do through Chalk Bluff Treatment Plant yesterday to learn about how wonderful our fresh water is and how it all gets done. So we do a lot of activities throughout every single month, and this is just a snapshot. We were in the garden today. I thinned the turnips. This is one of them. We planted these in April, and we have a garden box full of fresh greens, and we even have our things are getting to the point they have to be pulled out so we can put new things in. So we're working with Reno Food Systems to donate that excess garden vegetables to folks that need them, especially at the end of the month when the food stamps run out for a lot of folks. So that is a fun thing for all of us, and we're looking for more gardeners out in the community to help us in the garden box out there. The second thing I needed to talk to you about today is your last meeting last week when you were talking about community boards and commissions. I tried to get on the Zoom and I did it wrong, and so I wasn't able to be seen when it was time for public comment. So I'm going to make a quick public comment about that right now. I think all of you know that I've lived here over 20 years. I served as a NAB chair for a few years and was on a NAB for 5 or 6 years. And I served as on your senior board for 10 years and was chair of it for a lot of that time. So I put a lot of my volunteer time into being a community member that gives you feedback. And these boards are so important. There's hundreds of folks like me that volunteer in all those boards and committees. And the decision to pause everything for a little while to take a look at what we're doing makes sense. However, I don't think the pause needs to be a year. I would say if you can get it done in 6 months, do that. Urge staff to do that and come back to all of us in about 3 months. We're going to lose a lot of good folks who care about a lot of those very specific things that they have expertise on. I'm glad you saved your NABs and you said those need to continue to meet right away. Rec and Park especially too, because it's got a lot of good work to do right now. And by the way, folks, the homeless have come back to Paradise Park. We saw them this morning. I put it into Reno Direct, and I'm letting everybody know we need a little bit of help there to help those folks get to a better place. So thank you. I look forward to this topic coming back, and we'll be there to speak and get other folks that are involved in your boards and commissions to come up and give you their feedback on all of that.
Thank you, Donna. Just to add to your public comment, I was not there for that agenda item. We are going to bring it back at the next meeting and make sure those are restored. I know there was some talk about a year pause, something to that effect, and we need to make sure that everyone's back as quickly as possible. So we're going to get that on the next agenda to make sure that everyone's participating.
Thank you. That's
Thank
great
you.
news, Madam
Thanks so
Mayor.
much.
Thank you, Hillary.
I just wanted to let you know.
Rich Salvador, followed by Eddie Lorton, followed by Lacey Shea.
Morning, council members, mayor. My name is Rich Salvatore. I'm an attorney here in town at Midtown Law. I represent a bunch of, good to see you, Mayor.
Good to see you. Midtown Law, I like it.
Yes.
That's a good name.
I represent a consortium of bar owners and property owners that have cabaret licenses and are very concerned about this new ordinance that you're looking at. I don't really have the specifics on the ordinance, as you don't either, but it appears to me that this is a challenging situation where you want to have a vibrant, 24/7 town, yet at the same time, you want to accommodate some of the people that are living in this area. And I think that the proposed ordinance, the way I'm reading it, will likely adversely impact these small businesses. I don't think it's going to impact the casinos because we're talking about noise, and most casinos are set out separately, so they're not issues with noise. So it really doesn't have an impact on any casinos. But it does have an impact on a lot of private, small business owners and real property owners. I think that Reno's current noise ordinance and special use permitting process works fine. I did read in there that it takes 3 to 4 months, and it costs approximately $4,000. I think the city might be able to do something differently with the special use permit, making it a shorter time frame for application to completion, and maybe not so expensive, instead of changing the current ordinances. If someone has noise complaints, I think that the law already takes care of that. I mean, I'm currently representing 7 different individuals in nuisance complaints as a result of noise. So I understand it. But this proposed ordinance is going to go beyond that, and when there's already a legal method to address this, I don't think this ordinance needs to be changed. And one of the things I wanted to talk about, I've got 13 seconds, there's disparate treatment that's going to happen. This is going to result in lawsuits, and it's going to result in lawsuits against this ordinance in the city of Reno, and myself and Tom Hall will be working on that, a local attorney who's very, very good with ordinances and property law, and I don't want the city to be inviting these types of cases, but
Thank you, Mr.
challenge it if
Salvatore.
needed.
Hey, thank you, Rich. Love to hear exactly what your proposals are, so make sure you get those to us or stick around or whatever your plans are.
I have a 97-year-old father who gets out of the skilled physical therapy nursing center today, and I gotta pick him up.
You got to do that. Well,
But I will reach out
give me
to
your
you.
contact information, and then we'll connect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Eddie Lorton, followed by Lacey Shea.
Not myself. I had my pupils dilated this morning.
Oh,
so
that's
everything's
the
like
worst.
this.
I hate that. That's the worst. Are you
So-
ready to eat a lot of cookies, Eddie?
So I'm good. Thank you. No, well, I was concerned about that as well with Rich and others. And that's about these ordinances. They tried that before when Bob Cashel was mayor. Tried to close the bars down early. That's what got me into politics, my investments originally. Tried to shut the bars down, move the homeless shelter downtown. Everything they said they wouldn't do, they did, and it was our city's detriment. So now I'm here to, once again, they tried it with the bars then, didn't work. And then they tried it with the strip clubs, kind of trying to move them and close them down, didn't work. Now here we are again. So the thing is, this has always been a 24-hour state, 24/7. I bought buildings that had these licenses in place for 25 years. So the second it devaluates my business licenses or my building, I'll be suing. So I don't want to do any of that. The city doesn't need to get rid of more money through lawsuits, stuff like that. So I'm hoping they'll consider our value and what we did here, because we were here first. Midtown's different than like in the industrial zone, stuff where I have properties to where they put their bars in well-established neighborhoods. So they have a different situation. But when we moved downtown and we had it there, there's nothing there. And that's why I hope they don't make the same mistake on 4th Street to where they build all, this an entertainment district. They move there, you move next to the railroad track, there will be a train. You move into the entertainment district, there's gonna be noise. They have to expect that. And now they have no legs to stand on or ground right now, but we do if our properties or businesses devaluated. So that's where I'm at on that. And then we already moved into these areas that are like this, but then they're approving residential, like next to one of my buildings on 4th Street, they did 24 units, you're gonna have the same problem. So I hope in these areas, they're not gonna keep building and then try to cater to that and then destroy the businesses that have been there for a long time and our investments and our buildings. So I hope this thing gets thrown out, and then they're trying to close down outside entertainment at 10 o'clock. It's not even disturbing the peace till 11. I don't mind if people move here from different places, but don't forget why you left and then drag it here. I want to be what we are and have been, and a vital downtown's important. That's why if they had more walking patrols with police, that would curtail a lot of crime. I mean, use the same people you got, but a couple walking units would quit what goes on at night around here. And so I'm just here for business and property owners, trying to make us not do another thing that makes no sense. They've tried numerous times, and then we have to get lawyers and time, and I'd rather not do that at this point. I'm tired of arguing with people, you know what I mean? So thank you for your time.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thanks, Eddie.
Thank you.
Lacey Shea, followed by Brandon DeRiso.
Lacey,
Hi, guys. Good morning.
How are
Lacey
you?
Shea. I'm well. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good. Yes, you guys also. Lacey Shea from Shea's Tavern. I'm here in regards to the Title 18. I know that rules always need to be made, and it's to keep riffraff out and bad actors and whatnot. But measuring the sound by C-scale, I think, would be detrimental to the energy of the business. Example, the other morning, we had a DJ playing, and Alanis Morissette came on, and the crowd went wild, okay? And so I know that we were way past C-scale on that. And then, so when you're reviewing this later, will you please think of Alanis Morissette and Shania Twain, Man, I Feel Like a Woman? Because, when those songs come on, I know we're way past C-scale. I wasn't gonna bring up Del Mar, but since you did earlier, my dad had Del Mar. He started it in '75 after he was retired from the police force. He was a motorcycle cop. He got hit by a drunk driver. Well, he was in the hospital bed. He decided what he was going to do, and he opened up Del Mar, which is kind of ironic, opening a bar, being hit by a drunk driver. Anyway, so when he opened up Shea's, he made sure to put on the licensing 24 hours for entertainment, because he's like, he ran into this in '85 with the city, some kind of noise complaint or whatnot, and he even actually brought in somebody from Reno Tahoe Airport that did the engineering there to the sound, and then brought it to you guys and whatnot. So later on when you're thinking about it, just remember Alanis Morissette and Shania Twain. Okay?
We can't forget her. I did not know that about your dad. That's so cool. That's so cool. All right. Thanks, Lacey.
Brandon DeRiso.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Carr,
Yeah,
council.
sounds good.
I never spoke at council before. I admit to not having a full understanding of the breadth of human rituals. A couple of months ago, I attended a staff presentation on item C2 about the live entertainment ordinances and things that seem to be going on in the city. 12 years ago, another near-term limited council, they were attempting similar changes. And that was the first time Eddie Lorton called me and said, mind my pro Eddie Lorton here. He said, bro, I'm gonna be running for politics, bro. I said, please don't.
Is that how you sound? Is he doing a good impersonation?
I said, please don't. In fact, Madam Mayor, I gave you a call that very day, and I said, please let me join your campaign. It didn't come to fruition that way, but what Eddie did say to me was, you choose your own support, bro, but you're a smart guy, pay attention. So I paid attention, and the reason Ed asked me to pay attention is because he knows I'm very good at patterns, behavior patterns specifically, and over the course of this many years, specifically in recent years, I've noticed this council has a pattern for overt support of the J group. My concern about item C2, in addition to the myriad already mentioned, is just how devastating it is to a small business owner. to mess with the licenses in such a way that it's beneficial for a company like the J Group, but extremely harmful for us smalls. I'll give a further example of the J Group here with these architectural plans that I had drawn for them. I had a 90-minute Zoom call with Jeff Jacobs, where he information pumped me, used me, and discarded me as quickly as he brought me onto the Zoom. That was after making a number of promises about bookings and entertainment and doing things and asking me to bring a proposal for a stadium because they wanted 6,000. And at that time, I advised him, I said, do not go 6,000. That's what everybody in town has. If you're going to do it, you should go 15,000 because there's an ilk of artists there that no one else can reach. Now, they cut me out, took my drawings, and started a 15,000 festival capacity venue, which they're building before finalizing permits and getting subsidies and all the other things that happen to them. So I just wanted to know and make sure, I guess, that as we approach item C2, we're really thinking about how much we want to spite the small business owner to help this organization that I think is gonna pull up stakes and abandon us in 5 years because they're not making what they want. This man said to me, hey, Brandon, all your ideas are really, really cool, but how do I just make as much money as possible? And I said, sir, you have a great day, that's how.
Okay, thanks, Brandon. Madam Clerk.
Doralee Martinez via Zoom.
Dora. Dora, can you hear us? Dora, is she there?
We'll give Dora a second, and I'll just announce the written comments that we've received. Madam Mayor, we received 5 comments, which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, June 10th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by emails to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. 1 letter in favor and 5 letters of concern. So I apologize, that's 6 comments in total.
Okay.
And Dora has not unmuted, so if you'd like, we can close out public comment, and if she comes back, we will gladly put her back in the queue.
Okay, that would be fantastic.
We're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Okay, I'd like to ask council, may I get an approval of the agenda?
Mayor?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Pardon me.
Well, before, I'm going to get the approval of the agenda and then
sorry.
come back to you.
I'm
No, it's all good. Okay, I think I have a
Madam
motion
Mayor,
from,
there are a number of
Councilman-
things I think that have come off the agenda. Do you want me to identify those?
we're going to go into the approval, and then when we go before the department items, we're going to do that.
Normally, we have done it the other way to approve the agenda, but I'm happy to do it, Madam Mayor, as you've suggested. I'll move for the approval with the floating idea that you have.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. No, so wait, you're right. No, you're right. No, I was talking about another item.
I know what
Yeah,
you're talking about.
you
Okay,
know what I'm
thank you so
talking
much.
about. So
Ms. Manager, do you?
I'm going to, then Jackie, go ahead and update us on what you're moving and what your agenda looks like.
I'll take it
Because I
from
don't
here.
have a
Thank you,
copy of
Madam
it.
Mayor. Item C1 and G2 are going to be pulled from the agenda today, so they will come back at a future council date. Moving into the order for today, the plan is once you pull items off of consent, we'll hear those pulled items. After consent, we'll open the redevelopment board to hear council item C5 with RDA item B1 for a financial update and augmentation. After that, we'll combine council consent item B4 with redevelopment item B2. So I do need someone to pull item B4 during consent, please. Both are related to the demolition of the former Community Assistance Center. Then we'll close out our RDA agenda. After that, this afternoon, we'll hear item C2 no earlier than 1 p.m. Everything else will move in order. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Manager, I'm so sorry. I was trying to write down the G items. Which G items are being pulled?
G2. So pull item C1 and G2 from this agenda entirely. On the consent agenda, we need to pull item B4 for consideration with the RDA item B2.
And which is G2? I'm so sorry, I can't, my copy is,
City clerk review.
No.
I see that as G1.
Oh. Right.
So G1 is removed from this agenda.
Apologies.
G2 is continuing as posted.
Correct.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
I was confused.
With that, with those clarifications, Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve the remaining items as posted.
All right, I have a motion from Councilman Reese.
Second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. City Manager, Bryant, do you have anything else you want to update on the agenda? No? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I have one item for the consent agenda to pull today, and that would be item B4. B is in Bravo 4.
Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay, so, and I believe, Ms. Bryant, what was, you wanted? Yeah.
Item B4 on the consent agenda, we're going to hold and discuss it
Okay.
during the RDA discussion with
Okay,
B2.
perfect. All right, well, just stop me if I miss it. I don't know. Okay, with that being said, hold on. All right, I'm going to ask council members, are there any items that you would like to pull off consent?
Yes.
Yes?
Ms. Anderson? Oh.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I have a few. It's gonna sound like a lot, but part of it is I think they should be open together in like a presentation. There's quite a few things happening with regard to sewer projects. So if we can kind of just get presentation from staff about all of those at once. So I'd like to pull, B4's already been pulled, B7 through B18. Those are the ones that I think that could probably be done at the same time, B7 through B18. They're all sewer projects. B19, B20, B21, and B24. The remaining items outside of the sewer stuff, it's just kind of, I want a high level, just kind of review what these things are in a brief, just kind of discussion for the benefit of the public. So shouldn't, I'm not expecting it to be a long.
Okay. Will you just clarify what those numbers were exactly? Read them
Yeah.
off your list.
Okay, so B17,
Okay.
or I'm sorry, B7
Okay.
through B18. So B8, B9, all the way through B18.
11, 12,
Yeah.
13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Okay,
To 18, yeah.
okay, perfect.
And then B19, which is a RPD item, B20 also related to RPD, B21, and B24.
Okay, so I got you at 20, 21, and 24?
That's what she said.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make clear so that if any other council members have those on their list, that they've already been pulled. All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, I was going to pull B7, which has already been pulled.
Okay.
And B11, which has already been pulled.
Okay, perfect. Councilman Reese?
It's the item B4.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, is Councilwoman Taylor on the phone? No. Okay, Councilman Martinez?
Good, thank you, Madam.
Okay. Councilman Anderson? Nope, you're all good? Okay. All right, I have a motion to approve those
Second.
items.
The other item, second.
Wait, hold on a second. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on those items?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment on these items.
Okay, perfect. So with that being said, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to head into item B4.
Hang on, Mayor, please, would you mind holding B4 until we open the RDA? We can go ahead and start with B7.
Sure, no problem. Okay, we will open, or do you want to go or do we have to do that at a certain time?
This is the one where it's like B7 through B18. It's just kind of a lot of sewer projects, and this is something that, you know, is kind of a hot topic. I know for me a lot, especially with a lot of discussions of increase in sewer rate fee, and I know that there's a lot of projects coming down the pike, so I just thought it'd be good if we can kind of have kind of a presentation and just talk about, you know, the timeline of these, just for the public's benefit. So if we can just kind of get a presentation on these, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Trina Magoon, Director of Utility Services, for the record. I guess, do you want a little bit of information on each one of them and have staff come up who are in charge of those? Or do
Yeah,
you
that'd
just
be
want
great.
more of a overview?
However you guys want to do it, like I said, it's kind of, you know, large sums of money, kind of larger projects. I kind of wish these weren't on the consent item, to be honest, but just kind of, however you guys want to do it. If you want to do one overview project or go through each one individually, it's just, again, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of projects. I just would like the public to be a little more informed and hear more from the subject matter experts on these projects, you know, what's involved here.
Ms. Magoon, before you respond, Ms. Manager, I was wondering, at my briefing, similarly to Ms. Ebert, there were a lot of projects at once. And so what I have asked is if there could be a full sewer update at a future agenda item. And so I'm asking to see if the manager has figured out if that has a place for us when we return, or whether or not, because I'm not sure we can go through each one of these. It's a lot of detail information. And so I'm just trying to figure out whether we have the opportunity to do that as a standalone item. I think it is valid. Ms. Ebert and I both want to know what is going on writ large in the sewer world. Now, I understand each of these projects is a small part of different things, but the general consensus that Ms. Ebert raises is correct, that we need a broad, high-level understanding about the sewer, where we're headed, what we're doing, why we're doing it. Does that make sense, Ms. Ebert?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean,
I just wonder if today it's
that's
going
what
to
I
be
was
very
gonna
hard
say.
to do
If we should maybe wait until we come back, but I don't know if there's like a timing issue where we have to do
So
this.
let me interject in that. We do need to go ahead and get these projects approved today, and we are reporting back to you after the break on a full, complete picture of sewer in the region.
Okay.
Well, and Ms. Ebert, just so you know, I've asked to set up kind of a tour so that we might go on a field trip to see some of the work being done, and certainly I would love to go on that field trip with you.
Yeah.
I know that each of these individual projects are certain allocations for contracts that we've got to approve today, but your broader question is the right one about knowing and understanding the sewer writ large.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I guess just as much detail as you can, you know, on the time we have to just kind of talk about it. You know, I know we don't have forever, but if you can kind of just go through them.
Sorry, Madam Manager and members of the council, we need to appoint a presiding officer since we do not have Madam Mayor and/or Vice Mayor. So if I can have someone make a motion to appoint a presiding officer.
I'm happy to do it if you want me to.
I'll make a motion to appoint Councilmember Dewar.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, for the moment, I'll be the acting mayor until the mayor returns.
Thank
So,
you.
please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Once again, Trina Magoon, Director of Utility Services, for the record. I guess I would just like to start off by saying we do have a lot of items today on here. Some of these items come back annually at this time of year, so that's a typical thing that we do. Some of these are some larger projects that we have anticipated. All of these projects, the larger ones, were in the facility plans, were approved by the Joint Coordinating Committee for the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, if we're talking about those projects. And in general, you know, these projects are identified in facility plans through condition assessments, capacity projects, programmatic work, and risk ranking. So that's kind of just a general, how do we get here? We do go through those, we put them in the budget every year, that budget is approved, and then we go and do what we've been approved to do. So that's just kind of a primer on where we are. I will let each of our staff kind of do a quick minute or two on what each project is to give you a little bit more
Yeah,
information.
let's just
and
do
then-
a minute on each project. We will be coming back next time, but at least we know what we're voting on.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
what
want
was
to say
thinking.
thank you too, because I know that this is something I have been asking for a lot, so I do appreciate all this information. So I just want to, preface all of this by saying thank you, because I know I've been asking for this. I know you've given me briefings. We've had a lot of meetings, so I just want to say thank you to you and your team before we kick all this off too. So thanks.
Yeah, and thank you. We look forward to bringing back a more comprehensive presentation for you after this, but we'll take about a minute on each of these
That'd be
projects.
great.
and-
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Smith. I'm a senior civil engineer with Utility Services, and today I'll be presenting on the item B7, which is the award of contract to KG Walters Construction Company. It is for,
Let's open B7 and B8 together. So
Okay.
anything that's collectively the same thing, let's open those together.
certainly. So B7 and B8 are both for the filtration process improvements project. B7 is a construction contract with KG Walters, $12,264,200. $12,264,200. We're gonna be reimbursed on both of these items, cause they're TUMWRF items through the Joint Coordinating Committee, and it's funded out of the sewer fund. I have a brief overview of this project, if I could use this overhead here. So this takes place at our, regional wastewater treatment plant.
What are
Truckee
you
Meadows.
showing
Can
us
you move
here?
your paper down?
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, so this takes place at the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility. It's jointly owned by the cities of Reno and Sparks. And on the northern edge of this photo is the filter process. And think of the filters like your Brita filter at home. We're removing the floaties from the water. So these are what they look like when they're in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry, because it just fills up with water and then it slowly drains out. But nonetheless, these were built in 1985, and we've been noticing some issues with the capacity of this system. So just to give you a brief overview, we're at about 30 million gallons per day of wastewater that comes through the treatment plant. This is a snippet from the 1985 plans, which shows that this facility was designed for 40 million gallons per day, average annual flow, just 10 more than what we're doing nowadays, and a peak daily flow of 60 million gallons. So the reason why, what we've determined is the reason for that lowered capacity is just like your Brita filter, you have like a cartridge, right? So this cartridge has sand on top of it and anthracite coal, and as the solids percolate through there and get stuck in that anthracite coal, we need to backwash those solids out.
Okay.
As you can see, the sand has blinded these nozzles, and there's about 1,600 nozzles per filter cell, and we have 12 filter cells.
All
So it's
right,
a
thank
lot.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We got it. It's getting filled up. It's needs replacement. And
Yes.
it costs a lot of money.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now we're moving on to B9, possibly B10.
Yes, again, Matt Smith, Senior Civil Engineer, Utility Services. B9 and B10 are a construction contract award and an engineering consulting agreement respectively. One of them's for almost $2 million, and then the engineering services is for about $70,000. So this is the HVAC system for our bleach building. So bleach degrades in heat, and so in order for us to maintain our bleach, we need to keep it cool because it gets really hot here. It's really hot outside right now. So the more we're able to cool that bleach, the less that we need to use, the less chemicals we need to purchase. And these facilities have been in service for the last 35 years.
And I've learned that bleach, chlorine has gone up dramatically in price, like maybe 3 to 5 times.
Absolutely, it's
Okay.
skyrocketed,
Right,
since,
so-
especially since COVID,
So the more you can do to get us using less chemicals, the better.
Yes.
Okay. And then we're going to move on to B11 and B12, possibly.
Good morning, City Council. Nick Brothers, Associate Civil Engineer with Utility Services. Item B11 and B12 are related to the rehabilitation of clarifiers at the Reno Said Water Reclamation Facility, which is out in the North Valleys. Risworth is wholly owned and operated by City of Reno. Our clarifier tanks are big concrete tanks with a steel mechanism used to collect solids. And the 2 tanks that we're proposing to rehab have been in service continuously without the ability to do any maintenance since 1987 and 2004 respectively. So they're very old. With the completion of the expansion project, we now have redundancy and we can get in there and do rehab.
And was that B11 and 12 or just 11?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
12.
B11 is the construction contract and B12
B12.
is our support services.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. And we're going to move on to B13 and possibly B14. It looks like actually they're 2 different ones.
Matt Smith, City of Reno, Senior Civil Engineer, Utility Services. These 2 are connected. They're
Oh, they
part
are.
of the
Good.
same project. I do have a quick exhibit here. We know where this is at. This is at Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility. These are the pumps in question. This item is a change order for an existing construction contract. So
Okay.
our contractor is doing an upgrade currently on this entire system. What we've noticed when we started this job, these pumps were in good enough shape. Our staff thought that they were reliable. It's been going on for about two years, this construction project, and since that time, we've replaced them 5 times with, you know, all the components within. So these pumps are not the correct application for this, for what it's trying to do. So this is a change order to install new pumps, different ones that will fit the application.
Okay.
And that's B13 is the change order, which
Right.
goes towards the contract, and then B14 is amending the engineering services agreement.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're moving on to B15 and possibly, you tell me, possibly B16.
Matt Smith, Senior Civil Engineer, Utility Services. B15 is an agreement with Atkins, and this is a manhole rehabilitation engineering services agreement. So just like a city, Tumworth has lots of manholes throughout, and they range in age, but back to 1964, when it was originally constructed, they require maintenance. They require us to take a look at them and verify if they're in good working order, because a failure of one of those would be catastrophic, so.
Okay, we don't want that.
Yeah, nope.
Okay, all right. So who knew that they have their own manholes, so thank you. And we're moving on to B16. And you're doing a great job, by the way, all of you.
All right, good morning, members of the board. My name is Roy Flores, Senior Civil Engineer with Utility Services Department. So item B16 is a consultant agreement for professional engineering services for condition assessment of the Reno Sparks Interceptor. It's about 6 miles long and it flows to Tumworth. And what we're gonna be doing is putting a camera within the sewer pipe, seeing if the pipe is in good condition. If it's not in good condition, we'll make a determination if we need to make any fixes now, we need to make any fixes soon, or when we can come back in the future for future inspections. Is routine maintenance, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, perfect. And then B17.
Chris Holman, Senior Civil Engineer with Utility Services, and I'll take B17 and B18
Good.
related. So those have to do with the stormwater permit that is issued jointly to the cities of Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. Reno acts as the lead agency for that permit. So we have a coordinating committee that does activities like public outreach and B18, which is water quality monitoring. So B17 is a reimbursement agreement. Our activities are sewer funded, so that reimbursement agreement pays for those activities. So Western Regional Water Commission.
Good.
B18 is the monitoring agreement with Balance Hydrologics that's paid for with B17.
All right, perfect.
Thanks.
Let me turn it back over to Ms. Ebert. Are you satisfied? Are you ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I did just want to call something out, and I know I bring it up a lot of times when we have these kind of discussions, is, you know, Reno is not always the only one responsible for the cost of these things, that we do sometimes share costs with other agencies, I don't know what you want to call it, municipalities. So if you can just kind of real quick explain why that is, and, we're not going to go through each one, but just kind of, that this isn't always all Reno's responsibility. If you can just kind of talk about that a little bit.
Sure. So Trina Magoon, Director of Utility Services. At the Reno Steadwater Reclamation Facility, that is 100% City of Reno owned and operated, and all of the improvements come out of the sewer fund there. At the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, it's jointly owned and operated by Reno and the City of Sparks. Reno manages the capital improvement program, and Sparks operates the facility. So our costs that come through our CIP are based on ownership split of that facility. So that's why Sparks pays for a percentage and Reno pays for a percentage of that facility.
So I have a question just logistically about how that works. Is it City of Reno staff does all the work and we give Sparks an invoice? Or is it literally City of Reno just does one aspect of it and Sparks does the other aspect of it? And like, how does that work?
So on the capital improvement program side, where we're building things, we take it to our council and they take it to their council, and we each pay for a portion of that. On the operations side, they send us a bill and we reimburse them.
Okay, so it is Sparks people, they're working and we get an invoice.
And so we pay for a portion of Sparks people who are at the plant who, do the things and make sure that it's running on a day-to-day basis. And then Sparks pays for our staff who work on Tumworth facilities on the CIP.
Okay, but
So we share all
they cover like the benefits, the workers' comp, all that kind of stuff. We just cover the salary portion.
We cover a cost share.
Cost share, okay. Thank you very much.
All right, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, sure. I'll make a motion if I can to accept B7 through 18. I don't know if we need individual
No.
motions. Okay.
It's just a motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve items B7 through B18.
All right, I'll second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you, Trina and team, good job. And then we're moving on quickly to B19, which is about the police and the phlebotomy services.
Hello, Chief Nance. So, I always like to pull whatever RPD is doing. So if you could just kind of quick talk about this. I noticed this is also another kind of joint thing with Sparks regarding phlebotomy services. And then there's also something B20. I don't know if that's something we can open at the same time too. It's for approval of a contract with Blue Cover 6, or maybe you could just kind of talk about it at the same time too.
So we'll open B19 and B20. Thank
Okay.
you.
They're very different from each other. They
Right,
have to
but
do-
just
you can talk
address
about
them.
it. As long as
I can-
You're
yeah,
the
that's
same
fine.
person, so.
Okay. Chief Nance for the record. Yes, so B19 is our phlebotomy service contract. If you remember last year, around the same time, we brought you, or we started having to take over phlebotomy services from the sheriff's department. Used to provide that service. When they changed companies for their medical providers, that medical provider would no longer provide phlebotomy services, which is for after mostly DUIs is when we use it for.
Yeah.
It can be used for other things, but mostly it's DUI. So this is something that we have to continue. We partnered with Sparks because we were able to get a better fee, a better price per service.
Great. And did that reduce any kind of fees that we have to pay Washoe County? I know that there's some things that we still have to kind of pay them for, but did that reduce what we pay them for any services they provide?
No, there was no compensation extended for the increased cost for us.
Okay, so the fact that they're not helping us with that anymore, they did not say, okay, you don't have to pay.
No.
Okay.
We
thank
are
you.
continuing to work on that and what we pay them and to make it what I would say more fair, given
Equitable,
that this
yeah.
was something that they were providing and then just
That's
quit.
very interesting to know. Thank you for that information. The other thing, the Blue Cover 6, Innovation for Technology to Support the Reno Police Department. Can you just kind of tell us what that is?
Yes, this is an ongoing a contract that we bring back every year. It is the technical support for all of the app-based services that the police department has that the officers use on their phone, and they are able to utilize and access information on the go. It is something that it's outside of our IT contract. We do work with IT to ensure that it matches and it mingles and it's all safe and secure and what we need to be, but it's an ongoing contract. with them.
Okay, so, not new, just ongoing piece of equipment that you guys need?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, great. All right, I guess I'll make a motion
Thank you.
to accept B19.
Or
and
approve.
B20 Or approve B19 and B20.
All right, second. Any other conversation? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously for B19 and B20. The next one is B21.
Yeah. This is for the contract for the crime fighter barcoded evidence analysis, statistical tracking, laboratory information management system. I should have said the same one with the other two also, but can you just kind of tell us about this and if it's new or if it's something county used to do for us?
Yeah, so this is something that it's something that we do, it's solely ours. It is an evidence tracking software system that we were able to purchase with a grant. I brought this to council a while back with the understanding and the knowledge that I was going to have to come back and increase that amount because this is to make that system that we bought with the grant talk to the hexagon system. And so there was a cost to interface the two.
Yeah.
So this is already written into our grant as this amount, but I couldn't bring it to council for the increased, for the fees to talk to for the two systems to talk, because we didn't know what that was gonna cost until just now.
Yeah.
So it's just to augment our grant, which is already there, so it's to increase this amount so that we can have this system interface with Hexagon.
Do you feel like this is, process improvement? Do you feel like things are more accurately stored or easier to find or things like that? Like is this improving efficiencies in some kind of measurable way for you?
Yes, so the B software, which is our evidence tracking software, so if anything gets booked into our evidence room, it's a tracking software that has improved with our move. We actually did a whole evidence storage room purge, and so now we have all the information and the evidence that we need, not old stuff, and we were able to clean that up, and this software really does help with that. And then as we move into Hexagon, those two communicating will be imperative.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, motion to approve item B21.
All right, second, any further conversation or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we're moving finally to item B24 on the consent about John Champion Park.
Good morning, Council. How are we doing? My name is Landon Miller, Fund Development Manager for the Parks and Rec Department, and we're here to talk a little bit about B24 today. So do you have any specific questions, Councilmember?
Yeah, no, just want to give you a minute to shine. I'm really happy to see this project, so
Yeah.
just want to hear a little bit about it, and good to
For
see you
sure.
again, too.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you for having me. Big shout outs to our urban forester, Matt Basil, as well as Iris with One Truckee River, kind of putting this project together. It's something that they've identified as part of the One Truckee River Management Plan. And basically what this project does is there's concrete debris in and around the banks of the John Champion Park area. And what we're able to do with this money is essentially go in, remove and repurpose some of that concrete and really just improve the shoreline there of that area. So we're grateful for the support, the $70,000 from the Carson Truckee Water Conservancy District, definitely going a long way. So we're excited with their partnership. We're happy to get this going. And I was out there yesterday and it'll make a big difference for sure.
Awesome. What kind of timeline do you think there is on this? Like, when do you hope to have everything completed?
Yeah, so now that we have the acceptance of the grant with you guys, we'll be able to move forward with this hopefully in the summer and then do the work by fall. That's what we
Great.
put in our grant application. So
Awesome.
that's the goal.
Yay, all
Yeah.
right, thank you.
Yeah,
Anyone
thank you,
else have any questions, comments on John Champion Park? Seeing none, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, motion to accept? or approve?
Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
being here, Landon.
Thank you.
And then, given that we heard from most of the audience, first of all, C1 has been pulled, the RCVA. C2 is about the C scale, and I want to make sure the mayor's back to participate. We've heard from most of the public on that, so what I'm going to ask is us to take our break. We also have a legal briefing. over the break as well. So I'm looking at 1:45 to return. Is that sufficient? I'm asking Norma.
Yes, just a correction, we do not have a labor update as we had planned, so no labor update.
Oh, no labor update. Okay, so then what's the interest of the council? Should we go with a 30-minute break then? Does that make sense?
Whatever, sure.
What's that? Okay, so we'll return at 12:30, okay? So we'll stand adjourned until 12:30. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. Hi, how are you? Okay, we are going to, what is that? We are moving into where'd you left? We're gonna open the RDA. So, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna send it back over to you for roll call.
We are calling roll for the Wednesday, June 11th, 2025 Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Vice Mayor Taylor, absent at this time. Councilmember Dewar.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Ebert.
Here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Mayor Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We do have one public commenter,
Okay,
Arturo Rangel.
all right, hi.
Hello, dear council. Hello, everyone. My name is Arturo. I'm come as a resident of Park Towers. It's one of the local high-rises here in downtown Reno, right behind the courthouse, next to the river. We've got that exciting park coming soon. And I'm here because of the parking situation at Park Towers. So that tower does not have enough parking, underground parking, for all of the residents. We were told to park by the river. That was the only free parking, which is currently blocked off. So I've been parking, you know, the rest of the street parking is metered. So it's been an issue because I keep getting parking tickets, and there's not enough parking in the tower as is. And like I said, the free river parking is currently blocked off, and so you have to go in and out the long way. And to bring up the past, I don't know that we can do anything about it, but I found out that 20 years ago, the parking lot right next to Park Towers used to be owned by Park Towers, and I don't think that should have been sold off. I feel like that's done damage to not only the city parking, but to also the market value of that building. Because, as I said, there's not enough parking. There used to be before we sold off the lot. And since, I think that's just made the parking situation worse in that area. And then the building itself, the HOA keeps going up. And one of the reasons why, well, we don't have that parking anymore. It used to be additional income. They used to charge $100 a spot. And recently, they've had to raise the HOA, so I just feel like it's doing damage to the overall area. And I guess I've come to see if I could really get a parking pass for maybe the residents of that building. And then that's all I have to say. Just some thoughts, so.
Well, I think you bring up some very valid points. You're not the only one. So we are looking at a program so that it makes it much easier for those spaces, because we have had issues with it before, for sure. We also have another, I thought was Art Rangel, right?
Yeah, at the Montage.
We have another, yeah. You know each other, huh?
Yes, I used to rent at the Montage.
I was expecting, when you got off, I was expecting Art.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay. Ashley is right here, and she's going to tell you a little bit more about how we're trying to put a program in place so that it's not a hardship for you.
Great.
Okay, Arturo.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. I'll tell Art you said hi. Isn't that funny?
I believe we,
Oh, can you hear me?
yeah, I believe we actually have Art Rangel on Zoom.
No way. Hey, Art, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. What a coincidence, having Arturo there.
That's great. Go ahead.
I just want to speak to public comment relative to, I want to talk a bit about best practices in generating tax increment. Well, I have the entire board here. Tax increment generated within a redevelopment project area is one of the most important economic development tools a community has when it's properly used, especially in a low-tax state like Nevada. Sophisticated redevelopment agencies have a goal to encourage development which maximizes Florida area ratios. floor area ratio similar to the 5-story development at the Reno Experience District, which is a high-end apartment and hotel complex. Another example is the Ballpark Apartments, another high Florida area ratio project with 5-story buildings. Both of these projects contribute to infill development and created significant new tax increment for redevelopment project areas 2 and 1 respectively. I would encourage the Redevelopment Agency Board to seek to approve similar high Florida area ratio projects, as well as working with EDON to diversify our economy by encouraging new industry sectors to Reno that will attract high-paying jobs to fill the vacancies in the Reno Experience District and other market rate housing. We desperately need that. The market is changing. I would also encourage you to resist the temptation to fill the current city general fund budget gaps with projects that will not create new high-value tax increment, because as you know, redevelopment project area 2 only has 10 years before it expires, and redevelopment project area 1 only has 18 years before it expires. So please maximize the tax increment generated at these projects. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Art. Good comments.
There's no one else signed in, and we did not receive any correspondence.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Approval of the minutes. May I get a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a
Second.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's see. And now we're going to go into A.51.
We're going to do B1, and I believe we're opening it with City Council item C5.
Okay. All right. Item C5, I'm going to let Finance take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Lindsay Hatfield, Budget Manager with Finance. I'm here today with your fourth quarter financial update and augmentation. So I know we've talked a lot this past spring about economic forecasts and where we're at, so I wanted to give a little bit of an update, kind of reinforce what we've talked about at budget adoption and the workshops. The State Economic Forum was held on May 1st, and the information that we got out of that, across the state, we're seeing slow revenue growth, softening of all of our revenue sources, and the updated overall forecast that we got was still very close and in line with the economic update that we had gotten in December from them. And these numbers do still align with how we built the budget for next year, so we're in line with what's being projected. We are seeing more of a current year flat revenue rather than the amended negative 0.7 that they were projecting, but that is more skewed a little more towards Southern Nevada. We are still forecasting a 0% in the current year. Across all of the presenters at that economic forum, the top concerns were overall economic uncertainty, continued concern over the tariffs and the unknowns that we're going to see coming out of those changes, and then a decline in consumer confidence. Again, this is all consistent with what we've been seeing this year, and it is also consistent with how we built the budget for next year. So not really much of a change at this point. We did get an update from the Department of Taxation on the Modernize Your Nevada Tax System, that MINT system. They have had a pretty rocky rollout, a lot of feedback from municipalities and counties for that rollout, but they have been communicating with us. We've gotten multiple memos explaining the process and the change in the accounting method. That change is making it challenging for us to project, because we do not have those same month-over-month direct trending that we were able to do before, because that period has shifted now, but they were able to confirm our assumptions that we were half a month behind in receipts. So we were able to use that information to update our model. So now that we know kind of where we line up, we were able to put that information into our models and rerun and make sure that we're still on track as expected, and we are. Taxation also assured us that we will receive a full 12 months this year in C-tax revenue, which is good news. That was a little bit of an uncertain for a while. So we should receive 2 payments for June, so we'll get the regular installment and then kind of what's left. So we are looking to have a full 12 months this year, and all of that information was used to build out the budget for next year that was adopted on the 21st. So this slide here you have seen before, and we have it really highlighted in bold to make it clear. These numbers were as of March the 30th. About that time of the year, we really have to lock everything in place and say, okay, this is where we're at right now, and then use those numbers and the information that we have on hand at that time to project and develop the tentative budget that is due to the state by April 15th. So just kind of wanted to quickly go back to these numbers because this was the baseline assumptions that were used to project FY26. And for the most part, these are all trending very closely to what was projected at that time. We do have 2 highlighted here, property tax and franchise fees. Both of these revenue sources we get quarterly. So we only get 4 payments a year for those 2. And when we had to lock things down, we had only received 2 quarters. We have now received the 3rd. So we have a little bit more data to share with you there. Property tax is currently about 0.8% above budget, where originally we were seeing it at about 1.5. So that's a slight decline, but still above budget. And then franchise fees now with that 3rd quarter coming in overall for the year is actually down about 17%. On the expenditure side, we're seeing a little bit of right-siding from that lowered revenue, but still pretty close to what we were projecting there. We have a few unknowns that are going to come through before the end of the year if we have cash outs or other, severance payments, those sorts of things that aren't really, they're sort of one-off, not as predictable. So we won't know for sure about those until the year closes out, but we do feel pretty secure on these projections and where 26 was built from. The next quarterly augmentation that comes will not be until October, but we will be bringing a financial update before that. So we will come back in August with another financial update just to make sure that we're giving you all the information that we're getting. By that point, we will have closed out and rolled forward POs. We'll know about the ones that possibly closed out with unspent funds. We will have received a majority of the revenues. We'll only have very few things at that point that will be an unknown, so we'll have a really solid idea of how this year ended, and we want to make sure to get that before council as soon as possible. So again, that'll come back in August. For general fund major revenues, that would be property taxes, consolidated taxes, franchise fees, and business licenses. We are always using the best information that we have at the time. So when we project out the next year and all the information that was presented to you for FY26 budget adoption, that's all based on the estimated amounts from this year. So we're not taking the adopted budget where we may have some lower estimates coming in. We're not using that higher number. We're always using the most current data that we have. And so this is the information that was used there. We are adjusting our models every time that we get new revenues so that we can ensure that we're still trending as expected. I did want to take a minute to talk about this space here. We know that we have had some declining revenues, but City Manager Bryant has been really proactive and strategic with how our resources are being used, and I feel that our departments have also been really great partners in addressing these ongoing challenges, and so I wanted to just take a second to thank them for that. For our franchise fees, we haven't dug too deep into these, so taking a minute here to look at these a little closer. Of these 6 categories, we really only have control over sanitation and sewer. We do have the option to audit franchise fees every 3 years, and we're working really closely with the internal audit division to make sure that we have that schedule firm and that we are auditing as we can every 3 years, all of these different fees to make sure that things are being reported accurately. As I mentioned, the sanitation and sewer, we do control those franchise fee percentages, but they're flat rate, they're not consumption based. So when we do see growth in those areas, so with franchise fees, you can see in this graph, there is a step where every year it's incrementally a little higher. Sewer franchise fees really should look the same, but we had a correction in 25 that was for 24. If it was posted in the right year, it would look the same as the sanitation franchise fees. That really comes from if there are rate increases or new developing coming online. So we haven't had a rate increase there for those franchise fees, but we do still see growth in that area because of new development coming online. So all of our franchise fees besides those 2 are 5% of gross, and that is controlled at the state level. We have electric and gas. Those are big ones for us. Those are consumption based. So that means that we'll see drastic fluctuation in those areas when usage changes. Our gas franchise fee is back almost the same level it was in FY22, and we assume that that is because of the mild winter that we had and people just not using as much. So potentially that is that usage based. We also know now that there's been some overcharging by NV Energy, and so there's the potential that some of that may be getting paid back and affecting those gross amounts. We're just not 100% sure at this point. The telephone franchise fees, those are being audited this year. You kind of see those declining, and that is because our telephone franchise fees, it is 5% on landlines, but it's a flat $5 on cell phones. So as people get rid of those landlines and go to cell phones, it's just a flat rate there. And then cable TV, we were previously on a downward trend for that, but we're kind of seeing that flattening out now. And I've been reading a little bit about this, and it possibly people are switching back. They're seeing that streaming has gotten to the point where it is more expensive than cable, and so we're seeing people move back to cable now. So I think that's kind of where that flattening is coming from there. So looking at our expenditure side, for salary and benefits, this gold bar that we have up there, that's the percentage of the year we were at. All of this data is as of May the 23rd. So at that point, we had a little over 3 pay periods remaining out of 26. So we have a pretty good idea of where salary and benefits are going to end the year. Again, we still have some unknowns like severances and cash outs, but for the most part, the majority of payroll, we have a pretty good idea of where that's going to end up. We are currently averaging about 85.2% of the budget, and we're at 88% of the year. So we do anticipate will be at least 2.5%, if not more, below budget on salary and benefits, which is great. That is a portion of what we proposed and brought to council, that savings to use for next year to balance the budget. So we're on track with that as expected. Service and supplies, we're actually seeing a little more savings in this area. The dark blue bars that you see here, those are actual expenses that we've had to date. And then the lighter blue bars, those are encumbrances. There's always the possibility that some of those encumbrances may be closed out, unspent. So there may be even more savings in this space, but we don't rely on that possibility for our forecasts. We assume that because a department has issued a purchase order and committed those funds that they will be spent. So as of the time that this data was run, we were trending at about 70% expenses to date and about 82% with those encumbrances, which is good because we were at 87% through the year. So, moving on to the augmentation piece, we do have some grants and reimbursements that are coming through. That's primarily what is being recognized in the general fund. There's some council donations. Those are listed out in a table in the staff report. And then this being the fourth quarter augmentation, this is our final chance to make any changes to the budget. So we have done a true up of this category here and there to make sure we have a lot at the end of the year where we see capital improvement projects, CIP that was budgeted as capital, and then a piece of it might have been charged in a supply line. So we just kind of do that shifting to make sure that everything aligns with how those expenses came in. And then we're also adjusting for the one-time funds that council approved to use to balance FY26. So all of those one-time funds, we've kind of done some shifting to put those in place where they need to be to utilize them next year. For the RDA, the tax increment that is coming in for RDA 1 is coming in excess of those debt service payments. So we've made an adjustment to the budget there to have that additional revenue come into the RDA 1 general fund. And it is sufficient now to repay that loan from RDA 2, the $1.2 million. That loan went through in FY22. So this will clear that. And then there's also there is a piece of land that the RDA holds, and it is going to be booked as a fixed asset. Currently, it's booked as land for resale, which is just kind of, we're doing an accounting cleanup of this. Having land booked as land for resale categorizes it as an investment, similar to our cash investment portfolio. And it's not cash, but it looks like it. It's sitting in fund balance. So updating that, just as an accounting entry to book that land as a fixed asset will correct that, or not correct, but it'll true that up so that it's not reflected as a part of fund balance anymore. And now that, just as a reminder, RDA 1 is putting off more increment than the debt requirement. We will have that 18% for the Washoe County schools, so that was anticipated with the budget, and that is being held aside as well. And I'm here if you have any questions.
All right, good job.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel okay.
You did great. You did wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna head on over to Councilman Reed.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hatfield. Excellent presentation. I wanted to focus on the slide that talked about the debt payments and the redevelopment agency. So there was a period of time historically where we were not able to pay the debt service on redevelopment area 2. Is that correct?
1.
1, I'm sorry. So 1 was underperforming. And so where did the funds for those payments, debt payments, come from?
From RDA 2.
Okay. And then there was also a period of time where the RDA 2 wasn't throwing off enough. So where did those funds come from? It's sort of historical, right?
There was a period, I want to say about 10 years or so ago, where the baseball payment was partially made from the general fund.
Okay, so how much is, and maybe it's not something that you have at your fingertips. I'm not trying to do hocus pocus on you. I just want to figure something out. Because it would seem to me that whatever we paid out of the general fund way back when should now be repaid by the fund now that it's whole. And so I want to understand where we are with that sort of line of thinking.
We have looked into that, and those payments were not booked as loans. The payment was backed by the general fund, and so the general fund made the payment, and that wasn't an avenue that we were able to
Whether they were
explore
booked
further.
as loans or not is not relevant to me. I want to understand what is the legal answer to why we cannot repay ourselves now that the RDA is actually performing.
Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager, for the record. Thank you, Councilman, for the question. I know that this was something that you'd brought up, and we've begun doing the research. Preliminary review by legal counsel has identified that because it was not booked as debt at the time, as a loan, that they do not believe that the general fund would be eligible to be repaid. We are having outside legal counsel review that. This is tied into the baseball settlement, so it's a much larger conversation than what would be a general just transfer of monies.
Okay, I'd just like an update on that at some point in time.
We'll let you know as soon as we get more information.
Ms. Hatfield, I don't have other questions. It's a routine augmentation, but thank you so much.
I'll make a motion if you'd like, but
I have a question. Sorry, I do now. I thought there would be more questions before.
Okay, go ahead.
So I also just kind of to agree with Councilmember Reese's points is, you know, this motion to approve, will this affect any future outcome with regard to like legal discussions regarding payment back to the general fund for any payments that were made out of the general fund? Like, would we still be able to do it if legal says, yes, we can use these funds?
Yes, if legal were to come back and say that, then we would. There is not anything regarding that included in what you're making a motion on, so it wouldn't be in there.
Okay, all right, thank you very much for that.
Okay, go ahead.
I had just made a motion, so I don't know if anyone else has questions.
Sorry, Brandy. Just
So we
scream
have
at me if you need anything.
two
Okay.
motions. Could you put
All
the
right.
motions back up, please?
There's actually three because there are three resolutions.
Right, so I'll just do them separately. So my first one's for the City of Reno to approve the augmentations and revisions from April 1, 2025 through June 30, 2025.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
So the second one would be for Redevelopment Agency 1, move to approve the augmentation and revisions from January 1, 2025 through June 30, 2025.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay,
And then for the Redevelopment Agency 2, I move to approve the augmentations and revisions from January 1, 2025 through June 30, 2025.
okay, so I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, thanks so much. Good job. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you.
I believe we're moving on to RDA item B2 and Reno City Council item B4.
Okay. All right. Travis, nice to see you.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
For the record, Frank Avera, Facility Manager with the Maintenance Operations Department. Good afternoon, Madam Mayors and
Yeah.
and council members and City Manager Bryant. The item before you today is a joint venture between Facility Maintenance and the Redevelopment Agency for the demolition of the buildings located at 315 and 335 Record Street, formerly known as the Community Assistance Center.
Okay. And then, this is with B4 too, correct? Okay. Any, Councilman Eber?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did have some questions. So I think everybody's aware that we have some budget issues at the City of Reno. And my concern with this is, you know, we pay the cost to demo this building if council agrees, and it's $700,000. And we potentially get paid back if everything goes smoothly with Ulysses that has this project pending, you know, several grants from the federal government and other agencies. What I'm curious to know is what would be the cost to not tear it down? I know that there's security that would need to be there and there's other issues with the facility, but I am just curious to know, like, is it more than $700,000? Is our liability more than that? Like, it feels like this is also a risk to have this expense with the sale not actually being technically completed. So just wanted to know what your thoughts are.
So I think the hard costs don't total 700,000, that being electricity, gas, security, my folks checking on the building, vandalism, graffiti, and the overall risk to the city is probably the second half of that equation. You know, that's an open parking lot now. That's not, we can't really secure that facility as is. And so there's a lot of traffic down there because of the feeding that happens at the Gospel Mission. This is a very
So do you think like a chain link fence would be adequate? I mean, they're like, what kind of additional measures would we need to take to secure?
Well, it's a parking
area.
lot, so it's been leased by the RDA to businesses in that area, so it's open, the gate is
Yeah.
open.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the building itself has a temporary fence around it,
Yeah.
but we're still seeing activity with that building. It's really hard to defend a vacant building.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even if we had like night security or something, that kind
Secur-
of patrol
yes,
the area? it's
Security checks
still-
on it. That's
Yeah.
part of their patrols.
Okay, okay. All right.
Okay. I'd like to add a comment. I just want to say that when I had bought a lot of buildings as part of the flood project, and we realized that the longer they stood, the more hazard they posed, because it could burn up. It could be vandalized. It could be used for nefarious activities. So the risk of having it, I think, also has to be calculated in. And we ended up demoing a lot of the buildings because we wanted to just get rid of the risk, which is uncalculated. So I don't know if that went into your thinking.
It does. I mean, it's really hard to defend an empty building. They deteriorate very quickly, and there's no one there on site 24/7 keeping an eye on things. So it's just a tough to have empty buildings. We have several empty buildings around the city, and they're magnets for.
Yeah, I mean, I could think of the Lear off the top of my head, right? Like, we just have a chain link fence around that currently, and,
The Riverside building.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just curious, I can't recall off the top of my head what the time frame is for Ulysses to get this grant funding through, but I don't think it's some undetermined amount of time that we should wait.
I believe
on
it's the
that.
end of the year.
Okay,
But,
so,
I think by December.
Hi, Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. Ulysses is actively still pursuing developing the site. They've applied to the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco. They've talked to the State Housing Fund. They've discussed with the city, so they are locking up all their funding sources. They plan on submitting permits in December, so they're still proceeding. If they don't get the allocation needed to develop, they have multiple rounds. But the original agreement expected them to close by December 31st. They get a one-year extension if they happen to not get the funding sources allocated. They'll have another year to do multiple attempts to try to get the funding to do the project.
okay, and let's just say like worst case scenario, God forbid, that doesn't happen. We get another buyer later. We cover that cost, right? We're not gonna pass that $700,000 on to the next buyer.
Actually, the property demoed and the property with the buildings are the exact same price. So the property with no buildings on it, it was appraised at $4 million. And the value of the properties with the buildings on it was about 3.4 million. So whether it's demoed or whether the buildings are as is, the value of the property is roughly the same.
Exactly, so I'm not understanding why we would spend $700,000 to keep the value of the property the same.
If you go and you spend the money to develop the property and you go to sell the site as a development site with no land, it would be worth more money than what the agreement was sold for this past year.
Okay.
It is worth more on paper
Yeah, I think
having
you
it
said, just,
demolished.
I didn't really use any of my time, but I think you said that without the property, the encumbrance, that raises the value. If it's there, they know they have to demo it, so they have to discount the offer in the amount that they think it's gonna take to demo and get it back to developable, right?
Correct,
So
thank you.
I think you said 4 million without the property and 3.4 with the is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so he's saying it might go up 600,000 if we actually demo it and make it ready for work.
And we did comparisons of other parcels, like adjacent parcels.
We got
with
two
the county
appraisals.
assessor.
Yep, we got two appraisals from different appraisal companies. They both appraised it. And at the time when it was appraised, the demolition cost was $600,000. That's why that delta is there. By the time we did the purchase sale agreement, the estimated cost was about $670,000. Costs continue to go up. So if this gets further delayed, it's likely to be more expensive in the future to demolish this property.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? No? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, sure. Would you like a motion at this time? Is there anyone else? Okay. Can you put up the recommended motion? Or do you have one? Yeah, well, that was going to be my next.
Okay, so I have a motion. And I
Second.
have a second
Thank
from
you.
Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Wait,
opposed?
I just wanted to say
Oh,
for discussion.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I understand, some of the reasoning on this, but I just think, given that the potential sale of the project or the properties, we should know in December to do this now, considering the kind of budget issues that we're having currently. I know that there's some really dire needs within the city of Reno for some other things that we need regarding payroll systems and other things. I just feel like this money could be better spent versus tearing things down with the hopes it will be reimbursed in December, just at this time. So I'm not going to support just for those reasons. But I just wanted to explain why I'm not going to support it this time.
Okay.
And I wanted to just get clarity on the
Go ahead.
source of funds. Is it from one of the RDAs or general fund?
Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. The Redevelopment Agency is covering the cost of the demolition. Eventually, that will get reimbursed back to the Redevelopment Agency.
Okay.
So the City of Reno General Fund is
not at
incurring
risk.
no expenses in this transaction.
Does that?
Yeah, I mean, I still think there's a lot of need within the city of Reno, even if it's not coming out of the general fund, RDA. I mean, again, we have several plans that we've received and accepted to do things in the city of Reno that we don't have funding for, including just things as simple as shade structures and garbage cans. To the mayor's point, we need areas with waste baskets that I think that we should use those funds towards. So I'm just gonna be no.
None of that comes out of the RDA budget. You understand that, right? That's all
There
general
are
fund.
things in the placemaking study that we could pay for with RDA funds.
Let me ask you really quick, how soon do they pay that back?
Upon close of sale, the city will, I believe the sale price was $600,000. So the second that closes sale, given some due diligence, the City of Reno General Fund will receive $600,000 directly. And the Redevelopment Agency would be reimbursed the $670,000 for the cost of the demo. Once the site is developed, the city gave the developer a loan over, I want to say 10 or 15 years to pay back $3.4 million for the cost of the property, minus that $600,000. So the city will receive annual loan payments on that property over the next 10 to 15 years.
At what percentage?
I want to say it was 2%. Yeah.
Wow. Now, the only reason that I want to be super clear with everyone up here, is the reason why we all supported this is for affordable housing, because it was the shelter property that we felt that the use should be affordable for some of the most vulnerable, because that's what the use was intended. I don't know how that came to be. I wasn't on the council at the time, obviously, but I want to make sure. Have we brought that contract back? 'Cause
We have, yeah. That contract has been executed. Ulysses is a developer. They just finished another property in the North Valleys that was a full affordable housing project. So they are proceeding on developing, I think it was 180 units of, it's 130, 180, sorry. A lot of affordable housing units, bringing them back downtown.
Yeah, no, which is great, right? I really appreciate that, but I just also think we have to always watch out for the best interest of the city and for what the intended use was. So they do have a good track record, which is nice. That's not always the case when we have dealt with developers. And so I appreciate it. But, just have them, I think one of the things is have them communicate with you how it's going, where we're at. The better we can get more affordable housing, the quicker, the better, right? So we want to make sure that there is
They want to do this as fast as possible. So yeah,
Okay.
we have had probably every other month meeting, updating on their sourcing of their funding. So
Okay, that's great. And again, I think it's an example of private and public partnerships. There's a lot of things that government does not do well at all and should not be in the business of certain things. And so I appreciate the partnership, but also the ability to bring more affordable housing downtown. More doors downtown.
More
That
doors.
means more services, more people out, safer, police, right? Safety, police. Anyway, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving right along, Madam Clerk, where are we at?
So I just wanted to clarify that the motion on the table is for RDA item B2.
Oh, okay. Then I should clarify. Let me ask, Carl, I think, can we just put on the record that Councilwoman Ebert voted no? Or do I need to take that
Why
again?
don't we just take the motion?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries, 5-1. Okay. We are now, Madam Clerk, going into item,
Or was that for both?
that's a good question.
Yes, we do need a separate motion for
Okay.
B4.
Perfect. All right.
All right, I'll make a motion for approve staff recommendation for B4.
Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. Thank you, Councilwoman Anderson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Now we move along.
Do we have to do anything else with RDA, like the public comment?
No,
and
I
close
think
it?
we just have to close it. So now we will close the redevelopment agency,
A motion to adjourn?
and
Motion to adjourn.
I'm going to have you say motion to adjourn. Tell them.
Madam Clerk, there's no public comment.
There's no public comment and
Thank
no
you.
correspondence received.
Yeah, say, I would like,
I would
from the council, a motion to adjourn.
I would like from the council motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn the RDA?
Second?
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
All those opposed?
Motion carries unanimously.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now, let me tell you something. Anytime you have a motion to adjourn, I have never had anyone ever oppose it. Okay? Imagine that. It's one thing that in politics, everyone can typically agree on. Everyone wants to adjourn. Okay, good job, Autumn. Okay, Madam Clerk, tell me where we're
I
heading.
believe we're moving into item C2 on the Reno City Council agenda.
Someone's phone is ringing here somewhere. Hold on. Okay, Madam Clerk, where are we? Item,
Item C2 on the City Council agenda.
okay. Do you have any public comment on this item?
Let's see. I do have one person signed in, Maggie Thielander.
Great. Maggie, come on up. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor Shivi and City Council members. For the record, my name is Maggie Thielander. As a downtown resident for over 20 years, I have witnessed the firsthand and profound evolution of the city's nightlife and entertainment sectors. While I fully support a thriving downtown economy and cultural vibrancy, I believe we are at a critical juncture where thoughtful regulation is needed to balance business interests with public safety, quality of life, and responsible resource management. The current late-night operations of bars and nightclubs, particularly after 11 p.m., have strained community resources and directly impacted residents' well-being. I respectfully urge that the council explore and adopt proven business models that not only support economic growth, but also ensure sustainability and accountability. Encourage responsible ownership and operations through licensing incentives for venues that demonstrate community engagement and compliance. Require venues open past 11 p.m. to submit noise mitigation plans and have designated security protocols approved by the Reno Police Department. Ensure code enforcement and public safety resources are factored into the viability of extended hours, especially for venues in high-density residential areas. Noise is the most significant measurable impact of late-night venues on the surrounding community. I strongly advocate for the consistent application of the C-weighted decibel scale across all nightlife venues citywide. Unlike the A scale, the C scale more accurately measures low-frequency sounds such as bass, which commonly permeates residential buildings and disturbs sleep, even when volume levels appear compliant under the older standards. Across the country, cities have been adopting this scale to more fairly assess and regulate real-world noise pollution. Standardization of the C scale for enforcement would create a level playing field for businesses while protecting the peace of nearby residents. The success of any nightlife strategy depends on the capacity of city agencies to enforce policy consistently and equitably. Therefore, I urge the city to align future nightclub and bar policy decisions with the capabilities of the Reno Police Department and code enforcement staffing and response capacity to conduct late-night inspections and response to violations. By doing so, we ensure that the growth in our vibrant nightlife does not come at the expense of livability, fairness, and public safety. Let's work together to ensure that our city remains a place where businesses thrive and residents feel respected and heard. Thank you
All right,
for your
thank
consideration.
you. Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, any further public comment?
Yes, Art Rangel via Zoom, followed by Rick Casaza.
All right, hey, Art.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I want to talk about what has changed in Reno over the past 10 years relative to item C2. The city of Reno adopted an updated master plan in December of 2017. Nevada law requires consistency with the city's master plan. I want to read to you one of your policies relative to housing options within that master plan. And I quote, "To encourage a variety of housing options at diverse price points to support a more diversified workforce and compositions of residents in downtown, including professionals, service workers, entrepreneurs, students, and retirees, among others." I also want to mention a part of Title 18, the City Development Code. This is out of Article 14, residential adjacency. Again, I quote, "The purpose of this article is to promote compatibility or compatible transitions between land use areas of different intensities and reduce potential negative impacts that may occur when mixed use and non-residential development is located near residential zoning districts." Bars which are open during the late night and up to early morning, up to 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, with excessive loud noise sea level is not compatible with Master Plan Policy 3.1B, nor do they meet the intent of Article 14 relative to residential adjacency. A fundamental principle of zoning is to separate incompatible land uses, as you just heard. Allowing loud music during the middle of the night and early morning adjacent to residential uses violates that principle. Some loud late night, early morning bars in downtown Reno have demonstrated they require excessive calls for service, draining city resources. Some of these bars have been magnets for rowdy behavior leading to crime. I would hope the city would do a cost-benefit analysis for such uses that require more than necessary city services, especially given the city's general fund budget deficit. Thank you for allowing me to speak to this critically important issue as it relates to the future of downtown and its downtown neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks, Art. Madam Clerk.
Rick Casaza.
Rick. I've known Rick, I don't even want to say this, you guys.
She was about this big.
No, I've
I
known
think-
Rick for
I think my
probably
sister's babysat her.
50, I hate to say, I've known Rick probably 50 years.
50 years easy.
We
Yeah.
were neighbors growing up together, and I was good BFFs with his sister. So this is Reno. Anyway, I love
Rick
it.
Cazaza,
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Okay, go ahead.
Rick Cazaza representing Reno Public Market today. We are in favor of a new ordinance allowing later night entertainment. We are an entertainment zone, well, we are an entertainment, the food hall, we have entertainment all the time. Just so you know, we are the third largest venue for Art Town in the city of Reno. So we have probably over 20 events for Art Town. Now, Art Town doesn't go past 11 o'clock at night, but we do have, as we've as we've grown over the last 2 years, we do have several, actually almost 2.5 years now,
Yeah.
several events that have gone, that people that want to come in past 11 o'clock, and we have not been able to do that. We have had a couple EDM things that started about 9 and went till 2, but those were under a special use permit, and we've never had any, didn't have any issues with any of the neighbors. So we would be in support. We would also support the noise part of it as well, a reasonable one. We're a concrete building, concrete and steel. You don't hear a lot out of us.
Yeah.
So we're just here, we're interested in the new ordinance. Reno is an entertainment town, if you guys can all remember, and I know Mayor Sheevy remembers driving down Virginia Street, and some of the loudest noise you ever heard were the machines going and the coins hitting the bottom of the slot machines. And that was the excitement of Reno. And I know
Cruise, remember?
and I know it's a little different with residents, but you know, I just read an article in the paper about the apartment building over here. The Ross Manor was built in 1904. Wow. That was in downtown.
That's
There was a lot of noise going on downtown by then. So there has got to be a happy medium, and I agree with that. And I don't envy this EDM music. I tell you, when the promoter was in the doing a sound check, and I was standing about 4 feet from his speaker, and he had it up like 2 notches. He about blew me out the door. So that stuff is difficult, but we support a new ordinance that would allow in mixed-use zoning the ability to go past 11 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, good. Thanks so much, Rick. Good seeing you.
There's no one else signed in. We did receive correspondence that were distributed to the council and posted online that were distributed as 1 letter in opposition and 3 letters of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. Angela, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. For the record, Angela Foos, Assistant Director with Development Services. So the purpose of this agenda item really is to provide council with information about the concerns we're hearing, both from the bar industry that participate in live entertainment and from the residents that live either in downtown or midtown or are impacted by some of these live entertainment venues, and then give you guys some options of, do you want to move forward with making some changes? First question we always get is, well, what is live entertainment? Live entertainment is anything that involves singing, dancing, karaoke, DJ trivia. If you just go to a bar and there's music playing in the background, no, that is not live entertainment. But once you break out a dance floor and people start dancing, yes, then it becomes live entertainment. When we look at the rules in place today, and these have evolved over the years, and so the last time we updated these rules was back in, I think, 2021, that had significant changes. And we put in place a new rule that said you can do indoor live entertainment anywhere in the city of Reno by right, up until 11 o'clock at night. We didn't have that before, so that was to provide more flexibility anywhere in the city of Reno that allowed, you know, a bar and a restaurant. If you have a restaurant, you have somebody playing the piano in the background. Now you can do that by right without a conditional use permit, as long as you cut it off by 11 p.m. If you want to go past 11 p.m. anywhere citywide, then you have to go through a conditional use permit. So this is not specific to downtown, this is citywide. All live entertainment past 11 p.m. requires a conditional use permit. In terms of outdoor live entertainment, we cap that at 10 p.m. So you can do it anywhere in the city up until 10 p.m. If you want to go past 10 p.m., you would need to get a conditional use permit. Now, if you have an existing special use permit or a conditional use permit, or you're doing a special activity, those are different rules, right? Those are case by case. But moving forward, anyone that came in past 2021 has to follow these rules. So what's wrong with these rules? Here's some of the complaints we are continuing to hear from, I would say, the business community that wants to have live entertainment. They're saying, whoa, a conditional use permit? Today's rate, well, effective July 1st, it's about $5,000 to apply for a conditional use permit. You don't get that money back if we deny your conditional use permit, so that's money lost. It takes on average about 3 months. You have to go to the Neighborhood Advisory Board, you have to go to the Planning Commission, and of course, it can be appealed to City Council. Now, we tried to streamline this process specific to live entertainment. We said, we've been just conditioning things. One bar is different from the next bar, and that doesn't make sense. What if we had the same conditions for every bar that had live entertainment? But then we'd have issues of, well, this one has a unique situation, so we should add this condition. Well, this one, the neighbors are really complaining about noise, so we should add this additional condition. So while we wanted to create some level of certainty, it became very, very difficult. That also makes it tough for the bar owners because they don't know what they're getting into. And a lot of times they'll come into this saying, if I'm gonna put up $5,000, I need to have some level of certainty that I'm not gonna come out of this with a yes vote, but another $50,000 in improvements to my building that now I've been conditioned to make. So those are the kinds of things we're hearing from the community. I will say from an enforcement perspective, we have a lot of cabaret licenses. We have a lot of special use permit and conditional use permits. We have a lot of bars that have live entertainment that have been grandfathered in over the years. Every single one of them has different rules. This is impossible to enforce. You can look at one street. Well, we have a lot of nightclubs on West 2nd Street. And there's probably 4 or 5 bars. Every single one of them has different rules. Well, this one on Wednesdays can stay open till midnight. The one next door on Wednesdays can stay open 24 hours. Well, this one has to shut it down at 3 a.m. and sound-wise is limited to 65 decibels. Well, this one can do as loud as they want, whenever they want. So how do we enforce that? It's pretty much impossible for us to know every single license, every cabaret license, every bar that's doing live entertainment that has been grandfathered in over the years. So this has become a problem for city staff as well. And we can't really talk about live entertainment without talking about the concerns we're hearing from the neighbors related to noise. And while we get complaints of, no, these are 2 completely separate topics, why are you melding them? You can't talk about live entertainment in downtown without talking about the impacts of noise. So let's talk about what we regulate today. Citywide, we only regulate noise if you're adjacent to residentially zoned property. So for the most part, downtown, we don't regulate noise. Midtown, we don't regulate noise. 4th Street, we don't regulate noise. Where we do regulate noise is more of your residential areas where maybe you have a business next door or an industrial development next door. So we regulate those types of noises. But for live entertainment, we pretty much do not regulate noise levels. Our zoning code currently only uses the A scale. That's how loud something is. We do not regulate C scale, which is that booming, that bass. And we use this handy little machine here. And we go out to the site when we get a complaint, and we're like, right now it's 52 decibels. Oh, just 67 decibels. How about right now? Okay, 81 decibels, right? It's not an effective way to measure noise when you literally just have to stand there and look at it and measure how loud it is. So from an enforcement perspective, that's become a challenge. Now we're trying to fix that. We actually went out and bought a new noise meter that you can set up, and it can be out for 48 hours. So we can set it up and measure it for 48 hours, and we go back to our computer, and it gives us the readings, and we can see the fluctuations, which is great. But it's just one. We spent $400, bought one, had somebody weld a machine together. They can attach it to something that the city owns, because I can't just attach it to a building. That's private property. And I can't just put it on the ground because somebody's gonna steal it. So we had to become very creative. Now we have to call the maintenance and ops department, and they have to go out and they have to put it on a light pole because the city owns the light pole. But they have to put it tall enough so that a tall drunk person doesn't knock it down. So again, things that we're trying to do to creative ways to enforce these things, but understand, here's our challenges. We did just some case studies. Let's just look at downtown and midtown. So 2nd Street, again, that's where the bulk of the nightclubs that party all night are located. On average, on a Friday or Saturday night, at night, they're about 80 decibels. During the day, they're closer to 71 decibels. And this is again C-scale. And you're thinking, well, what am I looking at? What numbers am I looking at? A lot of complaints we got said, well, citywide, what should the noise levels be? Well, we looked at other jurisdictions. We looked at like 30 other jurisdictions that measure noise. And they measured anywhere from 60 decibels as being okay up to 100 decibels as being okay. So if we're going to talk about creating a new C-scale noise ordinance, we need to understand, well, what's the normal everyday noise levels? And we went to Midtown. kept it out for 48 hours on a weekend. Nighttime is about 76 decibels, during the day about 72. Montage front door. We put a noise machine out there for 48 hours. At night, it averaged about 72 decibels. So there's not nightclubs in the front door of the Montage, it's just cars driving by and people. So again, just on average, it's loud in downtown Reno. So question for you now is, how do you want to address these concerns? We have kind of two options that we're talking about today. One is updating our live entertainment regulations. Do we want to start some public input, spend a couple months getting feedback from the business community and from residents, see what their issues are? Same with the C-scale ordinance. Is this something you want? Do you want it citywide, or do you only want it in certain entertainment districts? Do we want to completely revamp how we measure noise and who measures noise and what the rules are on noise? So again, open for discussion today. This is not saying yes or no to either of these. This is asking council if you want to engage in a public process to start talking about whether or not we should change our regulations. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
All right, Angela, thank you. Good job. Okay. I do want to just start out, there's a big elephant in the room, and I want to kind of get this addressed first. I'm sure council members also saw it. There are several videos that are out there that are incredibly, incredibly disturbing. Incredibly disturbing. And it's something where, I mean, absolutely not. I also will follow up with Chief Nance. I don't know if she's here. Oh, yes, she is. And I believe they also went to Chief Nance, and I will make sure we do everything to hold those accountable. It was disgusting. And here's the thing, it's that ruins it for everyone else. And so today, I really hope we send a message. I think we have to put measures in place, full-blown security plans, how you're going to manage that, because a lot of that, what I saw, probably were some overpouring, some things like that we need to sort of dial back. But I want to send a clear message that will not be tolerated. I will make sure Chief Nance puts every resource we possibly can. I think that's where it gets really challenging, but we need the bar owners to also be our partners. I also, am a big believer, it's one of the things that separates us from other cities. We are the biggest little city. We are 24 hours. We are a gaming town. We are different. Everyone knew that when they moved to the biggest little city. We all knew gaming existed, and we all knew the nightlife. But also, I cannot have people outside, with violence and things that are just not acceptable. It was so disturbing to see that. Now, listen, you also have, I also think it's tricky because not one size fits all. You just saw Rick. Rick's it's different because they're always different and they're programmed, and it's a very large building. They also have food. They have plenty of security, and it's just sort of a different environment than what you might see out of another establishment that sort of promotes some of this bad behavior. And we have seen that. And then, and I won't mention names, but then it gets to a whole other level that we have to pull in so much resources that it's been really hard. And I don't understand the particulars of why it has been so hard to pull that back from the bad actors versus the good actors. And I think we all want to know, how do we do that, Carl, when you have a bad actor? I feel like it's taken way too long to go out there and say not acceptable and reel that in. And so I think if you can help us get to measures where we can say that would make sense, but just to allow some of these bar owners to allow that to get to that level is super concerning when you have ones that are great business owners that should have the privilege to be open all night, should be able to dance all night, have DJ trivia, whatever you want to do, right?
100%. We acknowledge that as well. When we were writing these conditional use permits and adding conditions, we started adding a requirement for a security plan. but it's not tied to that conditional use permit because those live forever and we don't, if it needs to be updated, it should be associated with the bar. So now we're requiring these security plans to address all those issues, and it's specific to that bar and that business owner. The benefit, and we've seen it firsthand, is that it is much easier for us to say, you wrote the security plan, we had it looked at by our police department, planning department, code enforcement, business license, right? All the departments that need to be involved reviewed it and commented. And we're gonna come after you if you don't do the things that you committed to. We recently shut down one of the bars, and we used that security plan as actual documentation to say, here's the things in your security plan that you are not adhering to. Because the conditional use permit, it meant nothing, right? Because they're not picking up trash, we can't shut them down for that. That security plan, there was a lot that went into that, a lot of review, but that was, I think, instrumental in being able to say, you are not being an effective business owner, and because you didn't do the things that you committed to in this signed document, we're gonna shut you down.
Okay, thank you, Angela. All right, I'm going to start to my right, because I tend to keep looking to my left. So go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you, the conditional use permit in this entire process is really concerning to me, and let's just admit I know the least out of everybody up on this dais about this process. So forgive my naivety in this question, but is there a better way to do this without a conditional use permit, with a different type of enforcement, or I don't know, just making sure that we have the ability, people understand the rules, and when they break them, we have an ability to enforce them if they put the public at risk or property at risk? What other better ways are there?
Some of the things that we've talked to the bar industry about, as well as even our internal staff, is what if we put in regulations in our zoning code that every live entertainment establishment had to adhere to? So it's just a standard, you have to do these things. So for instance, if you have a nightclub or a bar and you have people waiting outside to get in, right? There's a line of people. We can require that you have to manage those people. Most of the time they're drunk and loud and, probably in the street when they should be on the sidewalk. So those are some of the things that we can say, this is a standard. Everyone that does live entertainment has to meet these rules. I think the security plan also, specific to not a conditional use permit, but specific to each bar that comes in and has live entertainment. In order for us to give you a license, cabaret license, you have to have that security plan that we've approved, and we can hold you to it. Some of the other things we've talked about is, well, what if you give you 3 strikes and you're out? Rather than like, well, one night you got, out of hand, we'll let you go. If we cite you 3 times, or however many times this group agrees to, you're out. And if we put it in code, it says, here's the rules. It's similar to, a code enforcement, where basically first time you pay $100, second time, I think it's $300, third time it's whatever, $500. It would be the same, except for we will pull your cabaret license, which means you don't have the ability to have live entertainment anymore. Those are some of the things that, again, we can talk to the community about, talk to you guys about, but I do think there's ways to enforce it, and we put it in so that everyone has to follow the same rules. The security plans is where it gets interesting. We have some businesses that say, I want to be open till 3 a.m. with live entertainment, but mine's more of poetry reading. Well, their security plan's going to be very different, right? They don't generally need 4 security members for live poetry reading. But somebody who has a nightclub and is, partying with 80 people every night, they need a very different security plan. So we have a checklist of, at a minimum, here's the things you have to address, Mr. Business Owner. And again, that's where the police department and code enforcement and planning, we all look at it and say, specific to that business that they're operating, does this work for us?
Just one follow-up question. Is there a way with that model that we can start fining businesses to the degree in which they have committed offenses? So a lot of these bad actors are causing a lot of strain on our city resources, on our city budgets. Is there a way to somehow get claw some of those back with these fines, depending on how they escalate?
I think we'd probably have to talk to legal to see. I think we're limited by state law in some of the code enforcement numbers, but I mean, those are things we can work through and give you guys some options.
Right. Okay, Miguel, go ahead. Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director Foos, for the presentation. I think in terms of the questions that I have, if we were to move forward, is how you see this affecting the different business corridors or communities that we have. So you have said already in your presentation that noise regulations aren't really in place for downtown, Midtown, and 4th Street. And I think as part of your supplemental presentation, there is a map, it looks like, where there's 24 hours uses that are permitted. So just curious if you could provide us some more context with what you hope will come out of the community surveys or the public engagement that you would go through if we decide to go down this route.
This is another interesting aspect of this. So everything in blue, that's pretty much our Midtown, downtown, 4th Street, Virginia Street. Those areas by zoning allow 24-hour uses. So you could have a bar 24 hours by right if you're in those blue areas. That's just based on our zoning. Everywhere else in the city, any type of business has to shut down at 11 or go through a conditional use permit. So that's something that's just kind of unique to Reno, is that any business, whether it's Target or Jack in the Box, if you want to open past 11 o'clock at night, you need a conditional use permit. So this is where it gets confusing. So everywhere in blue, you can operate any business 24 hours a day. But live entertainment, we say, oh, you have to go back and do a conditional use permit after 11. So one thought is, whatever zoning district you're in, if it allows you to operate 24 hours, then these are the areas where we would maybe allow live entertainment 24 hours a day. Anything out of that, so your Bowlies, for instance, isn't in this area. Bowlies is, all over Reno. If they want to operate past 11 o'clock at night just as a bar, they need a conditional use permit. That's existing, they're all there. Any new Bowlies that came to town would have to follow that today too.
Thanks for the clarification. I'll just highlight that if we do end up moving, if we could just make sure that the folks that are in Midtown are included in these conversations. I know they've been very engaged for many years with this and wanting to make sure that their businesses stay open. So I want to be supportive of what they're doing there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Foos, I have a lot of questions, but I'll see where I can start. First, I'm concerned that Ms. Taylor is not here, Vice Mayor Taylor. Certainly, this is an ordinance which I think impacts many of her constituents greatly, so that she's not here gives me a bit of a pause. Second is, I'll say it's a balancing act, right? I understand that the balancing act you're engaged in is trying to figure out how do we allow for a robust and vibrant areas of town that have traditionally been 24 hours and providing the entertainment that so many people have come to really like. The mayor talked about the Del Mar Club. I'm not old enough to have been able to go to the Del Mar Club, but somehow I've heard of it. I will say too, because I also have the privilege of serving as the chair of the Northern Nevada Public Health District, we see a lot of overlap in the kinds of concerns, and it's the concern that is raised by business owners is that the regulatory structure that's set up by government ends up hurting them rather than helping them, right? And there's these costs associated with all these permitting, and so if you have a business and you're trying to figure out how to do it, you're reading all these codes, it doesn't make a lot of sense to you. You just want to do an awesome thing like open a bar and provide live entertainment, but then there's all these regulatory frameworks that make it very difficult to do it. And I think we all know that there are good actors and bad actors, just like there are good doctors, there are good lawyers, and there are bad ones, right? And so the question is how to make a regulatory structure that does not hurt the people that we are trying to help them be successful in their business operations. The map was somewhat helpful, except it's so small that I never know what we're really talking about. I'll give you an example. Let's say I want to open a brand new venue at 960 South Virginia Street, right? It's a particularly cool property, but it's being gut rehabbed and there's some folks going in there. What does that person encounter when they say, I'm ready to open my business here?
Yep, so they would start by calling our planner of the day and say, what's my zoning? And can I open a business past 11 o'clock at night?
Well, it sounds like they're in a 24-hour zone with that
So
address.
if they're in that blue area, they can open their business and be open 24 hours
Okay.
without any additional requirements.
But then if they want to offer any kind of live entertainment after 11, they have to go through the conditional use process.
Correct.
And that conditional use process is where we say security plan and queuing of people in this way and this kind of materials to prevent sound from escaping here. Is that correct?
Correct.
I didn't totally understand, though. You said you might have two entities right next to each other, one operating under one set of terms and conditions and another operating under another set of terms and conditions. How is that possible?
Depending on when that business came in. A great example is Tonic is on the same street as where Eden was located, and they're just a couple doors down from each other. Tonic has been there a long time and is approved for 24-hour activity because they're grandfathered in. When they came in for their bar.
It's the grandfathering in of some historical business who, by the nature of them having historically been there longer than our body has regulated them in a certain way, they get certain rights that are attendant to them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so those exist in perpetuity from now until the end of time. Like we had Lacey Shea come in earlier and said, since 1970, I've been on this block, and therefore I get to do whatever I want. But someone next to Miss Shea's tavern cannot do the same things. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all for my first round.
All right, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, I'll pick up where Mr. Reese ended. I want to understand on grandfathering on this issue. Grandfathering, many times there's grandfathering, but it expires. I'll give you an example. I have a solar system. They said, okay, we're going to grandfather in existing solar systems for 20 years under one set of net metering rules, but after 20 years, we're going to do another set. So grandfathering doesn't have to be forever, right? It could have an end date as well. Same with like billboards and digital signs. We grandfathered some, but there was also expiration dates in this, I forget what we called it, the box where we kept all the billboards that had come down, their permits. But, so what's your opinion on that?
We don't have any rules on expiring of bars that have been there and were approved for a cabaret license.
Okay, so we don't have it, but we could have it. I mean,
you
to
wanna
equal
create
up
it,
the
you could.
playing field over a long period of time, we could say, if you have this, we're giving you another 20 years, but then you have to come into compliance. It's like a non-conforming property, right?
You could.
Something, I'm just
I would
saying.
ask to legal to make sure we're not taking away anyone's right, but separate topic.
Okay, well, we can come back to it, I just wanted to make sure. My interest, I totally can understand that the point that Mr. Rangel made, that we've encouraged people to move into these 24-hour entertainment zones. Not just downtown, but also midtown, and all over. We've built all kind of residences all the way down Virginia Street, for example. But one thing that we haven't talked about, and it's probably not in Title 18, and that's why, but it's still about noise, and that is mobile noise making. That's vehicles. So I've received, in that I don't represent downtown, I've received many more complaints about motorcycles, souped up cars, big diesel, whatevers, and people's great annoyance about that, because they do tend to not only go on Virginia Street, but drive through residential areas. We've had the whole issue with street racing and so on and so forth. So where do we address noise from vehicles, something moving versus something stationary?
Yep, and Chief Nance can talk a little bit about what the police enforce. I will say from.
Well, you can just say if it's under a different code and we have to address it differently, that's fine answer.
Yep, so from a code enforcement perspective, we're regulating businesses, we're regulating uses.
Okay.
And I think part of the challenge too is code enforcement isn't out in vehicles going after things. They wait for complaints to come in.
So it's complaint driven.
For code enforcement, it is.
So, but I am interested. I've had this interest for over 10 years on council. And it just came up this weekend. A person is, is in a dying process. But 10 years ago, he brought this issue up to me and said he was extremely concerned. And so we had an event for him. And I told him, look, I'm still working on this. We have it coming to council this week, and I'm going to continue to pursue it. And just saying it's hard is not a good answer. Like, I would love it to where the police, if their ears tell them this is a loud boom, 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 and the C scale, that they could address it. They don't have to pull out a special equipment, on and on, or if there's a complaint about a regular vehicle and it continues to go through a neighborhood, they could do something about that vehicle. So my time's up, but I just wanted to bring up the distinction between these two kind of things and make sure I understand. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I have a lot of thanks too, and I just want to start off by saying thank you for your work on this. I've seen you really do a great job on taking feedback from council and trying to figure out a way to please a lot of people at once, so thank you for your work with this too. I just want to kind of bring something up that I've heard mentioned a lot, and I think that we need to have more stuff established outside of the CUP process. Like, people should know when they're applying kind of more of what's expected. It shouldn't be like a mystery that, you know, they're gonna have to do all these things and spend $5,000 to find out what it's gonna be, and then maybe it's a no, you know, for these permits. So I think more of this should already be established, maybe by zoning. And I think that I'm very sympathetic to noise. But I think that if we're gonna do some kind of noise thing, I don't wanna see it just for the downtown. First of all, I wanna see just enforcement of what we have. And I know that law enforcement is doing the best that they can with the tools they have available. And I know that this is where we need more enforcement because of what's happening downtown a lot of the times. And I get a lot of feedback from my constituents in Ward 4, which is more rural, about how they'd like to see more enforcement out there. And part of the reason we don't is because law enforcement goes where the demand is. So there's more demand in this area. I understand. I explain that to people. So I feel like we need to rely on law enforcement to enforce the rules that we already have. And I think that we need to protect our entertainment districts. It's something that is historic to Reno. We are the biggest little city. That's part of the flavor of Reno. We have, our wards are very unique, each one. You know, I'm more rural and spread out. The downtown is more compact and artsy and has all kind of stuff going on, and we're really working on activating it. And I think part of that is making sure that businesses want to come here. They know what they're going to be signing up for when they come in, and they maybe have a list of like, okay, I want to do live entertainment. I know I'm going to have X amount of security per whatever amount of people. I don't think it should be so case by case, you know. And I just wanted to ask too, because maybe you said it and I missed it, but what was the driver for the change in 2021?
Coming out of COVID, live entertainment was coming back to life. DJ trivia was also kind of a newer thing that people were going to businesses for DJ trivia. And the question came up, well, do I need a cabaret license for DJ trivia? And then it became, well, can I do live entertainment? At that time, our zoning code only allowed live entertainment in very small areas of town. So most bars that wanted to do DJ trivia, our zoning code said, no, you can't do it.
Okay, and if, real quick, I'm gonna have a bunch more stuff, but if I could just ask real quick, do we have any kind of stats on how many, like, calls for service or code enforcement issues we have with DJ trivia? Like, is this an area where we have a lot of friction with the community?
No.
Okay, I will have more stuff, but I know my time's up.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Okay, this is like the, you know, the question I'm probably not supposed to ask, but how do we, is there ever a chance to level the playing field? Is there ever a chance to bring grandfathered businesses in line with what we envision for the Reno that will prosper the way that we intend it to?
I think if we're trying not to hurt existing businesses, maybe one option would be to say, when you have to come in for your yearly review for your cabaret license, we would like you to submit a security plan. So we're not making you shut down, we're not making you go through any conditional use permit, we're not changing your hours. We're just saying, when you come in for your annual cabaret license, we want you to do this additional thing. So now we have something on file. And again, it's much easier for us to enforce if we work through, here's the rules for your type of business. And again, for the most part, most of our businesses are not problems. There are a handful that could probably do better in the security realm, where we have a lot of fights, maybe where they're over-serving or underage serving. So this would give us more teeth. And it wouldn't be targeting anyone. It would be Everyone comes in for an annual review for cabaret. I think we have 126 cabaret licenses. So that's one thing that we've talked about.
All right, we're missing Miguel. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Well, I sort of want to piggyback off what Ms. Anderson said, because it was my question too, which is, and maybe this is a question for legal counsel, so hopefully we can weigh in here, but I'm just trying to figure out if we could start a brand-new community, and we were starting from day one, what would we have in place that would address the competing concerns that our community seems to have? On one hand, you have vibrancy, great support for small businesses. We love the vibrant culture of a 24-hour community where they can do live entertainment. On the other hand, you have people now moving into those areas. What can we do? And you've said something that I'm not sure I totally understand, which is let's require everyone to have a security plan. I don't know what that is yet. I mean, I sort of vaguely understand it, but I don't know the mechanics of it. Don't know what our bar communities would say about that. But is there a way to restart all the grandfathered, all the existing businesses and future ones? I think it's a legal question.
I believe you may be able to amortize some of the businesses that have been grandfathered in over a period of time, but to just say, no, we're revoking the privileges that you've enjoyed since you started your business, I think you're on thin ice.
So that is a taking of some kind?
Yeah.
That is what I'm saying, yes.
Okay, so then that answers the question. We aren't going down that route, nor do I suggest that that's what we want to do. We're trying to figure out how to build the better world that we want. And so it sounds like the idea that you've come up with is adding a layer to their existing renewal process that says, when you renew, we are going to ask for a security plan. And then your position earlier was that when we have that and they are not complying with it, then we've got some real teeth to go in and say, you're yanked because you didn't do these things, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a great staff recommendation. So I totally understand it. Can we go now back to the C scale versus the A scale? This I don't totally understand. You brought a tool today to show us how this works, right? So I don't know if I'm sort of like an old person now and I just understand scale and sound differently. What is the thing which we're trying to accomplish through the question which you've asked as to whether or not we need to start going in a different scale system to evaluate businesses and their impact on that scale?
When it comes to music, there's kind of two different things that you hear. There's how loud something is, but then there's also the bass, and those are measured differently. And so, as an example, we went out and measured the A scale of one of the nightclubs, and it was 65 decibels. We measured the C scale, and it was at 80. So those numbers are different because they're measuring two different things. It may not have been loud so much that, oh, I can't sleep because it's loud, but that booming is what is loud, and it vibrates, and that vibration carries.
So I suppose, and I'll ask this question and then pass my time, and this is a question for Mr. Hall then, because I don't understand, the concept that I'm familiar with is like coming to the nuisance, right? If I decide I want to live downtown Reno, because that's the lifestyle I'm choosing, I don't want to have yard and I want to live in a high rise, have I not agreed that I'm living in an area where there may be those things?
Yes, and that's where the balancing issue becomes apparent, right? Because you've got somebody that moves into an area, you've got a business that's been established, and they're trying to make, a living off of the business that they've been in for some time, and you've got people moving in saying, hey, wait a minute, they're bothering me. So what we're trying to do here is, of course, balance that by maybe adjusting the A scale or the C scale or some other mitigation that would make both people happy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, my time is up.
Okay. One of the things I did want to mention is that, from what I understand, is that it's pretty low barrier to get into the bar business. Am I correct?
Correct.
And am I correct that Las Vegas is much more expensive?
Correct.
And Am I correct that even California is much more expensive? Because matter of fact, a lot of people I've talked to said, no, I wanted to move to Nevada because it was such a low barrier to entry. It was so much more affordable to do so versus California.
We have heard that, yes.
Yes. So I also wonder, does that just allow sort of this benchmark that like everyone and anyone is getting into the bar business, and the people that are really running a great establishment and paying attention, and they are present bar owners, and because I also think there is a level of, maybe, I do think how you manage your establishment is really, really critical. There's a lot of different ways that you can manage that, right? And one is cameras, knowing what's going on outside, making sure you don't have bouncers that are confrontational, right?
Right.
We have had a lot of reports of bouncers not understanding the law. And when you mix that, or what about overpouring? Or, there are things that owners do or can do that can really make a difference to the outcome. Now, listen, we've had incidences at, one bar here, there, whatever, right? But what tells you a lot is whenever it becomes the same one over and over and over again, that's the pattern, right? And that's where we have to understand this is not tolerated. We have to have an easy way to pull that back as quickly as possible and really not ruin it for the good actors that want to continue to be successful. I mean, the economy is really tough right now. I think it's going to get even tougher. And so I'm a big believer that we have to do whatever we can to make any particularly small business thrive and local business, right? But I did want to put that out there because I do wonder if that is, and I shouldn't say not having the money, because that's what it sounds like, not having the money to open a business, and because that probably doesn't matter, but I'm just saying, does it attract maybe a level where, you can open a lot without having a lot of oversight or understanding the magnitude of what we expect when you want to open a business when it comes to pouring alcohol?
Yep. I think the fact that we're also a 24-hour town is unique. Yes, Nevada has 24-hour bars, but almost no other state allows 24-hour bars. So you typically have to shut down at 1:30, 2 o'clock, and everyone goes home. I think that's another attraction to Reno
What about Florida?
that encourages people to come.
Food, yeah, right, there you go.
Sure,
Florida. What about, does food make a difference too?
And, that's something we've talked about too, is, well, if you serve food, maybe you can stay open 24 hours. But if you quit serving food, maybe we have you shut down at 2. There's so many ways this could go.
Yeah, one of the things I would like to propose is more like a business roundtable. And matter of fact, I think because of and I think there's another component too with your experience over on the Board of Health, being the chair over there, having a business roundtable with lots of businesses to talk about what this should look like as well. I think it's probably, you've mentioned doing it before, but we haven't gotten it to this level. What's your thought, Councilman Reese?
Well, I certainly see the utility of it. What I'm concerned about is that here we are at the council dais, and each one of us has particular expertise, right? I'm a lawyer. Madam Mayor owns retail businesses. Ms. Dewar, a geologist, and you go down the line. None of us have run a bar. I worked in a bar. I was a bartender. It's hard work, small margins at times. People who are in that industry really have a passion for customer service and providing a good place for people to come and, like Cheers, everybody knows your name. I don't want to do things from this dais which hurt that group of people. And so, Madam Mayor, at the District Board of Health or Northern Nevada Public Health, we spent the last year and a half trying to work with restaurateurs who are feeling under the weight of a lot of complex regulatory schemas that then cause them to react poorly when they get inspected or when they get a requirement to build a third hand washing sink, or their, whatever, their refrigerator went on the fritz and they had to throw out a lot of product. We don't want to hurt our businesses. So that's my worry, is that I don't know if in today's dais today without Ms. Taylor and in the short abbreviated time we have, if I'm prepared to make a lot of recommendations. I have liked your idea about the security plan, but I don't know enough about it to really say that that is what I think will solve all the issues. So, Madam Mayor, your point is well taken, and certainly at your desire, I'm happy to meet with business owners, or our staff obviously will lead a lot of those discussions, just like a listening tour to understand what is the practical impact of what we are going to ask people to do, because we want for their success at every level.
And I think there's an alternative here. You know, you don't have to say, we're ready to move forward with initiating a text amendment today. Maybe this middle step is, let's take a timeout, let's hold some community forums and talk to those impacted, which we would invite the entire community, and have some real discussions about, if we did this, what would the impacts be? Is this something the bar industry could get behind? Well, what about the residents? How does this impact you? So maybe we just take a middle step before we propose any kind of change.
Well, and I see what you're saying. One of the things that does worry me too is we say we're going to meet with bar owners and restaurants. They're working, they're working late hours and different hours, and they can't, when they take time out of their business to come into the halls of government and to meet, that's costing them dollars, and it's putting a strain on their, hours.
I am willing to go to the bars. Okay, Devin? No.
Oh, Ms. Foos, you and I, we will start at some of my favorites.
Well, Kathleen's been doing that. I go to your bar all the time. So we get around.
Yeah, I mean, the Emerson, what a tremendous space. Selden's going to
Love
be
that
another
place.
tremendous space. We know kind of the great operators, and when the great operators show up here today in our chambers and they're saying, hey, this is going to have some profound implications, I feel like we're obligated to listen to those folks. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, and then Councilwoman Ebert, and then we're going to wrap this up. And also, I think he makes a really good point, not having Councilwoman Taylor, because I assume she has the majority of the bars in her ward. So, okay,
Good.
go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, revisit this grandfathering thing. So I was listening hard when Carl spoke, and what I heard him say was, it's a taking. No, what I heard him say is, unless we amortize the investment, it's a taking. So it's not a taking under every day. Is that what you were saying? I want to make sure I understood what you were saying.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. So I am interested in having a level playing field and maybe dealing with the grandfathering issue. If we can't, we can't. But I mean, that's one of my most basic premises, is having it fair to everyone to the extent we can. The second thing is, you said you gathered like 30 different towns' information. So I don't have that in front of me. Maybe it was in the backup, but I would love to see a list. I know you said we're unique. So none of these things at various cities may apply. But are we so unique in the entire world? How about compared to other cities in Nevada, that are also 24-hour towns? What about places that have adopted casinos, whether it was Atlantic City or I don't know where all else, is there any common ground we can find with another town?
Sure, we can do some more research. This is just a sampling of some of the research we've already done, but we can expand this and share that with council in a future meeting.
Well, if you could just share it and we could study it ahead of time and just understand what you understand. I want to bring my knowledge up to possibly your knowledge so that we can make a good decision. And then lastly, I just want to say, I do support the C-scale, implementing it in some way. I don't know what that looks like, and I'm no expert, but I am a person who is maybe more sensitive to sound than most. That is why I probably spend less time hanging out in bars or even going to concerts anymore, with or without earplugs, because, just everybody's wired differently. And it's unfortunate if people that are wired like me choose to move downtown, because that's an incompatibility. There are people that are more sensitive. So I would say if you're moving downtown to, I think a point Ms. Ebert was bringing up in terms of zoning, then you got to expect a certain amount of noise. And if you're an extra sensitive person, you have to take yourself into consideration and not put yourself in an uncomfortable situation that's outside your tolerances. So I would not move downtown because I probably couldn't tolerate it, but I embrace anyone who does. You see what I'm saying? And so there's got to be some individual responsibility here, in my opinion. So anyway, I kind of like where the conversation's going in terms of zoning, but also reasonable regulation, looking at what other communities have done. And also, I would like to see consideration of C-scale, because that is the noise that is most effective, impactful to me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I have kind of a lot. I'll try my best to get through everything quickly. So I just wanted to reiterate what I've said kind of consistently about noise. And I know when we modified the existing noise ordinance so that law enforcement could kind of enforce the existing rules a few months back, I believe that we all kind of know what's too loud and what's not. And I think that law enforcement can observe that and they should be able to enforce that. And I think that a new ordinance, I understand the spirit of it, but I think we all know when somebody is being too loud, when cars are too loud, when people are outside screaming and being wild. We all know. And I think that what we have in place now identifies that. I don't think there's anything happening 24/7 that we need an additional enforcement measure on. So I just wanted to say that. I don't want this to get misconstrued. I think that we do have some things in place, and I think that with common sense and enforcement, there should be mitigations for some of the things that are happening. So that's one part. Another thing to kind of circle back on, like, consistency with types of use. I think maybe if we could look, and I'm sorry, not me personally, but if staff could look at the types of permits that we have right now and find some consistency of uses and say, okay, this is a common thread. So if you have this type of use, this is what we're going to expect of you, so that we don't have 1,000,001 individual things. We have more like, okay, this is what it is. I also would like to see, like, we have a more consistent pathway to revoking licenses. Like, we have a set metric, I love to use that word, of like, if, you know, to your point, 3 strikes, you're out. And it could be, you know, types of, violence, or too much noise. I mean, I'm not sure what that should be, but we know what kind of calls are happening so that we're not dealing with these bad actors forever. We have a set guideline and say, okay, you have violated the terms of your permit and you can't operate here anymore. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that site loses that ability, because if it's in an entertainment district, we shouldn't say that nobody should ever be allowed to function in that capacity there anymore. I don't want that to happen, but we have every right as a city to say that you're not being a good neighbor and you don't have the right to just terrorize people. Like, I want that to be perfectly clear too. So I also wanted to call out that I wholeheartedly support downtown. I'm North Valley's person, but we all come into downtown, I go to the river. If I should happen to get a babysitter and have a date night, we're down here trying out restaurants and stuff. I think sometimes my comments might come across as critical, but really where I'm coming from is, if we don't discuss our areas where we need improvement, we won't get better. So I just want to say that I just absolutely want to support everything we can do to get better. And that's also going to provide more employment opportunities. I know when the first draft of changes was posted online, I got a lot of feedback from the bar and restaurant community saying, we have people that have had maybe felonies on their record, that are great people, that have been working for us for years, and this proposed change would mean we can't hire them. So I think there's a lot of people out there maybe that are struggling to find employment, that if we had more places out there could be employed. We need to provide more opportunities as well. And we had a gentleman that gave public comment today that shared his story about getting sober and the help that he's had and programs that help people. But we also need to have opportunities for people to get jobs and all of that. And we're also a college town. I feel like we should be crawling with kids downtown, 20-somethings. And I want to support us to get to that point, because I feel like if we're really happening downtown, the people that own these vacant buildings, it's going to be more profitable for them to open them up than just let them sit there. So that's really like my driving goal here. And whenever I say anything about downtown, it's just because I really want us to get that momentum going to get better. So I also, just kind of in that vein, I think historical character is important of any neighborhood. And that includes the downtown being entertainment district. That includes Ward 4 neighborhoods not turning into rezoned into industrial 24/7 distribution centers or whatever it may be. We should protect our unique character that's been established in these areas. I also think that, we talk about what's entertainment. We had somebody come through here, and I'm not going to speak about the specific person or what was going on with that location, but there was a dispute about, you're only allowed to play music 24/7, but they wanted to have a DJ. And to me, a DJ is playing music. So, I think we need to be a little more, upfront with what do we mean with what we're looking for. And let me just make sure.
Let me, sorry, hold that thought. Are there any last 1-minute comments from anyone?
Yes,
Brandy,
just one.
yes?
Just looking at this list on the C-scale noise restrictions that you've provided us, I think it would be interesting the next time that you come in front of us to understand Atlanta a little bit better. Because what this boils down to, what we're talking about noise from entertainment, whatever that entertainment source is, and we're talking about humans. Humans being unsafe and, damaging each other and property. That's one thing, that's a law enforcement focus. The entertainment side of this, I think Atlanta could provide us with some good information because it is a music town and there's so much live entertainment that happens there. Their scale goes to 100, so I think it'd be interesting just to know what they did and why and how it's working.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Martinez, anything? Mr. Reese?
Thank you.
Final comment?
Ms. Dewar. I just want to make sure I'm giving good staff direction because I think we're probably not getting to a place where we're going to have like a solid motion. But what I've taken as notes are, it sounds like we need the additional layer of protection, which might be this security measure being included in the annual renewal process. Some C-scale analysis. It sounds like we are interested in having that be part of the process. I don't know if the CUP process is that great. It just seems like it creates all these layers of more work that we're not getting anything. And then the last thing I suppose is that, we've got to go have these conversations with our, entertainment venues, our bars, our restaurants, nightclubs, because I think they need to be able to have the expertise that maybe we don't have.
Yep.
So those are kind of my thoughts. And of course, I'm open to the mayor's suggestion. I'll participate to whatever extent I can help the staff make those things happen.
Okay, thank you. And for my last comments, I want to not just do Atlanta, but I would like to do Key West too, check into the 84 to 94. I have far more experience with Key West, been there a lot as compared to Atlanta, and there is a lot going on. They view themselves as a big 24-hour all day long. The other thing I thought that I'd like to emphasize is this 3-strike rules. If it's not covered in CUP, where can we put these rules out there? Is it in business license? Where is it so that we have a direct, whether we're calling it a metric or enforcement line, or the security plan, whatever it is. And then later or adjunct, I want to talk about T-scale and mobile vehicles. And that's the whole rest of the city, right? And they care about noise too.
Yep.
All right, and then your last minute, Ms. Ebert.
Yeah, so just real quick, I want to make sure if we're talking about noise that we're being objective about it and not talking about specific types of music. I want to make sure that we're having a level playing field. Also, I want to support outdoor events, something that Reno is known for. I want to find out how we can, continue to support that. We lost the Reno air races, which was like people were here for more than a week. And now that we have a budget deficit, I wonder how much of that is also due to the loss of the air races. So anyhow, I just want to make sure that we support that, and also vacancy attracts blight. So it's really important that we are more helpful to businesses, not saying that you're not, but we need to make things less complicated.
Okay.
Well, my sense of this is that you have good direction, and I agree with Mr. Reese. I don't see how we encapsulate this all into a motion. I think we've given general direction about how we feel about it.
Yep.
It's important. We want fairness, and I won't recap everything everyone said. The mayor's proposed a forum of some kind. I'm not sure this is one that's amenable to a survey. So, I think proceed. Ms. Bryan, are you hearing us?
Yes, and I think between the notes that we've all taken today that we understand.
Okay.
I just do want to be clear, we're going to go ahead and proceed with some community outreach.
Yeah.
Before we come back.
Sure.
It won't be in the form of a survey, so it might be a while before we circle back. with
Sure.
this
And then the
council.
mayor's point about a forum of some kind with business owners. And Mayor, we did a 1 minute lightning round of what we thought. Do you have a 1 minute to add for the direction?
Listen, I also want to send the message. I mean, I could not believe the videos that I saw. It was disgusting. Chief Nance, really, I mean, maybe you should come
We have no idea what
over.
you're talking about, the rest of us.
Let me just tell you, right in front of a bar, there was 2 young individuals. One was completely passed out, and then there was another male that while this individual was passed out, literally stomped on his chest
Yes.
and on his head
Beat them.
I don't want to hear.
while he's passed
Megan doesn't
out.
hear anyone.
It was disgusting. But it was right in front of an establishment, and that is where, if you know that that is happening, and that's where I want complete coordination with the bars, I mean, it will not be tolerated. And I would just say, Carl, and I don't know how to get there, but I would beg and plead, and with you, Nance, to hold them to full accountability for their actions in any way. And I hope and pray that you are doing everything you can to find that individual. There was a lot of footage of that, and I physically felt sick to my stomach. Like you talk about, like, kick a man when he's down, really. Like, I just thought, this is not who we are as a city at all. So, I mean, I hope you run down every single one of those and make sure we hold them fully accountable. But we've got to have something, Carl, where we can put some really big teeth in, because people get rogue. And I don't know if they understand how serious it is. And to have a liquor license and a 24-hour use, that's a privilege. It's
And a responsibility, right?
Yeah, it comes with a responsibility. And they tend to be the ones, like I said, over and over and over again, so we know who they are. But at what point do we say, okay, enough is enough? And then it takes a year and a half to do something about it. I just, we've got to do something. It's not right. So I don't know what your recommendations are, Chief Nance, but I would love you to work in conjunction with sort of what we're trying to accomplish here. Is there some feedback you can provide?
Yeah, Chief Nance for the record. Yes, and it's a horrific video. It's hard to hear. It's even harder to watch. So I would strongly suggest if you don't like to see those things, please don't look for it because it is very difficult to watch. We were also just as appalled by it, very happy that somebody did call in the police and somebody got medical attention as they needed right away. That case is currently with our detective unit trying to work through the details of it and backtrack what happened. As far as these things happening, I will say a few things about some of the videos that are being posted. I really hope that the media outlets and the social media people are cognizant of the idea that we see viral videos, we see TikTok challenges, we see things that are prompted by a call for people to do those types of behaviors, and so that they can get extra clicks on social media and money and things like that. That's horrific that we would put things of violent nature like that, or things that are going to put people in life-threatening situations, and beg people and ask people to do more of those behaviors so that they can get more likes and views and money on their own social media account. So it's exploitive, it's very dangerous, and it happens not just with things like that, it happens with e-scooters and e-bikes. We see it on so many different things that these TikTok challenges create a dangerous situation for people. So I guess my ask is to be cautious on what you're watching and posting and the sites that you're following and promoting that type of negative behavior. But as far as I digress a little. As far as the bar safety and using the security plan and using the tools that we know make businesses safer, the businesses that want safety in their businesses and they want good customers that are there having fun and not causing problems and not bringing guns into their bar and using them for shootings outside or serving underage people, creating an atmosphere that makes fights happen, those businesses are willing and able to comply with the security plan. They're already doing those security measures. That's why they're safe, because they want a safe business. The ones that we have issues with that have the fights are the ones that don't care, and they're allowing this violent behavior to happen in their businesses, or they're not doing things to prevent it when they're aware that it can happen. So that's where that security plan comes from. So I will say that our goal at the police department is, number one, obviously public safety and making sure that these businesses operate in a safe manner. The people that go in and out of them are safe. And really holding those bar owners and the people that are doing those crimes accountable. And we saw that in the downtown bars that had to be closed because they could not promote a safe environment there. But it's not just the bars that we went after, it's the people that committed those violent acts, because they're really the ones that are dangerous. And so you saw arrests that were made after those incidents, after those shootings, after those violent acts. We have detectives that are looking into this horrific crime of that beating that occurred downtown and ensuring that we are holding these people accountable and we're making the arrest and we're following up on that. So there's two prongs here. It's one, the people that are doing those violent acts within our city that are causing this discredit and the issues. And then there's business owners that aren't following the rules. So both of those have to have parallel tracks, and we're committed to doing that and following up on those crimes and ensuring that we do those things. So that's, I think, all. Did I answer all your questions?
Yeah.
Because I got on a tangent, so I apologize a little
But I'm glad
bit.
you addressed it, because it's really weighed hard on my heart watching that, and.
Absolutely.
You know.
It's not an acceptable behavior, and we are going to ensure that we do our everything in our power to make sure that we are preventing those types of acts from happening where they're causing fear and they're causing people distress and they're taking away from businesses and they're making the good businesses look bad, because that's not appropriate either.
Right.
Well, and Mayor, several of us asked that in addition to any CUP process, perhaps the business license for bars could get a lot more specific about 3 strikes you're out, and here's what they are all about.
Yes.
And we're done, and for a period of time.
Yeah, I think, bottom line, it's gonna be a much better policy if we have the businesses at the table, because we've seen where we just, go along and do something, and then it ends up having a lot of ramifications for their business. So I would just say, Angela, make sure, and Devin, Councilman Reese, do whatever you can to come up with policies and procedures that are gonna work best for the good owners versus the ones that want to continue, because we've seen that where we've given warnings, we've worked with them, helped them with plans, and then they just continue and continue and continue to ignore that, which isn't going to be helpful. We want the good actors and the best entertainment to stay in business, So I guess, Angela, do you have enough to go on?
Yep,
assume.
I have direction, and we will follow up in probably a couple months.
Okay, thank you so much. I
Thank
don't
you.
think we really need a
No, we
motion.
decided no.
Just direction. Okay, thanks. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you.
I believe we're moving on to item C3.
This is what my room looks like. Can you imagine my room?
Were you listening, Lance?
Good afternoon. I was listening. Loud and clear.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you, do we have any public comment on this item?
There's no public comment registered and no correspondence received.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask you, we are what, item C2?
C3.
C3, hold on 1 second. Sorry, Lance. I have like 5 agendas up here. All right, what did you say?
C3,
Where
it's
is-
on the nonprofits.
Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. It's cut off on my agenda over there. Okay, Lance, you are going to give us a presentation and discussion on possible nonprofit organization registration requirements with potential direction to staff. Okay,
Correct.
the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Lance Ferrato, Director of Business Licensing for the record. quick presentation today on nonprofits. I'm going to go over some of the exemptions that are generally allowed for nonprofits in the city and the state and other jurisdictions. A look at what other jurisdictions are doing to regulate or to license, register these entities, and then the impacts of creating an ordinance versus not doing anything at all. So a little bit of background. Obviously, this has been discussed many times at council meetings over the years. Even in my time, it's been brought up several times, and just recently, council asked that this come forward so we can just get down to it and figure something out here. The concerns generally are around planning review and public safety. Planning review, by that I mean, incompatible uses being next to each other. If we don't know where these entities exist, you could end up putting a cannabis sales facility next to a rehab.
And we
for
did.
instance. And we did.
We did.
And so secondly, public safety awareness. When these entities exist, they're not always on our map. So we don't know if they've been inspected by fire or building or health. If it's a brand new build, then obviously we would probably have a certificate of occupancy and building permits, et cetera. But if it's somewhere where they move in, we may not be aware of that. So that's another concern that's come up. So typically these entities are formed to benefit society or specific use. They could be charities, foundations, they're generally funded by grants or donations. And because of that, they are generally exempt from business licensure in Nevada jurisdictions and jurisdictions across the country. There are some states that enforce this. Nevada is not one of those that requires a license. So, but I'll get into that a little bit more. So specifically in Reno, the term business or doing business does not include these organizations that are certified tax exempt or identified as 501c3s. We do have a mechanism in place to where we register these entities if they come in, or if we find one, we bring it to their attention and say, we would really like you to register. It's a nominal fee and some forms. We just want to get you on the map. We want to know, we don't want people to keep coming by and saying, hey, you need a business license, when truly you don't. So we do have that process in place, but we can't enforce it. It's a total voluntary system at this point. As far as the state goes, there are a couple different instances as well. You have cooperative nonprofits. They are only required, if they are a 501c3, they have to file an exemption. There are other types of entities, charities, most 501c3s, churches that fall under general nonprofits or corporation souls. They're not required to have a license or an exemption. So there's, in the state of Nevada, licensure is not a requirement. So we looked around at other jurisdictions within Nevada, Washoe County, Sparks, Southern Nevada, then we went outside the state a little bit as well. Some require registration. There are a few that require licensure outside of the state. The fees are minimal, if any, but some do require inspections, and they would charge for those. There are entities that say, we just want paperwork to show us who you are, and we'll do the inspections for free. And there are others that say, it takes us time and money to process this, so we're going to charge you a fee to process this and to do the inspections. And then there are a lot of jurisdictions outside of the state that just don't require anything at all. So here are a couple cost-benefit decisions that you can look at. Obviously, the cost is going and doing community outreach, researching what's the best method to do this, creating the ordinance, enforcing. But on the flip side, we have complete awareness then. If we do require this, we know where these entities are at. We can be more cognizant in planning and deciding what uses need to go where, as well as community confidence that the building I'm entering is not going to fall down. It's safe, it's been inspected by a health, fire, building, et cetera. So lastly, I have two motions here, since this was a discussion and presentation and request for direction. First is to direct staff to conduct community outreach and return with a draft ordinance regulating and registration of nonprofits, or to accept the report and continue to monitor the situation and come back with updates as needed. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, awesome. Great job, Lance. So if I heard you correctly, that if you're a nonprofit and you own, and I know many nonprofits in town that own property, one I know that owns 64 properties, does that mean, are you telling me that they have not been inspected, or how does that work?
Not necessarily. We don't have any requirements for them to be inspected. So if a nonprofit goes in, leases some space, generally speaking, we would, if a compliance officer saw it, they would go and investigate and then find out, oh, they're a nonprofit, they provide them with paperwork, and then we would just let it go. Because we don't have anything in code that says you must register, you must get inspected, et cetera. Now, if it was a new build, obviously, like I said, somebody would have to put in building permits, and then we would hope that they were inspected. Obviously, certificate of occupancy and things like that. But if it's just someone changing hands, we don't necessarily have the tools to get in there. Now, obviously, if there was a health and safety issue, code enforcement would have the ability to regulate on that and go in and make those changes.
Well,
but-
so I guess, so you can see where it's a real problem, especially someone could have, there's been incidences, I know of some really big art houses, where, sort of like generator style, where, they had a big fire in there. And they were not required by law, and it caused a lot of problems. And people died in that fire, right? So those are some concerns. The other thing I would say, let's be really honest, 95% of the people that are working nonprofits, maybe 99%, are all really good. They have their heart in the right place. They're trying to do the right thing, help community members, whatever that looks like. However, there are some people that take advantage of that status. And that, again, it's much like a business in a sense where a lot of them are designed to actually continue to make money, to preserve the mission, right? And will operate like very, very big businesses, right? And can be, incredibly lucrative. And so, I think in some ways, and you have nonprofits that are just getting by the skin of their teeth, like they are doing everything that they can to survive and really want to do good work, right? So I want to be very careful about making it challenging for those nonprofits. What I would say, I would like to see something very similar to maybe business in some capacity. This is just my thought, but some capacity, because some are really well off and some are not, right? As a matter of fact, if you go and read about certain CEOs, I'm not saying locally, but the nonprofit world, when you look at it, some of those nonprofits, CEOs make $1 million a year. And and they are ran like a business, and they get away with certain things because of that status. So I would like to see something or explored a tier that when you are at this level, and maybe they have to submit their 990s, I think it's a 990 under the nonprofit status. Can't remember what it's called, but I think 990.
Either
Yeah.
990 or 9990, it's one of the
Right.
two, yeah.
So we can understand where they're at. If they need help, we can help them. If they are of a philanthropy or nonprofit that they, work under millions of dollars, then, that. But at least, bottom line is, regardless what that cost is, so I think it tiered, but at least we need to know where they are because we have had some zoning issues. And I think it is a big safety concern. And not to mention, it's no different than a business operating if they're gonna operate. And so we should know where they are. And also, in case something's going on, just because you're a nonprofit doesn't mean that you're always above board, right? So.
Okay.
Anyway, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For my part, I always ask, why are we using the staff resources to go do a thing and, come back to us? Sometimes we initiate it, other times staff initiates it. In this case, what I want to make clear is that, nonprofits, of course, we all support the work that they do, and there are so many good ones in this community. Now, identifying them and knowing who they all are, a whole nother thing. And so what I don't want to do is hurt nonprofits anyway. I'm not looking for them to pay a fee. Many of these nonprofits are coming out of their own pocket to do the work that they do. Even the fees to, register with the Secretary of State or get an EIN number, or whatever they have to do to be legally compliant, is a cost that they're bearing out of their own pocket. So I just think if we're going to require registrations, that those costs are not really something that, we're not trying to cost
You can look at
recovery.
their 990 and you'll know exactly how much money they bring in and what they can do.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And so, but I'm not trying to make any money off a bunch of nonprofits.
I don't think the city is. That's not the goal.
Yeah.
But I do think the fact that we don't know where they're at is crazy. And we do not require them to have the same safety requirements or measures that we would put onto another business. And that's dangerous. And I think it opens the city up to some really big liability now knowing that we don't regulate those properties that people are going in and out of every single day.
Well, and I'm more talking about the entities that don't own property. Maybe they don't even have an office.
Right.
Maybe they office share. Maybe they do it out of their
Yeah.
house. I don't know. A lot of nonprofits don't have physical locations. The ones that do, I make an assumption that they have to get various occupancy permits, or maybe they're run an office. I think about the nonprofits that I've served on over the years, many of which have physical offices, where the Junior Achievement or Girl Scouts of the Sierras, Domestic Violence Resource Center, any of those. So again, I'm just saying, I don't entirely know what we're trying to regulate. I am not opposed in any way to having some reasonable discussion about it. I just am not looking for like cost recovery or anything like that. Sometimes when we're doing licensing, like we had a conversation about licensing last week that was about, property rentals and property owners. We're trying to figure out how to make them act like other businesses. I'm just saying, I don't know that nonprofits are supposed to act like other businesses.
Okay. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, I feel pretty strongly that we need to do this. Really appreciate your research on this. That said, and why do we need to, great questions from Councilmember Reese. Why? Because we are engaged in planning all the time, and we often have distance requirements for a reason. Sometimes I don't buy all the reasons, like the street vendors with the casinos, that kind of thing, such a different scale. But all that aside, we need to know where they are for planning, whether it's marijuana, alcohol, rehab, different uses, something with kids right next to something with adult beverages. These are just incompatible, and that's why I want to know. But at the same time, Reno is a town in particular that runs on the largesse of nonprofits, in my opinion. I think they pick up the slack for a very low government state and a very low government city. They pick up the slack. So in doing so, I do recommend a $25 fee or something like that. I think zero doesn't make sense. Like, you want to do something and pay for it, but something very minimal. That said, the inspections you told us could be high, like a fire inspection or ADA ramp. If that's necessary, it might not be necessary, depending on what kind of setup it is. But I actually think it would be good for us to be able to waive the fire inspection cost, because it's in everybody's interest to make sure that's a fire-safe building. The people that come in, the people that even drop stuff off, the people that work there, okay? So I think that's something we can give to nonprofits is, we're gonna have you register, but we're gonna give you something, and that is a fire inspection to make sure you're safe. Now, there are some very large nonprofits, and the first one that comes to mind is something like Renown. Renown is a hospital, but it's huge, has lots of money coming in, lots of money going out, lots of facilities. So my thought on this waiving the cost would be for their one facility, and to the mayor's point about 3 tiers, if you're in this lowest tier, we waive the inspection costs. We don't want you out of pocket. We want to help you, and we want to keep you safe. But something at the largest tier, which would be Renown, they're one of the top employers in all of Reno. In fact, our entire region. They can afford to make sure their building's safe, and maybe they already do. So I think if you could come up with the tiers, and you could come up with a pricing structure where we're actually giving something to these nonprofits they don't have today. This is our give. We want to support you. And then it also may matter whether you own or lease or even have any facility at all. You're operating a food pantry out of your house. You had to get your restaurant inspection, to be that. I don't know. But this is the direction I would like to see us going. So thank you.
Yeah. I think it's good for us to know, first of all, thank you for everything you've presented, all the work you've done. But I think it is good for us to know. I do disagree about charging a fee. I get your point completely about like Renown, but I do think, that's kind of the exception. Most of the nonprofits are smaller. I have concerns though, like if we have them register, would that information be public? And I only ask because there's places like where women go potentially to leave maybe domestic violence situations or something like that. So I'm concerned about, that type of information being public?
Sure, yeah, we have had discussions with some nonprofits, and they brought up similar concerns. So we've discussed the possibility of being able to keep these records confidential, and just designate them differently in the system so that they weren't, set off to the public. Maybe you could search by name, but you wouldn't know where it was at, technically from the public's perspective.
Okay.
Obviously, internally, we'd know.
Okay.
But, yeah, we would
That's
look
good.
into that too.
Yeah, I like that, or just, it says nonprofit, but only we know what type it is. Okay, that was a concern I have. And I agree with Councilmember Dewar that I think that we should waive fees for inspections. I do think it's very important that we do inspections for fire and things like that. Make sure if there's, fire extinguishers, that they're, properly maintained and all of that kind of thing, especially if we have children or, people staying there and things like that. So I would like to see these inspections, but I would also like to see that we kind of waive the fees. And I'm wondering too, like, not to sound bad or anything, but would there be like tax write-offs if we do this too? Like we just waive these fees for this type of organization? Like, I only ask that because I know we're in a budget deficit, so I don't want to like have more bills, but is there a way where we could offset that?
I can definitely look into it. I have to speak with legal and finance
Yeah,
and see what that looks like, but, I mean, we can definitely research it.
Okay, yeah, and really, that's the only reason why I ask is because we're having these issues. It's not that I don't want to just pay for these things, but I do think that it would be prudent to see if we can get some kind of reimbursement or any kind of federal grants possibly to help us cover any associated costs. And then also too, maybe potentially grants for helping these places if they need help getting up to code. So maybe we identify they have a lot of issues, then what? Do we give them a bill? Do we say you have to shut down now? Like what's the next steps for them? I don't want to have to like shut people down too. Like I also want to help them get a pathway to getting to where they need to be. I don't want this to be a mechanism to shut them down.
Okay, understood.
Thanks.
Hi there, thank you for the presentation. I'm interested in you continuing this work for just the information. Everybody can talk about whether or not we're gonna charge a fee or not charge a fee. The information is the most important. Like Councilman Reese said, lots of nonprofits don't have office space, but a lot of them are serving humans, animals, people. There's a lot of nonprofits that have a lot of stuff. That could really use a fire inspection. One thing I can see this in the future already. We're giving you a free fire inspection and you're getting a free fire inspection report that's gonna cost you $10,000. So of work to do on your nonprofit. So let's all be really clear about our free inspection to somebody who wasn't required is also going to cause additional issues. So I just want to make sure that we're categorizing them. If we know that humans and animals are being served in that space, that's good information, for zoning and whatnot. But otherwise, on the fees and things, I'll leave it to my colleagues to make those decisions.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Ferraro, for the presentation. I think for me, I agree with a lot of what has been said already in looking at ways to make the registry or whatever we create sort of a lower barrier and having the opportunity for these nonprofits to become a part of this list without having too many requirements to get in. I understand the safety concerns. I think the question that I have for you is if this were to go into implementation at that phase, I know it's a little bit further down the line, but how do we make sure that both or all three of like the cooperative nonprofits, general nonprofit corporations and corporation souls have the information they need of this new requirement, or that they can engage in the process of creating this ordinance when at this point, even as you stated in your presentation, they don't have any licensing requirements. And so how do we ensure that they are engaged through this process from conception all the way to implementation?
My best guess at this point would be to do a lot of public engagement as far as like get news out and try to spread the word that way. Also there are ways to search these places online and just look them up generally. They may not be going through the state site, and to say like, oh, who's registered with the state? Because obviously nobody. Well, maybe some are, maybe some aren't. But just thorough investigation as best we can. It is, you're absolutely right. It's very hard to identify somebody that you don't know exists. So we'd have to look into ways that we can communicate that, and I'll be, talking to the other jurisdictions and see how they went about it maybe at some point, and try to get the best way to get everybody involved so that we don't overlook some of that stuff.
Do you sort of envision any negative repercussions for nonprofits not abiding by this new ordinance?
Do you mean enforcement, like
Yeah.
consequences? Again, there are some jurisdictions that just try to really recommend it and they try to push it, but they don't try to go over the top. It's a difficult to fine line because you either have, if they know that you don't have to do anything, then it's hard to enforce it. If we say this is the rule and this could be a consequence, a fine of some sort, then you're imposing on a fine on somebody that maybe can't pay it. It's very tricky, so we want to look into some other, so the ways that we can regulate it, enforce it, and so we're not just, issuing letters and hoping for the best every year. We want it to be effective as well.
Yeah, totally. And I think for my last couple seconds, I'll just mention that I am concerned a little bit about how the land use findings that we have to make will be affected if an ordinance like this goes into consideration. So hopefully we can have sort of that discussion and how it will affect land use moving forward. I know that lies with development services, but I wanted to bring that up as we're talking. And then the other thing is making sure that we acknowledge how important nonprofits are. I think it's clearly been stated, but they do a great job of filling in the gaps where we're not able to within our city. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think my colleagues have brought up really great points, and it's why we do this kind of conversation. So it's the unintended consequences. You start out with a good idea, with good rationale, but to Ms. Anderson's point, and then we discover that it's a very fire unsafe building, and it's all they could afford. It's the only place they could go. And I'm thinking about my own buildings that I owned for the flood project that I made available for overnight winter safety for unhoused people. Well, that's all they had. Are these buildings up to anybody's code? No. We're tearing them down. It's just that there was better than sleeping outside. I was always worried about it because it's in the flood zone, and it was winter, and that's when the floods come. And, it was a yin and yang thing about I wanted to help, but at the same time, I didn't want people to be at risk of dying because we have a midnight flood with little warning. So one idea, I suppose, to balance this is that we have them register. Also, I want to suggest that we give a period, like 3 or 5 years. I mean, a long period to come into compliance. We could also make inspections voluntary. Like, if you want an inspection, we will do one for free, and then you can learn about your building and if you even still want to be there. Because nonprofits often get the most marginal buildings because they want to pay the least rent, and that's your most marginal buildings, and those landlords are maybe not willing to improve it so the roof isn't leaking or the electrical's up to code or have all the detectors, smoke or carbon monoxide or anything. So this is no simple thing. So we got to be really clear to people's comments about why and what's our goal. Is it mostly for internal use for planning? Do we want to go to a secondary use for safety? If the safety triggers something like even $5,000 of improvements, never mind 10, can they afford that? These are things we've got to really be clear on. And I'm fine, however, we all come down on this, but I think that it's a well-intentioned effort, and we should move forward.
Well, and Lance, maybe it's those other nonprofits that have large donors and much more resources. They help. It's like big brother and little brother. And maybe those fees go to paying for those
That's a great
smaller
point.
ones,
Maybe
right?
we ask for now to
So-
donate to help.
So something to that aspect,
The energy's nonprofit or whatever.
So anyway, I'm going to have City Manager Bryant, I want you to put some comments on the record so that the council can sort of weigh those as well.
Yes, also thank you, Madam Mayor, because I'm not any fun these days. I would also like to
No.
add to the conversation that fire inspectors and business license employees are all generally funded. We have barely enough employees to do the work that we have today. So if we need to add additional work to them, we need to find a way to pay for the new employees, just as a reminder.
Okay. All right, so do you think you have enough information, Lance?
I do. I think I got a bunch of good information. Seems like there's multiple facets to this and some investigation that needs to occur and
Okay.
come back with some more information.
And also, I think because you don't know these licenses, how could you possibly, I guess you could go to maybe the Community Foundation or one of those, I don't know, because how could you really gauge how many are in the city of Reno?
Right, and that's what I think that was also Councilman Martinez, one of his concerns. I think that we're gonna have to do a lot of outreach and maybe work with the chamber. They might know some of them, some of the other community groups. Just simple Google searches to see if I can pull up license, or entity information that's across the city, and just start where we can, get the most information we can, and then just broadcast it. Because it'll be difficult to identify everyone.
And then just a couple things. What about, I mean, here we were talking about bars, but many nonprofits run like businesses, and they are there to make money, and they do pay big salaries to CEOs and things. Not all, I'm just, because everyone's going to go, but not all. But let's say those operations were not exactly to any health standard or particularly problematic.
Yeah, no, we'd have to account for that. We'd have to look into see how we can enforce this stuff. And it just dawned on me when you guys said that, those federal filings with the IRS, those are all public too. So we could also do searches and probably drill down on, where those entities are located that way too. So just another.
But this really started because we did put a dispensary right next door, literally right next door. Sharing a wall to a rehab center.
I have a question real quick. How
did that happen?
Well, I just am curious, like, was the nonprofit, was there no signage or anything out front? Like, how did that happen? Like,
I wish I could give more detail. It was before my time.
Okay.
But
It
it's my
didn't come
understanding.
up on the records. No one knew that the nonprofit was there because they didn't have a business license. And so we didn't know until the day of the vote that there was a nonprofit right next to.
But there was no, sign there or something?
They have a sign, but they
don't pay attention to what the city activities are.
Well, no,
Was
but
in my ward.
I ask because I assume that people from the city go to these sites and look, that nobody noticed it, that there was a rehab place right there. I could get it if it's a shelter where people are kind of hiding out, but.
It was for women, so they kept it very low,
Okay, that
low
makes more
key.
sense to me. Okay, thank you for that.
It was you would not be able to know if
Yeah.
you drove by.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank
So.
you.
Thank you. As we wrap this up, Lance, you think 6 to 9 months before you come back with this project?
I think it's definitely going to be a few months. I would say at least 6 months to be able to gather enough information from the community and to come up with some sort of idea on how to structure this.
Okay, so roughly 9 months from now, we'll bring this back.
Sure.
Thank you.
9 months, that seems like a long time. Lance, I'm going to check in often.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Item C4.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Nick has survived. You survived the legislature. How you doing? Have you had some rest? Give us sort of an update of how it went, where we're at, and how are you feeling about it?
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nick Ciccone out of the Office of Policy and Strategy. I'm our Government Affairs Manager, and I am very well rested, and I'm excited that the legislative session is over.
Good. All right, why don't you tell us what happened and what didn't happen. I feel like it was more successful than the one before. Would you say?
I think that this was a super successful session.
Okay,
think
good.
it was great.
I
So
loved-
I'm excited to tell you all about it.
Okay, good. Go ahead, take it away.
So this is our legislative update, just to wrap up the session. As you know, we use the strategic plan and the city platform to guide our decisions down in Carson City. They adjourned sine die on June 3rd. And just so everyone knows, as of like 10 minutes ago, I refreshed the page and there's some more vetoes, so I can't speak to all of them, but I think we're up to 65 vetoes at this point. The last day for vetoes will be this Friday. So about 1,200 bills were introduced. We followed roughly 500 of those as having some kind of impact to the city. And again, some of these numbers have changed, but there's about 320 bills signed into law so far, and some of those include our bills. So the major themes: land use and planning was a big topic this session, housing and homelessness, public safety and criminal justice, workers' comp and employee benefits, and then some other bills of interest. I will say, just to the mayor's point, I think this was a very big healthcare session, and we're not a healthcare operator, so we were not in that space very often. So that was nice and led us to some big wins this legislative session. So Assembly Bill 96, that returned from last session, but that just requires that we put a heat mitigation plan in our master plans. That's been signed. We supported that bill. They had amended it to change the effective date just so we could actually implement that. AB 131 was one of the ADU bills that would have allowed for property tax abatements or exemptions for affordable housing and allowed for housing choice vouchers to be used for affordable housing on ADU properties. That bill ultimately died. It was the second session to come back in a row, so it's very possible it might come back next session. AB 105 requires HOAs to allow for childcare facilities within certain parameters. Originally, that bill would have taken away our ability to use a conditional use process for childcare facilities. Ultimately, despite the fact that we were able to work with the bill sponsor to get those provisions taken out, and we had moved over to support, that bill was ultimately vetoed by the governor. AB 241 requires cities to pass an ordinance setting standards to allow for mixed-use residential on commercially zoned parcels, and that bill's been signed into law. AB 396 is prescriptive ADU ordinance requirements. That bill originally had read kind of like an ordinance telling us exactly how we need to write our ordinance, and now it's kind of been amended down to just 5 key provisions in there. So working with the bill sponsor, letting her know that we were already working with our community was really important, and I think that that was well received. So again, we had moved to neutral there, and we'll continue to work with development services on the implementation there. But thankfully, we have a little bit of a head start. Senate Bill 48 allows for cities or counties to pass an ordinance to make planning commissioners' terms coterminous with the person that appointed them. That has been signed into law, but that portion of the bill will not go into effect until 2029. So there'll be a council decision in 2029 if they so choose. Senate Bill 303 makes changes to the immunity shield for recreational activities on city and privately owned properties. We still oppose that bill. It is in the governor's office, and we're waiting to see his action on that. Senate Bill 320 makes changes to how close someone can park to a crosswalk for public safety reasons and visibility reasons. We had amended that bill just to make it more clear that there would be a consistent 20-foot requirement as opposed to some carve-outs for a 15-foot requirement, which might have caused some confusion with the public and for striping and marking those crosswalks.
Nick, can you say what R1 and R2 is?
That's reprint, just meaning that the bill had changed over the course of the legislative session.
So R2 means what?
Reprint 2.
Oh, second
Yeah.
reprint. Okay, thank you.
AB 62 makes changes to the state's affordable housing tax credit program. So that bill died, but there's a big caveat in there, and that the provisions of that bill was added to by conference committee to Assembly Bill 301. So although we never supported or were involved with Assembly Bill 301 when it was in the legislative session, that bill did still live just through a different vehicle. It's funny to put died, but the language did continue and will be in state law. AB 103 creates the Truckee Meadows Regional Housing Authority and provides how the city councils of Sparks, Reno, and Washoe County will adopt resolutions in order to continue moving that forward. AB 366, that was also just signed into law, but that does make changes to the Supportive Housing Grant Fund. And as I've indicated, a lot of that money is actually coming up to Northern Nevada. Many of the applicants are actually up here, so we supported that bill. AB 380 makes changes to the Mobile Crisis Response Team, and that bill has been signed, but because it makes those changes, we might be able to bill Medicaid if we have an EMS employee or personnel on that team. Big win this session. We are still waiting on the signature, but AB 475 allocates $5.25 million in eviction diversion or rental assistance funding for the city of Reno. Last session, the $3 million that we got was definitely my proudest win or victory. So when they have less money and we get more in order to help our community, I think that that's a huge win and something we should celebrate.
It's amazing.
AB 540 is the Governor's Housing Attainability and Accessibility Act, and that one actually has now been signed. And that includes another thing that we've been working on for 2+ years now, but it includes a provision in there to reimburse cities or counties for waiving sewer connection fees or fees for affordable housing. There's $25 million in that, in there for that. SB 28 allows for the creation of a tax increment financing district for affordable housing projects. And then, as I indicated, Senate Bill 283 just moved forward with AB 475. Assembly Bill 102 has been signed into law. That bill allows Northern Nevada Public Health's District Board of Health to take an affirmative vote if they want to take on the EMS licensing from the state, if they want to take on that responsibility, but there is no requirement. We supported that bill and worked with Chief Cochran and the Fire Chiefs Association throughout the interim and during session on that one. AB 168 would have allowed bikes to yield instead of stopping at stop signs. Ultimately, that bill failed to meet one of the legislative deadlines, so it no longer moved forward. AB 402 would have allowed for automated traffic enforcement in work zones, and that bill also did not move forward, despite our support. AB 503 is a copper wire theft bill run by the Urban Consortium, but really that bill is targeted at making it a crime similar to how the catalytic converter law had passed last session, just to own or not be able to show proof of where you had gotten that copper wire. I think this will help quite a bit with our maintenance and operations team when folks are taking or stealing copper wire from many of our utilities around the city. SB 199 would have created guardrails for the use of AI for police reports. That bill is no longer moving forward. On its face value, initially it had said that we could not use artificial intelligence at all for police reports, and it also has a reporting requirement in there to send information to the Legislative Council Bureau every single session. Senate Bill 208 increases the allowable ending fund balance for the enhanced 911 surcharge. That bill originally would have prohibited us from using those funds for body cameras, which would have had a large fiscal impact to the city. So I'd consider that another one of our big wins, convincing them to take that out and actually give us a little bit more wiggle room with the ending fund balance there. SB 319 has also been signed into law. That's Senator Daley's fire bill, just asking us to conduct a study and work with our regional partners on what looks best when it comes to regional fire response. SB 415 is another automated traffic enforcement bill. That was the most expansive, and that had died out, coming out of the first house a while ago. In terms of workers' comp, AB 93 expands workers' compensation for heart and lung to marshals and fire investigators. 142 adds the mental stress statute to include crime scene investigators. I believe we have 12 of those. Initially, that would have included any civilian employee of a law enforcement agency, which would have had a very large fiscal impact, but that had been amended to change our fiscal impact somewhere from $1 million to $140,000, I want to say. The big thing here, and the way I like to highlight this, is this does touch a lot on our unfunded mandates or the new requirements that we have from the state. At the beginning of the session, we had about a $5 million calculated impact. Through our amendments and working with our stakeholders, I think we got down to about $1.2 million. So huge win there. Obviously, the state will always impose new requirements or restrictions on us, but I think that we came out of session pretty well there. Assembly Bill 197 imposes civil penalties for failing to redact nonprofit information for public records. Given the conversation that just happened, I do think it's important to highlight that there are certain provisions in there that say that the council can ask for some of that information if it's regarding a business license, those kind of things. We'll have to be careful in implementing that, especially as it relates to a potential nonprofit ordinance, but I did want to highlight that one. They had made it clear after working with them over the course of 2 years now, because the bill came back from last session, that there really was no more movement there, but we were able to make that final change to make it clear that we would have had to have knowingly released that information as opposed to accidentally releasing that information. AB 256 creates the Regional Rail Transit Working Group. AB 444, that bill has also now been signed to law, but it just makes changes to business impact statements and says that we have to do one if we are implementing an impact fee, so like the police facility impact fee. So we had moved to neutral after working with them in good faith on that one. And then SB 145, unfortunately, due to the money situation of the legislature, no longer moved forward. Next steps, department analysis and implementation. Like I said, the last time I checked, we're following 524 bills. Each department, each member that was part of the legislative team and helping review these bills is now going to have to do the hard work of implementing them. So I appreciate them working with us. We'll continue to work with our stakeholders and try to keep them involved in our process and our state legislators. The interim committees probably won't start up for a little while, but we'll monitor those as soon as they start up. And then we'll monitor the new regulations and policy as they come out of the legislative commission. And there's the recommended motion.
All right, thank you. Let me ask the body, are there any questions of Nick on any of these? Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Ms. Ebert?
Yeah, so thank you for all your work on this. I know it's a very stressful job down there, and I appreciate all your efforts on this. Sorry, I just dropped my pen. I did have some questions about some specific things. The first one I want to ask about is AB 366, and this was grants for affordable housing. That says it's pending. Is this the grant or the funding source that would help projects like the affordable housing that's going in Clear Acre? Like, I know that there's some projects kind of pending that rely on this funding.
This is only for supportive housing, and I don't believe that that's a supportive housing project.
Okay,
I think it's an
okay.
affordable housing project. This would be more for folks that need additional services.
Okay.
It's a $25 million pot of money. And the only change that they really made this session was make it so that the money would not revert to the general fund if it wasn't spent in 1
Okay,
year.
okay.
So that way they don't have to continue reallocating the money if they aren't able to get it all out in time.
Okay, so what happens then if it doesn't get spent? It just
Now it
adds on
rolls
the
over
next-
to the next fiscal
Okay,
year.
that's
They can
good to know.
continue to keep that pot of money.
Okay, and then the sewer fund, the $25 million that are allocated for municipalities or whatever in the state for reimbursement for sewer connection fees, is that doesn't have an end date, right? That's just the money is there until it's reimbursed out?
Well, it does have an end date in that the legislature has a 2-year budget. They
Okay.
plan for the 2 years. There will be a housing council that will kind of decide, and I don't know who's going to be on that yet, but it'll decide how that money's allocated, who is it going to. I think the big thing there, especially when it comes to waiving for infrastructure, particularly sewer and building permit fees, is that Reno is the leader in that space. So I would think that we're the lead applicant in that space as well.
Okay, and then, just real quick here, I wrote some notes. SB 48, can you just give me a little bit more info on how that works? So, I know there was some different changes. It says R2, like, kind of like version 2. Can you just let me know? I know you said it won't happen for a couple of years. Is it actually going to affect how we appoint planning commissioners? Or is it something that we could decide as a council at that time to implement?
This bill, consistent with the platform, allows the council to have that conversation in the future.
Okay,
Have that
okay.
conversation with the community to see if that's the right fit for
Okay.
the city of Reno.
So it doesn't make it
Does not
happen,
make-
it just makes it a possibility. Okay, I will I still have some time. So I also wanted to talk about AB 396. You said there was 5 key bill points. Can you just kind of, not to put you on the spot, and I don't need all 5, if you could just kind of
Yeah,
high level,
all
what is
them.
that going to mean to Reno?
Couple of them, one, we can't require more than 1 parking space for the
Okay.
ADU. But we did, I mean, that was a win for us in that we were able to convince the sponsor that we do need to be able to at least require 1 if the community feels that that's appropriate. And that was in the draft ordinance. The other one, it makes it so that the setbacks cannot be more restrictive than the primary residence.
Okay. Got
And
it.
I'm forgetting the other
That's
ones.
okay, that's okay. I just didn't know if you could tell or remember, like, if there was anything, like a big one to Reno that we should know about.
No, I really think that, it's always the preference, consistent with the platform, that the state doesn't tell us how to write our ordinances.
Yeah.
But I think that this was the best we were gonna get, and I think that it doesn't substantially conflict with our draft ordinance.
Yeah, and I know there was some concern too that there would be a state kind of mandate, and this one doesn't say you have to allow ADUs in all zoning in the state, correct?
No, but it does say we have to have an ADU ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
All
Sorry.
right,
Thank you.
and then did anyone else raise their hand or want to speak? Mr. Reese?
Thank you, Ms. Dewar. Mr. Zacconi, thank you so much. I wanted to ask about the State Infrastructure Bank. As I understood it, it did not receive the financing that some had hoped for. And as a result, that means that the Clear Acre project that Ms. Ebert was talking about will likely not move forward. Is that correct? What can you tell me there?
I have heard that rumor, but, you know.
Can you repeat what bill that is too? Like what number?
Well, this is not related to that, so it's not a bill, but my
Okay.
concern is that Ms. Ebert asked about a particular project, an important one for the city, something we all supported here. The AFL-CIO affiliates are involved in the building of it, but it required a fair amount of infrastructure money from the infrastructure bank, which did not come to be funded. What happened there?
Monica Kirsch for the record. After I've heard similar type rumors, I reached out to the developers of that project, and we are setting a meeting up with them next week. However, they did confirm that this project is still very much alive.
Great. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. That's good. I'm worried about it, so it's sort of alive on life support. Let me ask about AB. Was there another part to that, Monica?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, I was just going to say, I asked them if the project was dead, and they said no part of the project was alive, or no part of the project was dead. So that's better than life
Yeah,
support.
it's there. They've got some work to do. Let me ask about AB 396, ADUs. So this council, I think, did a bold thing, which is that it stepped out in faith to address the ADU ordinance. It had been a long time coming, a heavy political lift, and part of that was the fact that ADUs essentially are to be allowed in single-family zoning districts, which I understand you said to Ms. Ebert's question was not the phraseology of the bill in AB 396. But my understanding was that was the intention, right? That they were happy with our response, which was evidence that some cities are moving that direction. Help
We
me
are the
understand.
last city to pass an ADU ordinance.
Okay, and so.
Sparks, Henderson, North Las Vegas, and Las Vegas all already allow for ADUs.
Yeah, we took a 6-year detour to get there. But in the end, I guess my point to you is we've had a lot of people who were concerned about it in the community said, you know, with pitchforks, you're allowing ADUs. And I think the truth is we knew that it was going to be forced upon us in some way. So we were just trying to get out ahead of it. So the Sean Mullins of the world who think that we've somehow wronged them don't understand the legislative process and sort of addresses the concern that's been raised there. Let me ask about the Lear Theater. That bill was an awesome one. And Senator Taylor, I think, had the right idea. What happened to the Lear bill? I mean, why did it fail? What can you tell us about that? What lesson is there to learn? We don't have any money at the state level?
Yeah, for the first time, first time in at least a decade, the state came in with projections, and then in the middle of session, or May, they actually found out they had less money than they initially had budgeted.
So all the ones that asked for money were just basically gutted?
Just about everyone. There was one bill that some would refer to as a Christmas tree bill, but I would refer to it as like the Charlie Brown Christmas tree, because there's like 4 projects on there.
Yeah, that's thin. Let me ask the last question, Ms. Stewart, if I may,
Sure.
just to close out my time, and I won't come for round 2. SB 28, the TIF District for Affordable Housing. Is that anybody, us, only Henderson?
It's anybody. It's written by the city of Las Vegas. What's funny to me, and I always give them a hard time for this, is they'll be like, we're the only city that's landlocked in the state of Nevada, which is just not true. But they're really trying to promote infill development and look at some of those commercial spaces that have been sitting vacant, those strip malls, et cetera, to promote affordable housing, but also transportation projects along their main corridors.
Well, I suppose what my concern is, and because I haven't spent time looking at the language of the bill, is that we have 2 existing, areas that have the ability to have tax increment financing, which are RDA 1 and RDA 2. So I'm trying to understand how our existing RDA structure might have an overlay on it, which would be related to.
As I understand it, we could never overlay on top of another tax increment financing district. We supported to be good partners, and maybe in the future we could use this tool, but I don't think that it's something we would.
Because it wouldn't be
able to
needed,
use.
right? It would be
Yeah.
duplicative in by its very nature.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think there are projects that could come through in either of those through TIF increment financing or tax increment financing that would be affordable housing.
Yep.
So,
Okay, thank you. Anyone further? Mr. Martinez, anything?
Yeah, quick question. Thanks so much, Councilmember Dewar and Mr. Sacconi for the presentation. I did have similar questions about SB 28 and the implications to what we can do here within the city. It looks like a lot of it was based around transit corridors. And I'm just wondering if you can provide more context on what you just mentioned already. I know you gave the presentation plus you just answered one question, but if there are other things that will affect us here in the city, if you could just provide us with some more context.
This is enabling legislation, so it doesn't impact you unless you choose for it to impact you.
And it just allows us to create a TIF district to help fund more affordable housing projects to come online.
Correct.
And then in terms of housing, it seems like there was a lot of big wins for housing and making sure that we have housing into our region. So I'm super grateful for the legislature for focusing on that and making sure that we have the tools necessary to support our communities and bringing more housing online. Thank you for the presentation.
All right. I'll just make a quick few comments. First of all, major kudos on both this $5 million for rental assistance essentially, and then the $25 million for, how would you phrase it?
Reimbursement
Yeah,
for
for our
sewer.
sewer credits. What I'm wondering on that one is, any chance of us doing it retroactively?
I think that politely, that would be a very bad political look.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't think they would be happy with that.
okay, well, it was worth an ask. I mean, we spent an enormous amount of money leading the state. I didn't know if we could get any reimbursement for that, but, yeah.
Monica Kirch for the record. I did talk to Steve Acroft last week about this, and he saw my wheel spinning, and he looked at me and he said, it's not retroactive.
Okay.
And I said, what about in this? And he said,
No.
it's not retroactive.
Okay.
So,
The second question I have was about the rail committee. Do we have a process for appointing someone to that?
I'll have to refamiliarize myself with the bill, but I believe the appointments are from the majority leader and minority leader, so we
Okay.
would have to reach out to them.
All right, well, for probably my whole 10 years here, I've had an interest in getting a rail going down to Trick from the North Valleys. I'm not necessarily the right person, but you at least have a person here that's interested in the topic, been working the topic, have asked every lobbyist. They felt like it had to be a city person, a city person versus a lobbyist. I think there's tremendous opportunity for us to engage on that issue. I didn't know if Northern Nevada, how many appointments we had total, between Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, if it's made by us or, somebody else. So if you could check into it. And then lastly, I would just recommend, I won't be here for the next session, but I'd recommend, this is one of our key policy issues, right? As a body, so our biggest issue is setting the budget. And we gotta make sure we make a good budget and it's defensible, balanced, and all that. But our job is not to run the agency, our job is to set policy, and I think the legislature's like pure policy. I mean, that's where policy happens. And so I would recommend in the future, and this is for my colleagues, that we set up some type of committee. Well, it could be a committee of the whole, which is what we've had for many years at the council, where we all meet on a Friday and go over pertinent legislation if necessary, and if not, canceled. Many of us serve on legislative committees, but for other bodies, and we all do that. This, to my knowledge, City of Reno was the only group in Northern Nevada, if it was a board or commission or city, that didn't have this. I would just recommend to keep things squared up. If there's important legislative initiatives, council learns about it and actually votes on it, so you know where they stand. We do that in all the boards. Doesn't mean it always meshes up with what staff thinks. The council may have a different perspective. So I think I've hit the kudos, the rail, the going forward. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Councilwoman.
then I know a couple of my colleagues had second round. Ms. Ebert?
Yeah, I just want to say, just to kind of piggyback off Councilmember Brewer's point about the rail bill, I'm super excited about that. I got to testify down there and support. That was my first time doing that, very nerve-wracking. But would love to see that happen. I think that might be one of the ways we can help ease some of the traffic issues in my ward. I know that getting additional routes in and out is complicated just due to the geography of the area. So very excited to see that happen. I hope it just continues to progress. I also wanted to kind of follow up with the comments about having more updates. I know that I was on updates with you through the Nevada League of Cities, but I think it would be beneficial for all of council to maybe get more updates on these things more regularly and have maybe a little more input on it. But I know I appreciated all your support on that and your time with the Nevada League of Cities on this. But yeah, just super excited for the potential of rail. You know, we could do a lot with that in the state, connecting to Vegas, wherever. Like, I'm ready to connect everything, but I know money is an object, so just got to wait on that. Also, the fire bill, can you just kind of tell me what the final draft or what the final goal was in that particular bill? Like, are we just doing a study? Is there more in there? Are we just kind of waiting to see what happens, or?
Just a study, directing us to work with the City of Sparks, Washoe County, or Truckee Meadows Fire to think about the best possible fire service response, and that's just a local discussion, and that would have to be done by the end of December 26th.
Okay, so no further direction, just how would we make this work?
I think that's where the
Or if
direction
it
would
can
come from.
work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I know there's been a lot of kind of heated debate about that, so I just wanted to make sure I understood where it landed. Okay, I think that's
Good. Ms. Anderson, any final thoughts on this? And Mr. Martinez? No, and Mr. Reese?
Just briefly, thank you so much. There was one last bill that I had forgotten to ask about. And I know you said this was a healthcare heavy focused legislative session, and we don't do a lot of that, but there was a bill that I believe is still out for signature, and I'm trying to find out the status of it. It was about minimum nursing staffing ratios.
That bill has not been signed or vetoed yet.
So it is still on the
Pending.
governor's desk.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And then back to you, Madam Mayor. I didn't know if you had any comment on the legislative session or? You may need to turn on your mic.
I should have followed that bill. I didn't. I think it's incredibly worthy. I spent some time at some of those homes, and it's really, really alarming. So I don't even know what kind of traction. Maybe you can give us just a little bit inkling of, like, I mean, was it one of those controversial ones? Was it? It was.
The bill
Nick's
is
face was
absolutely a
like-
controversial
It's so
bill.
funny because you would think it makes so much sense, but when you get down there, so many things come into play. It was.
It was a partisan vote out of both houses.
Oh. Okay, I got it. But I didn't realize, because I've looked into a lot of the regulation and a lot of the staffing, and I think there's a lot of work to do when it comes to a lot of those memory care facilities and, I think just care facilities in general. I think the public would just be mortified if they had an idea, so.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. I had forgotten that I had one more comment.
Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I had the opportunity to have dinner with someone last night who was one of the committee secretaries for the legislature, and he said, hey, your person, Nick, was just an absolute joy to work with down there. Carries himself with such incredible professionalism, is well respected by peers. And so he heaped lots of praise on you. And of course, I said, well, yeah, we trained him and grew him up right, and he's doing us very well. So congratulations to you on a successful session. I know that you've not yet recovered. You lied about saying that part earlier. It takes like 6 months, and there's lifetime of trauma to process based on that. But you had, I think, every time you interacted with us during the session, always positive, upbeat, communicative, giving us the information we needed. I was not in the building much. In fact, I'm not sure I was there at all this session. So I wasn't following a lot of the minutia of it. But I felt like because you were there, I always knew that I could count on someone being the city's voice, having our back, knowing what our issues were. And so I just thank you for the hard work that you put in and for the good work and the incredible reputation you've built for yourself. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
And
please.
I just want to follow that. I heard from numerous members, and they did report exact same thing. And what we will not know is what Nick defended. You know, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And we can't even begin to quantify what Nick single-handedly kept away from us. So major kudos.
Thank you.
And now you're not a newbie anymore. So you can't use that excuse.
That was my third session
Was it your third already?
for Senator Lang in 2021, so it was my third session.
Oh, okay. Well, we're better.
Yeah, second for the.
Second. Anyway, Nick, I think you did a great job. Any further questions of Nick? And then let's let him go and enjoy life.
Try my best.
Okay, you're gonna try your best. All right. No further questions? Okay. And I don't think we have to take any action, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nick. Good job, by the way. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, we are going into item D1. I believe, do you have any public comment on this?
We do need to open the public hearing.
Oh, sorry. It's D2, yes. So, Madam Clerk, has proper notice been given and any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given, and there's no correspondence received, and no one signed in to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Mayors, plural.
Yes, yes.
Members of the City Council.
That's a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah.
But it's good, because now I can go, actually, it's your fault.
There you go. My name is Corey Fisher, Housing Manager for the record. I am here today to present the 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan and the 2025 Annual Action Plan for HUD funding. Is there a desire for the full presentation here from the body? No? Well, I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, I would like, we can do it quick, but yeah.
Sure. Well, quickly, these plans directly align with multiple areas of our strategic plan here at the city. Just to kind of clarify, there's two plans in one that we're talking about today. They're kind of similar looking, but very distinct in their purpose. So the Consolidated Plan is a 5-year strategic document outlining our community's needs, goals, and then funding strategies. And it kind of governs how we're going to be able to use the Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, and home funding for the upcoming 5 years. And then the Annual Action Plan, on the other hand, is derived from the Consolidated Plan, and it functions as just simply a yearly implementation guide. It identifies our specific projects and activities that are going to be funded throughout the upcoming program year. These are the 3 HUD programs that these plans discuss in great detail. So the Community Development Block Grant Program is there's an ability to use it for public improvements, facilities, blight removal, just to name a few. As an entitlement jurisdiction, we receive a direct allocation of CDBG funds. The Home Investments Partnership Program, that funding is able to support affordable housing development. There's a lot of other kind of eligible uses for that, but the Washoe County Home Consortium is the governing body for this funding, and they determined years ago that they were going to use this funding for at least quite some time for development only. And then lastly, the Emergency Solutions Grant, also known as ESG. This grant targets extremely low-income residents for rapid rehousing, rental assistance, shelter operations, lots of different eligible uses there. And again, as an entitlement jurisdiction, we receive a direct allocation of that as well. The Consolidated Plan that you found in your staff report, that's a wimpy 300 pages, has kind of 5 key components: the needs assessment, a housing market analysis, our 5-year strategic plan, the annual action plan, and then how we included citizen participation in this plan. The funding allocation for this upcoming program year is on the right side of your screen. We were excited to be able to get these amounts this year. We weren't sure what it was going to look like, so thrilled to be receiving those. Guided by, one slide. Essentially, the goal of the Consolidated Plan is to come up with priority needs for our area, for our jurisdiction. And these are the 4 priority needs that we came up with our consultant. The first is expanding and improving public infrastructure and facilities, preserving and developing affordable housing, preventing and reducing homelessness, and then ensuring effective program management and oversight. So now moving towards the action plan, that one-year plan, we used our guiding 4 priority goals that I just mentioned to kind of establish what projects are going to receive funding. On the list here for CDBG, the City of Reno, we will receive just over $2 million, but we've got some cost savings from previous projects that have come in under budget, which allowed us to have an extra $500,000+. So we have about $2.5 million to allocate. Some key projects, our ADA signals, ped ramps, and then some street and sidewalk and ADA improvements throughout some local parks. The Washoe County Home Consortium will allocate a total of just over $2.2 million, and that also includes current year funds, carryover, and then some program income. So these funds, these are going to support 2 affordable housing development projects that will provide a total of 82 new units, and many of those units will serve households at 30% of the area median income and below. For Emergency Solutions Grant, this one's a little more simple. It is a smaller bucket of money, but we anticipate simply using it to continue administering our rental assistance program, specifically for those residents that are at 30% of the area median income and below. So what happens next? Today we're here requesting your approval of both plans and having a public hearing. The plans are also available on our website, and we're accepting public comments through June 16th. After reviewing any of that public feedback, we'll make necessary updates, and then we will submit those final versions to HUD. So with that, I have a recommended motion on the screen. I'm happy to answer questions. I've got a team of experts here as well.
Thank you. Good job. How do you feel?
Good.
You made it. You did a great job.
It seems a lot slower in your head.
I know, doesn't it? Right? And then see, all of a sudden you're done. Okay, I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Anderson.
I don't have any questions. I'm just excited about all this great work that we're going to be able to do in the community this year.
Good.
Thank you.
Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, just like, thank you for the presentation, in particular, the action plan that we are considering approving and some of the projects that are there. I know the ADA improvements, along with bringing sidewalks to certain neighborhoods, will help increase the pedestrian safety, which is a big concern that we hear from our constituents. So thank you so much for addressing that.
And Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Fisher, just thank you for the outstanding presentation. I really enjoy hearing from you. Let me ask specifically about the Hilltop Park project. I think because I have the privilege of serving on the CDBG subcommittee with Ms. Ebert chairing it and Mr. Martinez, I sort of know a little bit more about the projects than maybe the people who are not on the subcommittee. And it was, I think, a very challenging, allocation because there are so many deserving projects. I was very excited to see Dorothy McAlinden, for example, be on the list. I'm excited for a couple of the parks in Ward 3. This one is one that's in Ward 5, so I just want a little bit of more information.
Sure, I actually have Katie Harrison here, who can give a little bit more in-depth information on that.
Wow, so cool. Thank you.
Katie Harrison, Engineering Manager for Public Works, for the record. So the Hilltop Park, we are looking at the exhibit here. So we're looking at doing some pavement reconstruction and ADA improvements at Hilltop Park, which is off of Kings Row, kind of north of McCarran. And so the pavement out there, those parking lots were installed in 1988, so they're coming up on 40 years old, pavement in very poor condition, and we're looking to make some improvements of the ADA accessibility to the park and restrooms in that area.
Let me just ask just a general question. So it's been a few years, but my children played softball there, so I know the park well. And I've lived in that neighborhood my whole life. It was a long time coming. So is it just that it just takes a while to get up the priority list? Was it like the pavement preservation index thing that we were dealing with? Or it's just really, you just had to identify the project, we had to come up with the funds?
I think it's a little bit of both. So I think it has to, deteriorate to a certain condition that warrants replacement. these parking lots definitely fit that category. And then it's just finding the funding, since parking lots can't be reconstructed with street fund, for example, has to come under either general fund or grant funding. So we were really excited for this opportunity to include this one.
Well, it's a small park, but a really important one to that community, especially because it is largely young women's softball that plays a lot of their games there, and so I'm excited about it. Thank you so much for it, and just a huge shout out. I know that we're talking about a lot of great things. Each of the park improvements that are identified here in these work programs are really tremendous, and I really thank you all for leaning into them.
Thank you.
I'll just quickly say thanks to the team on these plans. I know we got to do them. It could be repetitious, boring, what we didn't get funded, we put forward next time. But, you know, all of the work that's done under these programs is so very valuable. So it's an effort worth doing, whether it's required or voluntary, so good job.
Okay, great. Anything else?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Also wanted to talk a little bit about Dorothy McAlinden. We've done a lot of improvements at that park. We have new play equipment that's airport themed, which is great because we have the Stead Airport right there. Kids love it. Unfortunately, we have some problems with the restrooms getting vandalized, and we're trying to figure out how to stop that. But I'm really happy to have the sidewalks fixed in that area. You know, we have this great new ADA accessible play equipment, but the path to get there was, you know, not really ADA accessible. So happy to see that. I just, again, want to call out the Virginia Lake Bank situation. I want to make sure it doesn't ever fall off the radar. So, you know, maybe for next year or, you know, again, if there's any kind of grant opportunities, I just want to keep reminding people, not necessarily for you, but I just like to keep it on the forefront because that's also a really tremendous asset to the city of Reno. But also gonna really appreciate the work specifically in Ward 4. We only have about, I believe it's 4 or 5 of the city's 83 parks. So Dorothy McAlinden is kind of where we're focusing our efforts to really put a bunch of improvements in and make sure that it's something the community uses and is proud of. So thank you for your work on that. And all the other parks too, but of course I gotta, you know, hype up Dorothy McAlinden, so thank you for that.
Thanks. And just for the record, for Virginia Lake, it's definitely something we're still keeping in the back of our mind. The subcommittee for CDBG has made it clear that that should be a priority, and I know that Public Works is looking into some grant opportunities as well.
Great, thank you. And if there's anything I could do to help support that, whatever, I mean, just let me know. That's you know, something else I'm trying to really make sure that we can get done because everybody enjoys that park. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay. All right, moving along. We will need a motion, please. Council?
I move to approve the 2025 through 2029 Consolidated Plan and fiscal year 2025 Annual Action Plan for submission to the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Okay, good. All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. And Elaine, we never see you anymore.
I know.
Where are you hiding?
She's locking me up.
Is that what it is?
Busy now.
Is that what she's doing?
Locking.
Bye, you guys. I love how she blamed you. She. That is great. Okay. Madam Clerk, where are we at? This is going to be the security, no, am I right? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
item D2, security circle.
I was working off of 5 different agendas. Okay, so it is the security circle zoning map, and I am going to now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and correspondence received?
Yes, this item was properly noticed. We did receive correspondence, which has been distributed as 3 letters of opposition.
Yeah.
We have no one signed in to speak, and then I think the city attorney needs to read the title as well.
Okay, I'm going to send it over to the one and only Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7340 for possible action, case number LDC 25-00048, 7720, Security Circle Zone Change, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 1.55 acre site. Is comprised of 3 parcels generally located southeast of the intersection of Security Circle and North Virginia Street. 2 of the parcels are located east of North Virginia Street, plus or minus 289 feet south of its intersection with Security Circle. And the third is south of Security Circle, plus or minus 177 feet east of North Virginia Street, from mixed-use suburban MS to mixed employment ME, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 4.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Carter Williams, Associate Planner for the record. Before you today is a zone change for a property in Ward 4. There are 3 parcels located on the southeast corner of Security Circle and North Virginia Street. One of the parcels along Security Circle has an existing flex industrial building that is currently unoccupied, and the remaining 2 parcels are vacant and undeveloped. The specific request is for a zone change from mixed-use suburban to mixed employment. This is consistent with the master plan land use designation of mixed employment on the property, and it's representative of eventually all these properties will see this change in accordance with the master plan. The existing mixed-use suburban designation is non-conforming. So this is a view of the area, and all that magenta is mixed employment. Generally, the mixed employment zone in this area serves to strengthen our employment centers, which is a master plan policy, as well as still allowing for that light industrial commercial mix for the area. So it's not reducing the amount of uses or the number or the uses that are allowed generally, except for residential. Just a higher level picture of what the master plan kind of considers along this section of North Virginia Street. So south of this image is Parr Boulevard and the Boomtown Casino. Those are kind of nodes of commercial development that are zoned as such. As you move along, then there's a lot more mix of residential with this section in the magenta that we're discussing today of mixed employment that acts as a transitional zone until we cross the railroad tracks, where it goes into that black area, which is more intense industrial zoning for the area. A highlight of the uses that would be changing or be maintained. So this expands light industrial indoor uses consistent with the area, and it maintains most of the commercial uses like retail, restaurant, bar. Any commercial or industrial use that would come forward in any case that's located within 300 feet from the residential to the west would require an additional review. So those homeowners are still protected from any uses that may not be compatible for the area. Generally, though, the biggest change is that residential uses are prohibited, but that's consistent with the master plan for this area. From a development standard perspective, the biggest change is really that the maximum height is being restricted. So under mixed-use suburban, it actually is unlimited with an entitlement, but this caps it at 55 feet, which staff finds is more compatible with the adjacent residences. And we have standards within code that generally, it allows us to seek compatibility with the adjacent residents above and beyond what code requires. On the screen are the findings for a zoning map amendment. Staff and the Planning Commission were able to meet all the findings. The Planning Commission met to review and unanimously recommended approval to this body on May 8th, and on the screen is the recommended motion. The applicant does not have a presentation, but he should be available for questions online. And that's the end of my presentation.
That's it. Okay, thanks, good job. Okay, I'm gonna send it back to you, Ward 4.
Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight that this is an area where they're changing to go into conformance with the master plan. So there's no fee, correct? Because we want to encourage people to conform with the master plan. And is there a project coming with this, or is this just a zone change just to come into conformance? Did we reach out to them? Like, what was kicked this off?
Yeah, the applicant, the property owner, came forward with questions about land uses moving forward because their tenant left last year.
Okay.
With the zoning code update this year, it changed the allowed uses in the mixed-use suburban zone. So it is probably going to encourage more of these property owners to come forward to be consistent with their current tenant offerings
Yeah.
for their land.
Okay, so he doesn't have a project plan he's working on right now?
No.
That he's, okay. And he did come to my NAB and answer a lot of questions. And I know that area well. It's pretty much industrial on that side, on one side of the street. The other side is residential. I know there's a 7-Eleven right behind him that I think is gonna be closing down because they're opening a new one across the street. But, okay, yeah, I don't have any issues with it. I just wanna make sure that, we talk about things that are happening in the ward when there's rezoning and whatnot. So thank you so much for the presentation. It's always a pleasure. And, I don't know if anybody else has a question? No? Okay, thank you
No.
very much.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Dewar, you have your light on.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I don't forget you. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, will you please give us a motion?
Yeah, absolutely. I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer bill number 7340 for the
Just
second reading.
a correction, it's 7304.
7304.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk. We're now heading into item G2,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Do you have any public comment on this item?
I do.
Okay. Jennifer, who's been sitting here all day long. Right? I don't know how you did it. Come on up. All right. Anyway, this is Jennifer Cunningham. She is one of our appointees on the airport board for what I call Team Reno. And then we also have, I don't know if everyone has met Lindsay Anderson in the back. She is also their government affairs. Do they have another title for that? No? Government affairs at the wonderful airport, Reno Tahoe International, Airport. So oftentimes we're like, who's sitting here all day? So if you wanted to know who is here, that is who's here. So welcome.
Thank you.
And you should get a prize for being here all day. So
No.
Jennifer, take it away.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mini Mayor.
Yeah,
Mini Mayor, and council members. I'm here today to respectfully ask for your vote to continue to serve my term in a second and final term on the airport board. And rather than listing my accomplishments, I'll quickly use this time to share why my continued service is important now more than ever. First, I bring continuity and institutional knowledge to a board guiding a once-in-a-generation airport transformation. There's only one other trustee who served longer than I have that's currently on the board since the inception of the More RNO program. While fresh perspectives are essential, so too are historical context, key relationships, and steady leadership. With 2 appointments today, you have the opportunity to blend both, new energy and proven leadership. Secondly, I'm proud that there's 4 women currently serving on our 9-member board. We have strong voices shaping policy and progress. Yet with recent transitions and pending appointments, we risk dropping down to just 2 women. This council of you in front of me is a model of female leadership. And as you know, Nevada leads the nation with the first female majority legislature. The airport board should continue to reflect the inclusive, forward-thinking values that define our city and our state. I bring 30 years of destination management, hospitality, and casino experience to this role. These are sectors that are essential to air service and regional economic development. After my tenure at the RSCVA, I advised destinations on strategic planning, to activate their tourism assets to stimulate regional economic growth. I also completed executive education at Harvard Business School, focused on executive board governance, effective board governance, excuse me. I serve as the board liaison to our Art Advisory Committee, and I am working to advance the airport as a cultural gateway to our region. I'm retired, and my adult children are both serving our country, one through active duty and the other in veterans' mental health. With the freedom to focus my time and energy, this board remains my top priority. And finally, I'm committed to improving communication with this council. I want to keep you better informed about our board's work and progress, and I'd be honored to continue serving the city. I respectfully ask for your vote.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jennifer and I go way back. I've been a fan of hers for a really long time. We served on the RCVA together. So I'm very familiar with her work. She's very talented and cares a lot and has a tremendous daughter who loves mental health more than anything. So you've done a great job. As everyone knows, the airport board is always one of those where people love to serve on it for all the right reasons, right? I am going to read into the record because some of the other people that have applied wanted to put some background onto the record. So I'm going to tell everyone a little bit now that you've heard what Jennifer, her accomplishments are. I know that Eddie Albaser applied, and here's what he wrote in. I think maybe you've got that. He says, as a former state senator, and the reason I'm giving you this is I want to explain, I think all of them are highly credentialed, and obviously Jennifer too. And she has experience that she's sat there, but I want to highlight everyone's background in transportation and why they have applied, because all of them are very qualified. So I want that to be on the record. And Mr. Albaser writes, as a former state senator from Arizona, where I served for over 10 years and was appointed as the ranking member of the Transportation Committee, we worked on many things. One in particular was expanding the Mesa Gateway Airport as a second regional airport to the Phoenix metropolitan area. From 2005 to 2010, I served as a member to the Phoenix Sky Harbor Advisory Committee, where we worked to bring a new air traffic control tower, created a light rail connection to the airport and rail connections between the 3 terminals and the car rental station. I also served as a liaison working with the community members over airline noise, safety, traffic patterns, and growth. Finally, as an RSCVA board member, and a Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce board member. So Eddie is obviously representing business over at the RCVA. He says we are working to increase tourism to our region. So he is very intimately involved on the RCVA side and with the business side. The single most effective way to bring more visitors to Washoe County is to enhance our air service, creating more routes to and from our airport. I'm thrilled to be considered for the opportunity and look forward to using my talents, knowledge of transportation policy and air service, and my experience working with airports to contribute to the great work you all do in making Reno an amazing place to live, work, and play. So I wanted to read that for Mr. Albaser because he wanted to put that on the record. So you can tell that he's passionate about air service. Then I'm going to read, and this letter is a letter of recommendation from a Mr. Darren Griffin, who is the current CEO of the airport. And this letter reads, I am pleased to write this letter of recommendation for Brian Colpin. Brian has served in a senior executive role with the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority for 19 years. The RTAA is the owner and operator of the Reno Tahoe International Airport and the Reno Stead Airport. Both facilities are significant transportation and economic assets to northern Nevada. During Brian's time here, the business activity and economic impact of these airports has grown steadily. Brian has driven the communications, public affairs, marketing, and special event strategies for both airports. That includes leading through a myriad of high-impact aviation events and economic disruptions, including new air service launches, aircraft accidents, and complex communication situations. His role also included directing the RTAA political affairs and frequently engaging elected officials at the federal, state, and local levels. Brian has served as the face of the airport on camera and in print in numerous situations, both positive and negative. His ability to always portray the airport in a positive and factual manner has been invaluable. This is a unique, difficult role to execute given the constant public interest in airport or airline disruptions, public safety, incidences, and other travel-related topics. Now, I do know that because I have been in public and people stop us and say, "You are the airport guy." So people recognize him 10 times more than they recognize me when I'm on the street. Have you noticed that? So that is a very true statement that Darren has written there. Brian has been instrumental in leading transformational branding efforts for the RTAA, one of which includes the We Move You campaign, still in effect and widely recognized by traveling public. Most recently, he launched the Creative or More R&O branding campaign, which represents the almost $1 billion capital redevelopment of the RTAA terminal area. These campaigns have built the trust and confidence of travelers and builds a sense of community ownership in the success of the airport. The last paragraph reads, Brian has reported to the CEO of the RTAA for his entire tenure here and has been a key and impactful leader in the organization. He leads by example. He is never outworked and enjoys being an integral part of high-performing leadership teams. He will be successful in whatever direction he chooses to go and a valuable addition to the organization he joins. I would be happy to discuss Brian's career at any time about the RTAA. Sincerely, CEO of Reno Tahoe Airport from Darren Griffin. I wanted to make sure that that is on the record. So, and let me just I want to tell everyone where I'm at. And as you know, I never tell anyone how to vote, where to vote. All of you know I like everyone to be very independent. I'm also going to point out all three of them are very, very qualified. There was, because Brian is also an employee of the city of Reno, I want everyone to know that Adam Mayberry served for several years from the city of Sparks on this board as well. I honestly didn't know what I was going to do because we have three amazing candidates, and they really, really are. I've worked with all of them now, so I am fortunate enough to know their ability. But what I'm going to tell you is I wish I had 3 seats. And I thought Alexis had some seats, and she knew I had seats, so Eddie put in over here. And so unfortunately, now we don't have enough seats, and that is hard on my heart because, like I said, I've worked with everyone. But I also want to recognize Richard J. I think Richard J. loves serving on a board, doesn't matter what board it is, more than anyone else I know. And he does a tremendous job. As you know, he sits on several boards here at the City of Reno. One is our FAB board and other boards. And so I want to say thank you to him, and I want to say thank you to Jennifer for their service. It's really hard. Because this is my last appointment as mayor, I, would love for other people to also have an opportunity that haven't had the chance to serve. And that's really where it comes from, to try to be fair to everyone. But I just want to say, Jennifer, thank you for all you've done, your friendship over the years, and it really means a lot. But this is also really difficult. So the way I'm looking at it is I'd love to give 2 other people an opportunity since you've served. And I just appreciate you very, very much. And so with that, I would like to ask the council to appoint Mr. Brian Colpin and Mr. Eddie Albuser at this time.
Right, second.
So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you.
City council comments?
Oh, city council comments.
Okay. Thank you. So I just wanted to get into the record and formally request, I just wanted to talk about e-bikes and their prevalence in the community and what is happening with them. And so I'm just going to read my statement so I don't lady-splain this. I just wanted to say thank you, Mayor and colleagues. I'd like to formally, oh wait, are we discussing this vote or are we discussing our council? Okay, good, thank you, sorry, I just got confused. I'd like to formally request a review and assessment of the rapid growth and impact of electric bike ridership in our community, specifically looking at how this emerging mode of transportation is affecting pedestrian safety, vehicle traffic, and public spaces. E-bikes can be a helpful tool in creating a more sustainable, connected, and active city, but without clear rules, rider education, and enforcement, we risk allowing unsafe habits to take root, especially among our younger residents. In neighborhoods like Damani Ranch, we've seen increasing concern from residents and business owners about large groups of teenagers riding at high speeds, ignoring traffic laws, and exhibiting dangerous behavior that puts both themselves and others at risk. These incidents are being reported daily on platforms like Nextdoor and community Facebook groups, highlighting the number of incidents that the community is experiencing. I'm hoping that we can consider whether tools like rider training, age-based licensing requirements, registration, and a formal enforcement policy are appropriate for our city. Additionally, a city-led community education campaign could go a long way in promoting responsible ridership and preventing injuries before they happen. Lives are at risk. A couple of people have lost their lives in the last couple of weeks, not only for those on e-bikes, but also for pedestrians, drivers, and families simply trying to drive safely. So I'm hoping that the city can take a lead in modeling how we can embrace new forms of mobility without compromising the safety of the rest of us. So that is my request. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, just to piggyback off that, I know that there's a lot of concern with lithium battery fires with e-bikes too. So that has been like another area of concern with e-bikes. So maybe that is something that we should have a larger discussion about in general too. So I just want to support you on that.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to, and you might be mentioning this too, but as to our protocol for recalling items from a prior agenda, right? So item G1 was on the 6/4/2025 council meeting. This was with regard to boards and commissions, and you were not here last week, and so I wanted to pay you the courtesy of.
I am so glad you brought this up.
Okay, well, it would, per our rules, I need to move for reconsideration of that item. And Mr. Hall, you'd have to tell me if I'm right. I was on one side of it, meaning I voted to approve it, and then now I wish to recall it, so I'm on the right side of the way to vote, so that we would bring it back for a future agenda item.
You would have had to have supported it, so which you
Yes.
did. So he is now asking to reconsider.
Yes, a motion
And-
to
and
reconsider
I'm
as
making
to
a
item
second.
G1
Yeah.
on the 6/4/2025 Reno City Council agenda.
Okay.
What was the item?
It was on boards and commissions,
And commissions.
For which, was that the?
the whole overview.
Okay.
I think it was the review for review. It was the item to spend a year reviewing.
Yes, that's correct. So
And
I'll
I've
move to
seconded.
reconsider.
Thank you for doing that, Mr. Reese.
Yes, so hold on, we're gonna head over to Jackie. I also I really appreciate the council and their consideration. I wasn't here at the time, I wish I was. I will say, I'm very grateful for everyone wanting to bring this back because I think it caused a lot of concern and many of you called me in serious concern. And so I'm glad that we are bringing it back to the table and also glad to be part of the discussion. So thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can I just confirm with the city attorney's office that that motion can occur even though we have not been agendized for that discussion today?
Yes, it'll be okay because he's asking to put it on a subsequent agenda, so.
Thank you. I just want to put that on the record, and I will bring that back. I'll reach out to the clerk, and I'll discuss it with her about bringing it back on July the 1st.
23rd, I think it is.
23rd.
Does
So
there
we're
need
not
to be a
voting
vote?
on anything now, right? It's just a request to bring it back?
Do reconsiderations require a vote?
Yes, it's a motion for reconsideration.
Gotcha.
Ms. Dewar has seconded it. We have to vote to bring it back under our rules.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
All right.
I think you have to say all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, where are we at? Public comment. Okay. Do we have any public comment?
There's no one signed in. We did receive 2 comments after 4 PM yesterday, which have been distributed as 1 letter in opposition and 1 letter of concern.
Okay, at this time, before anyone jumps in, go ahead, Miguel. The
Thank
floor is yours.
thank you
But
so
I
much.
just want to make sure future mayor right here gets to do the last motion.
Of course, yeah, I just wanted to remind folks that we have our last spring cleaning this Saturday at Miraloma Park, where we will accept hazmat and e-waste starting at 9, but be sure to get there early because they're very popular events.
Okay. Councilwoman Anderson, nothing? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I do hope to hold a community forum next week, I think it is. And we have an agenda item which came to the NAB way back in December. And it was so vague that we asked them to come back when they had more clarity, but they did not. They went straight to the planning commission. And the planning commission ended up a tied vote, 3-3. It's going to come to council. I'm asking for it to come to my NABs, which would be a community forum, held at Moana. That is dependent, of course, that we can get the developer presentation and all of that lined up. So just wanted to let people know we're working on that. Oh, I'm sorry. The project is, I don't know the official name of the project, but I think it's called Plumas and Mount Rose. And I think it's 39 apartments, but it's a SPD. So just wanted you to know, in case anyone's listening, that's what I'm working on right now.
My light is on. I'm just kind of waiting.
Okay.
If I need to agree to a motion or anything.
Okay. All right. I got it. Okay, no further comments or updates, correct?
Just a
All right.
reminder that we don't have council for 4 weeks, so.
Yeah. So
you guys.
everyone gets a
Yeah,
break.
yeah.
I hope you guys all enjoy your break. I've really enjoyed having Autumn here. She has been amazing. I am blown away that she's 15 years old and she is just, she's beautiful, she's talented, she's super smart. Like, I'm so impressed, and I get to meet a lot of young people. I'm super fortunate like that. But I have to tell you, you're going to do amazing things in your life, and your father should be incredibly proud. I mean, it is impressive. So she said to me, can I say some words before we do an adjournment? So I'm going to hand the floor over to Mayor Carr. Take it away.
I just wanted to say thank you to the City Council and Madam Mayor. It's been a pleasure just getting to know all of you and just seeing everything that you guys do for the city. And big thank you to Megan for making it all possible, taking me here. And my lovely father and my boyfriend for watching this whole thing and supporting me.
Boyfriend? No.
It's okay, my dad
Boys are
loves
bad.
him.
No, I'm just kidding.
Not
She
this one,
goes,
not this
"No."
one.
Not this one, she says. I love it. Okay, as long as you get good grades, you can have a boyfriend. You cannot
All
have a
A's and
boyfriend if
B's.
you have bad. Okay, that's good. All right, those are good enough. Then you get to have a boyfriend.
And I just hope I could have this opportunity again or just help in any way that I can. Okay.
Definitely. Okay, so now we would love to have you back. We're gonna follow you, so so you'll have a little bit of pressure to make sure you continue to get good grades. Otherwise, Councilwoman Ebert won't let you back into the city of Reno. No, we're just kidding. Okay, so Mayor Carr, you are going to make a motion for adjournment. So ask your council if you could get a motion to adjourn.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Okay, so I've got a motion from Councilwoman Ebert,
Second.
and we've got a second from Councilwoman Anderson. And now
All
you
those
say,
in favor?
yes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And then all those opposed?
All those opposed?
No opposition, so motion carries.
Motion carries unanimously.
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 Yes, you got it right. And like I said, that's the easiest motion because no one will fight you on that motion. They all want to go. Anyway, so please give Autumn a big round of applause. Great. All right, everyone, enjoy your break. Thanks so much. Thanks, Megan.
Thank you.